Chapter 998. 3 days ago, in a courtyard of Baron Ludwig's castle, Brando, accompanied by Maynard and the Shire, arrived at the courtyard behind the castle. The entire courtyard was covered by the shade of a giant oak tree. Under the oak tree, a woman with shoulder-length black hair sat in a wheelchair. Sunlight shone through the branches and scattered on her body. She didn't move at all. Beside her stood a tall silver-haired woman. The silver-haired woman was Silver Dragon Mistress Mithril. The woman in the wheelchair was a stunning beauty, but her exposed skin and face were extremely horrifying. Her skin was covered in burn scars, and pieces of necrotic brown skin were molting. The new red skin that was left behind after the molting didn't match her white skin at all. If it were any other woman who suffered such a blow, they might have gone insane. However, Delphian, the daughter of the Prime Minister, sat quietly in her wheelchair. One of her eyes was already blind, but her other eye was as calm as ever. Deep within the purple pupil, there was a deep light. It was as if this disaster didn't happen to her and didn't affect her at all. When Brando saw the Prime Minister's daughter again, he couldn't help but be stunned. The first time he saw this woman in the loop of trade winds, she was indeed like this. But when he saw her again, this Prime Minister's daughter had become an unreasonable shrew. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He didn't know which one was the real her. However, this Prime Minister's daughter was quite famous in history. She was a famous genius of the Empire. Knight Maynard beside Brando was calmer. Seeing that Brando didn't say anything, she spoke on his behalf. "Delphian, you want to see us?" The Prime Minister's daughter looked up at her and Brando and nodded. "I want to negotiate with you." "Negotiate?" Delphian didn't mention what happened before. Brando knew that this woman was famous in history for her wisdom. Since she didn't bring it up, it meant that she had thought it through. She didn't care to talk about the past because she knew it wouldn't change anything. It wouldn't make any difference, and it wouldn't make up for what she lost. It was a pure waste of time. Such a woman was frighteningly calm, so Brando also became serious. He wanted to hear what she was going to say. Unlike normal people, Delphian didn't want to talk about the ins and outs. Skipping the beginning, she said, "I came here through a mercenary called Solons. He's quite famous around the imperial capital. He's also known as the Owl. He has a subordinate called Bolli Firefelt. He's a dwarf, but I suspect that the two of them aren't on the same side. It's all thanks to these mercenaries that I was able to leave the imperial capital and find you near the surging Milky Way. They were able to escape from the people my father sent to chase me, bypass the encirclement of Georgandy Ridge's army, and find a small diplomatic group like yours. I thought they were quite capable." Before Brando could react, Maynard answered coldly. "There's no such powerful mercenary in this world. In other words, you were able to find them because someone wanted you to find us." Brando heard this and couldn't help but look at Maynard in surprise. He felt that Maynard's tone was very similar to the senior he was familiar with. "It's not someone. It's Her Majesty the Queen who wanted me to find you. Later, I learned that they have a direct superior called Rodney. He's a count of the Empire. I'm sure you already know him." "Her Majesty the Queen? Why?" Delphian didn't even have the slightest expression on her face, as if she was narrating something that had nothing to do with her. "I'm also curious as to why Her Majesty the Queen has repeatedly caused trouble for a mere Count Erwin." "Repeatedly?" Maynard asked. "And the last time in Tonagel." This time, Brando reacted. The words of the Prime Minister's daughter immediately planted a seed of doubt in his heart. Yes, after the explosion in the heart of the deadly tundra, Constance came to find trouble with him. It could be said that she was testing him because of the Azure Lance. But before that, he and Her Majesty the Queen had no interaction at all. Although he made the Holy Cathedral of Fire suffer a lot in Ampere Seal, the world knew that the Holy Cathedral of Fire was the Holy Cathedral of Fire, and the Empire was the Empire. The Silver Queen should be thanking him, and even less likely to cause trouble for him. The enmity between Delphian and him was formed in the loop of trade winds. Such a thing should be insignificant in the eyes of someone as high as Constance, but not only did she notice it, she even took the trouble to make use of it. This was not something that a supreme person of the empire would do, unless she was so bored that she would pay attention to the daily activities of the nobles in the small countries around her. It was possible to say that there were a few emperors in the history of the empire who were controlled by the Holy Cathedral, but the Silver Queen was definitely not such a person. Now it seemed that not only did she have the empire's government to deal with, she also had a lot of things to prepare in private. How could she find the time to pay attention to an insignificant existence like him? This was obviously premeditated. But the problem that puzzled Brando was how the Silver Queen knew of his existence. There was only one reason why she was targeting him, and that was that she already knew that he had the inheritance of the Dark Dragon. But how did she find out? Or was this a mysterious connection between the inheritors of the Dark Dragon? But this was obviously nonsense. Why was Her Majesty the Queen able to sense him, but he couldn't sense her at all? And it was unlikely that it was because he was Darius' grandson. Constance had obviously absorbed the gray gemstone from his grandfather, and if she was interested in an old friend like him, it should be because she wanted to repay his kindness. Of course, Brando didn't expect the Queen to remember his grandfather's kindness to her in the past. He would be thankful as long as she didn't cause trouble for him. He shook his head and suddenly remembered Delphine's words. This daughter of the Prime Minister said that she wanted to negotiate with them, so she must have some ideas about the ins and outs of the whole thing. These were her conditions. Delphine saw Brando's gaze return to her and knew that he had thought it through. She said bluntly, "These are my conditions. What do you want?" Brando thought that this daughter of the Prime Minister wanted nothing more than freedom. After this incident, the enmity between them was extremely deep, but she obviously couldn't take revenge here. She had to find a way to return to the imperial capital, or at the very least, leave this place where she was being watched. But what Brando didn't expect was that Delphine replied, "I heard that you have an assistant in Erewhon. I met her once in your territory. She is an outstanding noble and I believe that she can manage your territory well. But with this ability, she can only be regarded as an outstanding female official. She is far from qualified to be an assistant." When Brando heard this, he didn't react for a moment. When he finally understood the true meaning of these words, he was stunned and stared at the daughter of the Prime Minister in shock. "What do you mean by this?" "My meaning is already very clear. You just don't want to believe it. There is a most outstanding candidate in front of you. It depends on whether you are willing to accept it or not." Delphine replied indifferently. Her voice was a little hoarse, perhaps because of the burning of her vocal cords. "I am very confident in myself. I believe that in the entire empire, there is no one more outstanding than me." But Brando felt a little dizzy. Although he wasn't the direct cause of this daughter of the Prime Minister becoming like this, if she wanted to vent her anger on him, he definitely couldn't escape. Not to mention that he had previously caused her fiancé's death. At least, he knew that Delphine definitely thought so. Putting himself in her shoes, Brando felt that if he was in her shoes, he would definitely stab his enemy to death. Even if he couldn't kill him, he would definitely not treat him kindly. However, the thinking of this young lady in front of him was clearly different from that of ordinary people. Brando originally thought that his thinking as a transmigrator was already very unique in this world, but compared to this lady, it was simply too vulgar. "Why did you do this? What's your motive?" Maynard very calmly asked the question he wanted to ask the most at this moment. "I thought about it. Her Majesty the Queen urged me to leave the imperial capital for 2 reasons. Delphine still spoke in the same way. "The first is to send a letter." "A letter?" Delphine explained carefully, "I obviously can't really cause you any trouble. Although I once thought that I could, at that time, I didn't have a clear understanding of your strength. I won't deceive myself. At least from what I see today, I was quite naive at that time. Since I can see this point today, Her Majesty the Queen must have known this long ago. Then, she asked me to be by your side. Is it just to make you feel disgusted? I don't think Her Majesty the Queen has the leisure to do so, so there's only one possibility. She asked me to appear by your side for some other purpose." I carefully recalled the entire process of my actions. In the process of my actions, I don't seem to have caused you any trouble. So, either Her Majesty the Queen's plan failed, or she must have achieved her goal through some means that I can't imagine beforehand. My lord. She inadvertently changed the way she addressed him. You must know that reality is not a bedtime story. In reality, the more complicated a plan is, the higher the chances of it failing. Since Her Majesty the Queen spent so much effort to arrange a chess piece like me, she obviously didn't intend for it to fail. So, after careful analysis, I came to a conclusion. In Her Majesty's plan, as long as I appear in front of you, her plan will succeed. Brando was confused. It took him a while to sort out the logical relationship in this paragraph. You're saying that, when you appear by my side, you've already sent a message. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly frowned. If Delphian's words were not aimless or deliberately misleading, then there was a big problem. What message did Constance send, and who did she send the message to? This meant that there was likely to be someone planted by the Silver Queen around him. He immediately remembered what Delphian said earlier. If Constance had spies around him from the beginning, then her subsequent actions would make sense. Why would she be so interested in him, a small person in a remote area, and repeatedly find trouble with him? It was obvious that she knew about his existence from the beginning. Brando suddenly realized that the Silver Queen had obtained the inheritance of the Dark Dragon for nearly 20 years. Compared to him, she obviously knew more about the Dark Dragon. Within such a short period of time, he had witches who came to seek refuge with him. So, there was no reason why Constance didn't have witches following her. Therefore, it was very likely that the Silver Queen had planted spies among the witches. When Baba Shah announced the appearance of him, the successor of the Dark Dragon, he had already entered the Queen's sight. The more Brando thought about it, the more he felt that this was very likely. Recently, he had a vague feeling that someone was encouraging the nobles to cause trouble in Fathom Harbor, but he had not been able to find the culprit until today. Brando was silent for a while and frowned. There was a spy around him, but he did not know who the spy was. There were too many possibilities. It could be mercenaries, adventurers, or even witches. The composition of the power in AB's territory was too complicated, but there was no other way. Other than the Planeswalker cards, he did not have his own people to use in the early stages of Tanajal's development. Seeing Brando's expression, Delphian knew that he had figured out the cause and effect. She remained silent until Brando continued to ask, Miss Delphian, what do you think Her Majesty the Queen wants you to convey? As I said earlier, Her Majesty the Queen wants me to leave the kingdom for 2 reasons. The second reason is that she wants me to leave my father and grandfather. In fact, this is a private secret. Currently, I have been at the helm of the Nidvan family. My grandfather is old, and my father is far from his ability. In addition, my position in my grandfather's heart is extremely important. If I leave the kingdom, I will fall into Her Majesty's control. If she continues to threaten me. Delphian paused for a moment. I haven't received any news from the outside for many days. But I'm sure you know the situation in the kingdom. Brando heard her words and could not help but feel shocked. The fate of the Nidvan family was actually in the hands of a young girl who was not even 20 years old. She clearly knew how important he was, and yet she still dared to leave the kingdom to seek revenge. If one were to say that this was reckless, it was indeed reckless. He had personally experienced this kind of recklessness. She had repeatedly sought revenge on him and caused him quite a bit of trouble. However, if one were to say that this woman was brainless, it was clear that even if Brando was brainless, Miss Delphian was definitely not brainless. This could only mean one thing. The person who died in the loop of trade winds, named Viscount Elman, was very important to this woman. He could not help but feel a little jealous. To be able to make such a genius fall in love with him, that fellow was really lucky. After a moment of silence, he nodded. Your grandfather and father are under house arrest, just like the other nobles who opposed Her Majesty the Queen. Right now, the entire kingdom is under the control of the Silver Queen. There is no second voice. Delphine wasn't surprised at all. She nodded. That's my motive. I'm a member of the House of Nidwin. I can't just watch it fall. Although it's my fault that it ended up like this, now that I've calmed down, I won't be stubborn anymore. Brando remained silent. Delphian had a good reason and sufficient motive, but this woman was just too smart. How could he be sure that everything she said was true and not just to gain his trust and wait for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow? In the end, compared to Delphian, he was just a mortal. He knew that he could not let go of his hatred so easily, especially when he saw the crisscrossing scars on this woman's face. If he kept her by his side, she would definitely be a ticking time bomb, and the most terrifying kind. He thought for a moment and replied, "You can work with me for the time being, but other than me, you actually have a better choice." "You mean the Crown Prince?" Delphian shook her head. "Compared to him, I still think more highly of you. The Crown Prince has Ludwig's military aristocracy supporting him. The Nidvan family can't help him much at this time. Even if I stand by his side, it will only benefit me at most. This is not what I want. On the other hand, your lordship, although you are a foreigner, you are now considered an influential force in the empire. I hope that as long as your lordship is strong enough in the future, you can ensure the Nidvan family's influence in the empire. On the other hand, if the Nidvan family can maintain their influence in the upper echelons of the empire, it can also strengthen your lordship's position in Erewhon. This is a win-win alliance." "You also know about the Crown Prince?" Brando was extremely shocked. He almost thought that there was a mole by his side. He didn't even tell the witches about this matter. Only the people closest to him knew about it. "It's not hard to guess. I've followed your lordship all the way from Lone Harbor. I've seen your lordship reach this point today. It's already considered a desperate situation, and there's almost no way to break out of it. However, your lordship is still fearless. Clearly, you already have a trump card. I've summarized the recent events and can only conclude that the Crown Prince is still in your hands," Delphian replied quietly. When she said this, Brando and Maynard immediately frowned. However, Delphian seemed to know what they were worried about. She said, "Your lordship, please don't worry. I've only been able to guess this because I've followed you all the way. The Silver Queen believes that she has planted someone by your side and is taking advantage of you at every step. She might not expect you to have a backup plan. But, didn't you say that she has planted a mole by my side?" The Prime Minister's daughter smiled. "I'm sure your lordship is very strict with your lordship. The mole that Her Majesty the Queen has planted can't always deliver information to your lordship's ears. Otherwise, she wouldn't have arranged such a plan for me to deliver the information. From this, it can be seen that this mole is just a hidden chess piece that your lordship has arranged in advance. This chess piece hasn't really come into play yet." Brando thought about it and agreed. His territory was very different from the territories of other nobles. He had a lot of mages under his command. It wouldn't be easy to secretly send any information out of AB's territory through magic. Thinking about it this way, the Silver Queen had planted a mole by his side. It was very likely that she really knew about his existence, but as for how many secrets she knew about him, she probably didn't know too much. He nodded, and the question returned to the original one. "But," Brando asked, "how can you prove that what you're saying is true? I'm a layman, and I really don't feel at ease with having an enemy by my side. I might let you go, but as an aide. You know, there's nothing between us other than enmity. I have no way to prove it." Delphian answered quietly. Her remaining eye shone brightly. "But I have something you want. The Silver Queen has obviously decided to use the mole by your side. She's secretly targeting you, your lordship, but your lordship doesn't seem to have any idea how to deal with it." Brando took a deep breath. Chapter 999. The wind rustled the branches and the wedge-shaped leaves on the oak tree tips rustled. The broken light between the shade of the trees swayed on Delphian's long skirt. "Can you tell me more about it?" The Prime Minister's daughter nodded gently, as if she did not care if Brando went back on his word after she finished speaking. "Ever since we left Lone Port, Her Majesty should have lost track of us. There are dozens of inland sea routes from the Sublime Sea. We can go to Cloak Bay, Metz, Flower Leaf Ridge, north of the Evergreen Walkway, Rokizi, and even the northwest of Anzaruta. Even in Metz, there are dozens of ports. After arriving at Fat Han, even if the spies His Majesty placed around you find an opportunity to send back information, they won't be able to dispatch troops calmly. After all, no one in this world can truly predict the future. There was a glass of water on the wheel's armrest. Delphian put her fingertips into the glass and dipped them gently. Then, she drew a few simple lines on the circular flower bed of the oak tree beside her. Brando could tell that it was a simple map. Delphian first drew the coastline, then marked a few key locations. They were the imperial capital, the entrance to Ludwig, East Metz, north of the Evergreen Walkway, and Fat Han Port. She pointed in the direction of the imperial capital, then moved to Ludwig, then to East Metz, and finally stopped at Fat Han Port. It has been a week since we arrived at Fat Han Port. It would take at least 2 days to arrive at Ludwig by Griffin from the imperial capital, and half a week to arrive at East Metz. In terms of time, she wouldn't be able to mobilize any of her troops near us. Even if it's an assassination, she wouldn't have time to prepare. But now, the situation in Fat Han Port is unstable. Someone is stirring behind the scenes, which means that Her Majesty has already taken action. She is confident that she can complete the attack on you in the near future. Brando didn't ask where Delphian got the news from. He believed that with her intelligence, it wouldn't be too hard for her to pry the information out of someone else. Also, he looked at Lady Silver Dragon. Lady Mithril seemed to like her a lot. If Lady Silver Dragon asked, she probably wouldn't lie. However, this was not considered a secret, so Brando was too lazy to ask. Delphian's voice was as calm as water as she continued, Constance is headstrong and opinionated. She likes to show her strong side in front of others. She especially likes to act arbitrarily and rarely listens to the opinions of others. She seems to be a very typical empress. However, this is just a facade she puts on in front of outsiders. As a supreme being of the empire, she needs to use this method to maintain her prestige and make it hard for others to see through her. This method seems to be very successful, but unfortunately, some things are destined to betray you. During the reign of her father and grandfather, the empire and the holy sanctum were like fire and water. But during her reign, the imperial power became more and more stable, and the relationship with the holy sanctum became more and more harmonious. This is definitely not something that can be done by an arbitrary person. After all, in the history of the empire, there are only a few female rulers. Although she deliberately hides herself, she has to do something to prove herself. But in the end, her achievements will be recorded in history, making an annotation for her life and character. This is something she can't change. Constance is actually a very calm person. From all her policies and plans in the past 10 years, you can also see that she likes to plan before acting. The map drawn on the stone platform gradually faded, leaving only a faint trace. For such a person, once she decides to make a move against you, then she must have done all the preparations. I considered the entire matter from her point of view. Whether it is mobilizing an army to attack your fleet, my lord, or sending someone to assassinate you, the time is not sufficient and perfect. Then, we can only look for another way. Brando nodded. But even if he excluded the mobilizing of the army and assassination, the Silver Queen could still use thousands of methods, especially in this world where magic was rampant. It was too easy to plot against someone. If that was all, it did not mean anything. It would be very difficult for him to guard against it. The only way he could think of was to catch the people behind this. But since the other party dared to make a move, they were obviously not afraid of being caught. Delphian did not seem to find it that difficult. It is actually very simple to know what Her Majesty will do. In the series of events that happened before, there are actually a few hidden details. We did not notice these details before, but after figuring out the ins and outs of the matter, the information contained in them is clear. Her gaze fell on the tea beside her hand. The sunlight floated up and down in the dark red tea, just like her thoughts. She continued, first of all, the Silver Queen deliberately led me to Vargas to look for you all, to send a message. If this message is taken apart, it means nothing more than, she has the situation in the imperial capital under control, you can make a move now. Why did she send this message? We can get many answers from this question. First, this person must be in the diplomatic group, otherwise the conjecture of sending a message cannot be established. Second, if this message does not have any effect on him, then the act of sending a message is not necessary. Therefore, this person is definitely not an insignificant character. Third, if this person is not an insignificant character, then this person must be able to play some role in this plan. Brando was stunned. What the Prime Minister's daughter said sounded like a matter of course to him, but when he thought about it carefully, it did seem to contain a lot of useful information. He had a flash of inspiration in his mind, but he could not immediately analyze which of the information was useful and which was meaningless. At this time, Delphian continued. The role this person can play in this plan is related to what Her Majesty's plan is. The so-called plan refers to the process of action to achieve a certain goal, and this process is only a means to achieve the goal. If the goal does not exist, then the means are meaningless. Therefore, the core of the plan is the goal, not the process. So in the end, there is only one question worth discussing: what is Her Majesty's goal? A person usually has a motive for doing something. Motive is the goal. Motive refers to the benefits that drive people to do something. Simply put, Her Majesty the Queen is targeting you. What can she gain from you? Or rather, what benefits does she gain from targeting you? Delphian dipped her teacup again and drew a few symbols on the completely dried up map. Brando recognized these symbols. They were the symbols of wizards, benefits and harm. She then raised her head and said, benefits refer to gains and losses, and can be divided into pure good and bad. Her benefits can be gained from you, or it can be prevented from losing. But in theory, you're just a small count of Aween, and you shouldn't have anything to do with the Queen. You can't possibly get in her way, and she can't possibly pay attention to you. Now that she's looking at you, it means that you must have something special that can attract her attention, or even threaten her. In this way, looking for a target from my lord, the range of choices has narrowed a lot. She thought for a moment and said, let me make a hypothesis. Her Majesty calls herself the Dark Dragon and does not hesitate to be the enemy of the entire continent. Since she does not even put the 4 holy cathedrals in her eyes, why would she care about a small threat from Erewhon? Let me assume that Sir Lord also has the inheritance of the Dark Dragon. No, it should be a part of the inheritance. Then the real situation should be like this. You and Her Majesty are not the true Dark Dragon, but you both wield a part of the Dark Dragon's authority. But there can only be one true Dark Dragon. Delphian paused for a moment, and her eyes flickered. Yes, this is the only way to explain everything. Why does Sir Lord also have witches loyal to him? Why does Her Majesty have a soft spot for Sir Lord? Why does Sir Lord rise in such a short time? This logic is established. And there is also circumstantial evidence. Her Majesty obtained the inheritance of the Dark Dragon from the battlefield of the last battle. At that time, there was another high-ranking person in the Empire, and that person was Sir Lord's grandfather, Earth Sword Saint Darius. Her voice seemed to have stopped. She can even guess this? Brando was stunned. Delphian looked at his expression and said indifferently, I have another piece of evidence, and it is now written on your face. Brando blushed. Ever since he experienced so many things, he rarely lost his composure like this. But this was mainly because the wisdom of the Prime Minister's daughter was too far beyond his expectations. It's nothing. You guessed it right. He didn't deny it. Besides, Her Majesty the Queen was taking the blame for him, so he didn't care too much about this matter. But he still asked anxiously, but did you see anything else? Anything else? I'm not interested in Sir Lord's privacy. Right now, we are only discussing official matters. Brando breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was somewhat unlikely, after seeing this lady's performance, he was really afraid that she would see through his origins. At this moment, he felt as if she was looking at him with those light purple eyes. It was as if he was naked in front of her. No wonder people said that smart women were not likable. Brendel felt the same way now. Compared to these secrets, his origins were the biggest secret in this world. At the same time, it was also a mystery that he had yet to solve. He knew that he was Brando, but he also had Sophie's soul in him. He calmed down and understood Delphine's words. What you mean is that Her Majesty the Queen knows that I am the successor of the Dark Dragon. Because of this, she chose to attack me. So, the person beside me is very likely to be a witch. Because only a witch can play a decisive role in this matter. Moreover, a witch can control dreams and kill people invisibly without having to personally come to the victim's side. Delphine nodded and said, connecting all the lines, the whole line is flawless, and there is no doubt that it is the one we are looking for. A witch. Brando muttered to himself. I don't know much about witches. As an aide, this is all I can do. The rest is up to Sir to deal with. Brando nodded. This was enough. He could not help but say seriously to the Prime Minister's daughter, Miss Delphine, if you had used this attitude to deal with me back then, I might have been in big trouble. You think too much, sir. You were just a small noble from Erewhon. I didn't take you seriously at all. The first time, I wanted to do it myself. I didn't expect you to have some strength. But that's it. There's no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Delphine replied as if it had nothing to do with her. The second time, I wanted to hire a few mercenaries to assassinate you. After all, you were the leader of Erewhon's envoy group at that time. It was not good for me to deal with you openly. Besides, it was too troublesome. After killing you, I naturally had a way to escape. But I didn't expect to be attacked by a dragon. That was an accident that could not be predicted, so I don't intend to hold a grudge. Brando finally understood and could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this woman did not take him seriously. He could not help but ask, then what about your fiancé, Elman? At the mention of Elman, the Grand Chancellor's daughter finally reacted. She raised her head with a sorrowful expression. Actually, I know that Elman's death has nothing to do with you and Vahina. I know very well that I was venting my anger on you, but at this point, I no longer have the right to do so. Brando finally understood. Now that we know that the witches are behind this, the next step will be simple. The Silver Queen is the most powerful witch in the world with 3 inheritances. If she wants to carry out this plan, then the 3 witches are most likely to be the ones to make a move. This generation's witch queen is called Esmeralda, the Witch of Agony from the Dark Moon. She is a follower of Ekka's 4th daughter, Aster. As the witch queen, it is difficult for her to leave the Kingdom of Winter, so it is unlikely that she will take action. So that leaves Adatrice from the Dark Moon and the lady in front of us, the Witch of Deceit, Marietla. But since Her Majesty knows that Greysword Saint Mephistopheles is my teacher, she will definitely send someone to delay him. This person must be Adatrice, a follower of the Golden Sea. She is no match for my teacher, but she is more than enough to deal with me. Of course, it may also be witches of other branches who come to deal with me. But other than the 3 mentioned above, the others are no threat to me. The maze of the righteous was disappearing. After listening to Brando's statement, Roman could not help but answer, I see. She raised her small eyebrows. So, Brando, you already knew that there were bad witches? At least a little earlier than you, the so-called witch queen, Brando replied grumpily. Then don't pretend to be surprised in the future. You scared me just now. I thought I would be scolded by you. Brando bent his finger and flicked her forehead. The latter cried out in pain and buried her head in her hands. Do you think I wouldn't have scolded you if I had known before? You should be thinking about how to be a competent witch empress instead of thinking about these crooked matters. With the disappearance of the dream, the castle that was destroyed by the divine spear Natalier was gradually restored to its original state. The ice on the floor gradually melted and seeped into the ground. Soon, even the water stains disappeared. The broken walls and broken pillars seemed to have returned to their original positions. The house was rebuilt, and the metal that was frozen into powder was reformed. In just a moment, the whole corridor was restored to its original appearance. Of course, except for the few headless corpses on the ground and the flowing blood. Brando glanced at Marietta, who was in a coma. Although she had escaped with the substitution technique, she was like a lamp that had run out of oil. It was hard to say whether she could survive or not. However, the witch's inheritance was completely broken. It was likely that she would never be able to use magic again in this lifetime. Falerne, go and inform the Baron to find someone to clean up the battlefield. Don't worry about him asking anything. I think the eldest prince must have encountered some trouble. Falerne nodded and put away her silver staff. She silently turned and left. At this time, Brando suddenly felt the communication crystal on his wrist heat up. The Shire's voice came from it. My lord, it seems that something big has happened. Chapter 1000. Something big happened? Brando's heart skipped a beat when he heard what his wizard servant said. Did something happen to Curel, or did something happen to his senior sister and Medisha? The Shire's voice continued in the messaging crystal. My lord, it's best if you go out and take a look. Go out and take a look? He had some doubts in his heart, but he was finally relieved. At least it was not a big problem. He held the small hand of the Roman next to him and activated the time and space element. The lines of the law retreated as if they were surrendering. His body flashed twice and he was outside the castle. Behind him, the black wolf Ko Hua looked at Marietta, who was on the ground, with disdain. He opened a light door and followed him out. Outside the castle, Brando finally understood what the Shire meant by something big. It was only 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but it was already dark outside the castle. Looking up at the sky above Fatham City seemed to be covered by a thick curtain. There were no clouds in the sky, and it was as dark as an airtight black hole. There were no stars, no moon, and it was even darker than midnight before dawn. As far as the eye could see, the lights of Fatham Harbor had begun to rise. The entire harbor seemed to be boiling, shrouded in the hustle and bustle of screams. This is... Brando looked up at the sky and muttered to himself. The eternal darkness has descended. Ko Hua's voice appeared behind him. The Silver Queen Constance slowly opened her eyes. What she saw was a pair of inhuman eyes that looked like melted silver balls. Those eyes belonged to a middle-aged woman in an ice-blue dress who was sitting opposite her. The woman also seemed to have just woken up from a dream. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, but she seemed to have had a nightmare. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and her face was filled with confusion. Beside the woman, the 4 people on the sofa opened their eyes one after another. Among the 4 women, there was the eternal darkness which Adatrice, Greysword Saint Mephistopheles, a pair of freckled twins around the age of 16, and an old woman with a headscarf. How is it? The Silver Queen asked. It's a pity. The middle-aged woman in the ice-blue dress was still frowning as she shook her head. I didn't do my best. She turned around and saw that there were 2 empty seats on the sofa that had been surrounded by people. Anvale is dead, Marietta can't come back, the star of narration has lost its main star, and the seat of the wise ones is on the verge of collapse. Curel voluntarily handed over her authority, so the seat of the sword is also extinguished. I got the authority of the winter moon Otis. Among the twins, the younger girl said, Arieli was old and unwilling to participate in the battle. I killed her and helped her fulfill her wish. She glanced at the girl who looked exactly like her sitting beside her and smiled slightly. Sister Vivian gave me the authority, so now I have the authority of 2 moons. My lord, am I powerful? Marietta's authority has returned to me. The little girl called Vivian frowned and replied coldly. You did well, Roya, Vivian. The middle-aged woman in the ice-blue dress relaxed a little and smiled approvingly. She then looked at the gloomy old woman beside her. Rodetta, what about you? I didn't find Asali. I heard that she appointed a little girl as the inheritor of the Moon of Death 10 years ago. As for Yarrow, she died 3 years ago. She didn't have time to appoint an inheritor. Her inheritance is still asleep, and I got it. The old woman answered briefly, it's the authority of the moon of death and decay. The middle-aged woman in the ice blue dress nodded, I didn't get the authority of the moon of cup either. Someone interfered with the thread of fate, and I suspect it has something to do with that crazy woman, Euphcuria. It's said that she used the alias of Astya in the past 30 years to find something in a rupture. She might be looking for the next inheritor. I heard that she was very dissatisfied with Anvale. The witches in her line are all crazy, but they are extremely powerful. Anvale is indeed not worthy of the inheritance of the Moon of Cup. As for the inheritance of the Moon of Swords, there's a slight deviation. Her expression turned sour, Your Majesty, that young man doesn't seem to be my king's inheritor. However, he has another destiny on him, and it's definitely not simple. I sensed a very mysterious presence from him. I couldn't see his future through that presence, nor could I cut the thread of fate on him. When Marietta met him, her thread of fate was obviously deflected. It was like. The middle-aged woman in the ice blue dress recalled the crystal ball she had shattered in her hand, and her expression became more solemn. Her tone became more uncertain, it was as if the entire world changed at that moment. Silver Queen Constance reached out and patted her hand gently. In this world, only Her Majesty would dare to do such a thing. If it were anyone else, they would have been killed by this woman in front of her. However, at this moment, the latter didn't feel anything wrong at all. Instead, she was a little fearful. Esmeralda, don't worry too much. At least half of our plan has succeeded. Moreover, now I know that this little guy is not simple. Although we have underestimated him, I won't give him another chance. Your Majesty. Esmeralda, the current witch queen of Bunasan, lowered her head deeply. I don't plan to play these little tricks with that little guy anymore. In my opinion, the nobles in Ludwig are nothing to worry about. The White Legion has arrived near Fathom Harbor. I've decided to attack him first. Next, I'll order the White Legion and the Highlanders to turn their spearheads and attack Fathom. Let the people in the north who are in a constant state of panic breathe a sigh of relief. Coincidentally, my dear son is also by his side. Constance replied confidently, Esmeralda, out of the 12 powers of the witches, 7 of them are in my hands. After that little guy is destroyed, it's just a matter of time before we reclaim the Bunasan. Some things can't be done in one go. You're too impatient. In fact, the current situation is similar to what I expected, or even better. After all, that's Darius' grandson. How can he be so simple? You're right, Your Majesty, Esmeralda replied worriedly. Constance stood up and glanced at her. She knew that the setback this time had cast a shadow over the witch's heart. She felt a little disdain in her heart, as the witch queen's performance had disappointed her. To her, this little bit of trouble was nothing. A person who truly achieved great things would not care about the difficulties in front of them and temporary setbacks. Sigh, these witches are always scheming, and have never seen the big picture. She suddenly admired the little opponent that she had never met. At least he had the temperament of a leader. He could make someone like Mephisto work for him willingly. She walked to the window. The curtains automatically parted to the left and right as if there was magic. However, it was not sunny outside the window, but darkness. Just like the darkness that shrouded the sky above Fat Tan Port, the capital of the Cruz Empire was also plunged into endless darkness. The whole sky was like a huge black vortex, greedily sucking in all the light. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The sun, the moon, and the stars no longer rose. At some point in time, a wild northern wind blew over the imperial capital. The northern wind mixed with snow and rain, falling from the sky in a swirl. Eternal darkness has arrived. The Silver Queen saw this scene and did not seem surprised at all. It's exactly as described in the prophecy. Esmeralda, I heard that on this day, the 13th moon will rise in the sky, the black moon, Cassandra. However, no one has ever seen it. The myth also says that the 13th moon cannot be seen by mortals. But as witches, you should be able to see this moon, right? Esmeralda, I don't think I've heard you mention this moon before. Does this moon also have an inheritance witch? Esmeralda trembled slightly, as if she had heard something terrible. However, she still answered honestly, yes, Your Majesty. The inheritance of the 13th moon is called the Witch of Nothingness. However, she is different from us. Her power does not come from Ekis and his 12 daughters. It comes from the sea monster, Leviathan. Leviathan is the incarnation of the Sea of Magic. In the Twilight War, one of its teeth pierced through the elemental barrier between the Sea of Magic and the present world. After it broke, it formed the Mountain of Stopping the Storm. When it turned over in the Sea of Magic, it formed a huge magic tide. Our power is the 12 reflections of the Sea of Magic in the present world. It is said that the power of the 13th, which is the Sea of Magic itself. Then she must be very strong? Very strong. Esmeralda paused. I've never seen them. It is said that the inheritors of this line of witches are called Sophie. Their last generation of inheritance appeared at the end of the War of the Holy Saints. At that time, the 12 witches were by my king's side, but they were all defeated by the 13th witch. Constance turned her head and frowned. Isn't she also a witch? Why is she on the opposite side of you? I don't know, Your Majesty. This line of witches is very mysterious. There are almost no rumors about them, even in Bunasan. She once defeated you. What about the Witch Queen? If I remember correctly, during the War of the Holy Saints, you witches were still led by the Supreme Witch Queen, right? Could it be that even she was not a match for the 13th witch? Hearing this question, Esmeralda was slightly unhappy. The witches have never been led by a Witch Queen. Your Majesty, we obey her orders because every previous Witch Queen was the master of the Winter Kingdom and also my king's queen. In comparison, the second identity is more restrictive on us, and the master of the Winter Kingdom is not irreplaceable. Is it? Silver Queen looked back at her. I heard that the Witch Queen was the founder of the Witch Kingdom. The first Witch Queen was indeed, and she stole the power of the magic moon from Ekis. Every subsequent Witch Queen was a believer of Ekis, and their inheritance is the Witch of the North Wind. In ancient mythology, the North Wind is the source of magic, because we witches believe that all the north wind in the world blows from the Mountain of Storm Stop. The Mountain of Storm Stop is the source of magic in this world, so the title of Witch of the North Wind is already a very noble title. However, just like the inheritance of the 13th moon, these two lines of inheritance have long been lost in the War of the Holy Saints. Esmeralda explained in detail. After listening to this story, Constance was silent for a while and asked faintly, "Is it really broken?" At least on the surface, but... Esmeralda hesitated for a moment, and her silver ball-like eyes seemed to be recalling something. But a few decades ago, there was a witch who had been looking for these two lines of inheritance. Her name among the witches was Noodle, and she was a strange person. Yes, she was the Witch of the Moon of the Harp, but we have lost her whereabouts for at least 20 years. The Witch of the Moon of the Harp. I seem to have rarely heard you mention this line of inheritance. Silver Queen suddenly raised her head and asked with great interest. In the Kingdom of the Dead, in the south of Bunasan, in a lifeless forest. Two witches, one old and one young, stood in front of a small wooden house in the forest and silently watched the stars above their heads crumble, burn, and fall. On the ruins of the old star field, countless new stars lit up again. It was as if in just a few minutes, the entire night sky had completely changed its appearance. The star of confession fell to the west, and the constellation of sages was dim and eventually extinguished. Under the shadow of the constellation of swords, an inconspicuous dark star was nurtured, and countless other stars seemed to have turned into shooting stars, flying aimlessly in the night sky. After a while, the old witch suddenly came back to her senses. She gently patted the shoulder of the little girl beside her and said, "Let's go, Ai Felu, a new era has come. This is the prophecy that I told you before. The sage's prophecy will come to the world, and it's time for you to leave this forest." "Where should I go, teacher?" The little girl called Ai Felu asked gently. "Go where you should go. In the private library of a noble in Fathom Harbor. The black-haired female knight closed the book in her hand. With the cold light of the crystal lamp between the rows of bookshelves, she could clearly see the words, Book of the Dark Prophecy, on the cover of the book. This book was designated as a forbidden book by the Holy Sanctum, and it was a sacred object of the witches. It was originally placed in the hall of the Pillar of the Kingdom of Winter. The book in front of her was, of course, a fake. It did not have the powerful power to see the future like the original, but the Book of the Dark Prophecy recorded a lot of history and secrets about witches. It was the best document that people used to study witches and even the Myrnas. Maynard put down the book. The little princess of the Cipher family, Kiera, was quarreling with the elf and the latter's pseudo-dragon in the next room. During the quarrel, Yenid, the daughter of the Count of Grey Mountain, was in a dilemma. But it was not the noise that pulled the female knight out of her thoughts. When she was reading the book in her hand, she could clearly feel the changes in the world around her. The light had dimmed, but it was not the change in the light of the magic lamp. She raised her head and looked behind the window. The world outside was becoming dark. It was not as gloomy as the dark clouds before a thunderstorm. Instead, it was pitch black. The artificial lights in the city far and near were like stars in the darkness, shining brightly on the ground. Not knowing when, the quarrel in the library had stopped. Maynard vaguely heard the two little girls gasping, but she did not care about the sound. She vaguely heard a buzzing sound behind her. Chapter 1001. Lady Maynard. Medisha, the silver fairy princess, pushed the door open and entered with a spear in her hand. She saw the black-haired knight turn around and put a finger to her lips, signaling her to keep quiet. Medisha was slightly stunned. She looked at Medisha inquisitively and asked, "What's wrong?" She had been attacked by a few witches when she was outside. After dealing with the battle, she realized that the sky above the entire Fathom Harbor had turned dark. She was afraid that the enemy had infiltrated the house, so she rushed in and saw this scene. Maynard did not say anything. A strange buzzing sound echoed in the silent library. Both of them looked down and fell on the female knight's waist bag. The female knight's waist bag trembled slightly. Something seemed to come alive inside, making a low humming sound. Medisha looked vigilant. She asked Maynard if she needed help with her eyes, but Maynard shook her head. She seemed to have thought of something. She hesitated for a moment, then put her hand on the waist bag and opened the button. The buzzing sound was suddenly amplified. A silver light source slowly rose from the female knight's waist bag. Medisha finally saw it clearly. It was a silver metal disc. It trembled and rose slowly from the waist bag, emitting a dazzling light in all directions. War slate. Medisha recognized it immediately. It was the war slate they found in Vargos. This. What's going on? The everlasting night has come. The war slate has been awakened. Maynard muttered to herself. Suddenly, a look of panic flashed across her face. She instinctively took a step back, wanting to get out of the way, but the silver disc had already shot out a ribbon-shaped beam of light, hitting her squarely in the forehead. Miss Maynard. In Medisha's panicked scream, the female knight's forehead tilted back slightly, and her whole body rose into the air. It was as if the light beam that hit her forehead made her float in the air. Her body leaned back slightly, and her black hair fluttered without wind. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her brows were tightly knitted together. She looked like she was in pain. Shelf No. Arcane 100729401B, Knowledge, Initial D, Regal Curse School, String Magic Inheritance, Inheritor, Iron Bloodline, Bloodline Match. Inheritance commencing, from, Arbitration Council. Everything fell into darkness. Brando raised his head and looked at the sky. It was a pitch-black sky, like a black hole that swallowed everything. There were no stars, no moon, and no light at all. The sky and earth seemed to have merged together. It was vast and boundless, and there was no top or bottom. It was like the scene before the creation of the world. However, on the vast land, there were lights of civilization. The cities, towns, and villages near Fathom Port were lit up one by one. They lit up one by one, from near to far. It was like a string of fire that connected different places, different races, and intelligent creatures that controlled different languages. These fire seeds were scattered on the land, and along the long coastline of the sublime inland sea, they lit up one by one. That was civilization. A lonely and proud civilization. Brando didn't say anything, and Romaine also didn't say anything. Ko Hua didn't say anything. When she saw many nobles appear in the courtyard, she silently retreated into the darkness. In the huge courtyard, no one made a sound for a while. Such a scene was reflected in everyone's eyes. The fiery light that was like stars falling to the ground was reflected in the depths of their black, brown, or blue eyes. The lonely and dark earth was like a lifeless wilderness. However, the fiery light above the wilderness was enough to comfort everyone's heart. Presumably, many years ago, when civilization walked out of the wilderness, when thunder brought down the fire seed for the first time and caused it to burn fiercely in the wilderness, the eyes of the ancestors also reflected such fire. That fire destroyed everything, but it could bring warmth and light. It seemed like a moment had passed, but to the people present, it felt like a lifetime had passed. Suddenly, someone's eyes reflected a different kind of light. Look at the sky. People screamed. In the dark sky, there was originally nothing, but at that moment, it seemed to have become a mirror. This mirror stood opposite the vast land, and the scattered light spots on the ground were reflected on it. These light spots were sparse at first, but then they became denser, and gradually connected together. It was like a group of falling stars, shining brightly in the dark night sky. But people quickly realized that it wasn't a reflection, but a group of falling stars. They connected together, like a collapsing star region moving in mid-air, dragging a long tail, and in an instant, the stars in the sky were all lit up. That moment was an unforgettable wonder for many people. Everyone held their breaths, their mouths wide open, and their eyes unblinkingly looked at this unbelievable scene. But Brendel was the only one who seemed indifferent. There was even an indescribable look on his face, because this scene. He had seen it before. The first falling star finally landed. It was a flashing arc of light, falling from the sky. The bright light drew a straight silver line in the dark night sky, pointing in the direction of the mountains to the east of Metz. However, there was a second one, and then a third one. In a split second, half of the sky seemed to be filled with a silver rain of light. The whole world was shrouded in endless silver lines. They streaked across the night sky, shining dazzlingly. Then, they gradually faded away, and then they were reignited by another falling star. The era of the sword had come, so the stars fell to the ground, returning the knowledge of the sages. That was the year of sparks in history. Brando still remembered that year. The third chapter of the game was opened, the Slate War. That year was 10 years before Ekkasa's recovery. That year, eternal darkness fell, and the slate appeared in the world. Kru's empire, imperial capital, in the Garden of White Roses. Constance's eyes reflected the bright starlight, and the empire's queen laughed loudly in the rain of light. The curtain has opened, and our era has come, Esmeralda, Valhalla, World Tree Fortress. Freya stared at the slate that Brando gave her, dumbfounded. This slate had once saved her life in the deadly frost forest, and gave her some magical abilities. But after that, it fell into silence again. No matter how she studied it, it no longer showed any power, as if it was an ordinary slate. However, at this moment, the stone slab suddenly rose from her desk. Golden words flashed on the stone slab one after another. These words seemed to be nurturing some kind of pattern. They appeared 24 times in succession. After the 24 words appeared, there was suddenly a ka-cha sound. A huge crack appeared in the middle of the stone slab. Ah! Freya screamed. Although this slate had not shown its power since then, it was still a gift from Brando. Moreover, it had saved her life. She had planned to keep it well, but she did not expect it to crack on its own. She was frightened. She hurriedly pressed down on the slate with both hands, afraid that it would continue to play and split into 4 or 5 pieces. This was Brando's most precious gift to her. But before her hand could touch the stone slab, in her flustered movements, the stone slab had already shattered into several pieces with a cracking sound. A golden ray of light shot out from the stone slab and hit her forehead right in the middle. Freya only remembered that before she fainted, she vaguely saw a golden disc fly out from the slate. Then she felt herself falling into a pitch-black world. Then, a voice echoed in her mind, bookshelf number battle 0000000032A, bloodline, initials V, combat equipment, combat skill inheritance, inheritor, iron bloodline match. Inheritance commencing, from, Guard of the Goddess of War. North of Aween, Lion Plateau, Wolf Howling Forest. Breton Harbuck struggled to drag his unconscious comrades out of the pile of black wolf corpses. He wiped off the bloodstains on his white lion armor, and then looked at the silver triangular fragment floating in the air not far away with a strange expression on his face. Not long ago, when the sky was completely dark, he and his comrades were patrolling in the forest. Then, they were suddenly attacked by a pack of black wolves, and almost all of them were wiped out. Fortunately, the silver fragment from the sky emitted a dazzling radiance that killed all the black wolves. After that, it floated motionlessly in the air. No matter what, I still have to thank you. Breton raised his head, but what exactly are you, and what is happening to the outside world? You must be related to the previous changes, right? He muttered to himself. He did not expect this thing to answer him, but the moment he finished his sentence, a beam of light suddenly shot out from the triangular fragment, and a translucent projection appeared on the snowy ground. Greetings, mortal, I am Lucas, or as you are used to calling me, you can call me Crystal. Mortal, I allow you to call me Alphonse. In front of you is the end of all things, Tsanglan. I am Blazing. We will abide by the contract and return the lost knowledge to the inheritors of our civilization. A new cycle has begun, you will eventually face the final moment, please accept my knowledge, mortal. From the mech city of Orthus to the Tower of Stars, from the Leo Palace to the Hall of 10 Saints, from the vast plains of West Nazir, from the rolling mountains of Saint Tossel on the winter solstice, from the Silver Bay where the stars gathered to the alliance of 10 cities where the cold wind howled. At this moment, countless scenes like this were repeated over and over again. Streaks of starlight descended from the sky, and the knowledge from the ancient times, the inheritance that was scattered on the earth after the destruction of Babel Fortress, finally returned to the world at this moment. The war slate, in Brando's knowledge, had descended on this world half a century earlier. The order of the world. It would finally begin to be turbulent. At this moment, in a small private library in Fathom Port, Maynard let out a shrill scream, "No. No, I refuse." At that moment, the black-haired female knight seemed to see a stream of light in a dark world rushing into her mind. Countless information, images, characters, and lines of law filled her memory. As long as she put her mind into these information, she would understand that these were all from the highest civilization of the previous era, and they were the most important part of the inheritance that was lost on the earth. However, Maynard did not have the slightest intention to accept these inheritances at this moment. She only felt panic in her heart, and she clenched her teeth to resist. But this resistance was powerless. The images quickly changed. From these flashing lights and shadows, she saw the ancient war, the confrontation between the dusk and the order, the divine people building this world, the migration of the Matatanians between the stars, and the creation of the first light, her mother, Martha. Then she saw more things, the destruction of Babel Fortress, the change of the era, the birth of the Black Iron people in the wilderness, the War of the Sages, and the establishment of Erewhon. These images overlapped with each other, and she almost did not have time to remember them. They flashed in front of her eyes. Then she saw her own birth. That scene seemed to be divided into two. She saw two worlds. In one world, she was born in the noble family of Erewhon. She received a good noble education and knight training since she was young. She practiced hard and grew up as if she was trying to break free from a certain destiny. In another world, she was born in a strange room. It was a pure white room, surrounded by strange machines. A group of people in white robes surrounded the young her and her weak mother. Then, she saw her own growth, her childhood, her teenage years, and her experiences during the age of learning. Unconsciously, Maynard began to sob slightly. A line of tears had already slid down her closed eyes. I don't want to be replaced, I am. NYM. Sith, I'm sorry, Medicia's outstretched hand froze in midair. It did not move an inch forward. After a while, the black-haired female knight slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes flashed with a strange light, a light that Medicia had never seen before. She lowered her head and was silent for a moment. Then she raised her head again. Sophie, a name that the little silver elf princess had never heard before, was softly uttered by the female knight. After the stars fell, the distant horizon was still pitch black. Brando looked in that direction, as if waiting for something to happen. No one in the courtyard made a sound. No one knew what happened before. They looked at each other. No one understood why the sky suddenly darkened. Where did the sun, the moon, and the stars go? Also, what was with the meteor that fell to the ground? Roman curiously shook Brando's hand. Brando turned back and gently patted the back of her hand, indicating that she did not need to worry. This was the eternal darkness that came before dusk. Then it would be 7 years of eternal night. The original order of Wond would be completely overturned at this moment. But he was not too worried. Because he had personally experienced all of this. He looked in the direction of the horizon. In just a moment, a ray of silver light suddenly rose from that place. The silver light was like a slowly rising silver line. It slowly rose, and when it rose to the top, a dazzling light spread from the tip of the silver light. Then, many such silver light beams rose from far and near. They quickly connected into one. One after another, the shining silver lines crisscrossed in mid-air, forming a mysterious pattern. In the pattern, there were characters flashing. Flame, flame. Deis, divine. Latin, life. Vio, light. As if at the beginning of the world, Martha dropped the silver lines of law from the sky above the sea of magic. The lines of law crisscrossed and weaved the code of law of the world. This scene was now playing out in the sky above the entire world. The crisscrossing silver lines connected with each other and then shone with a warm and continuous light. A solemn chant seemed to resound in the darkness. It was an incantation, but also a gentle holy song. The sacred notes floated in the sky above the world, echoing in the sky above Wond. In this song, the darkness in the sky dissipated in the light. The sun, the blue sky, the clouds, and the breeze reappeared in the sky above the world after a moment. This was Martha's final blessing to her people, the song of the mortal world. Chapter 1002. Freya blinked her eyes and woke up from the darkness. The candles on the table had burned out, and the bedroom was pitch black. She was in a daze for a moment before she remembered what happened. The stone slab that Brendel gave her suddenly cracked open, and a golden disc flew out from it. A ray of light shot out from the disc and hit her forehead. Is this a dream? Freya subconsciously looked at the table and found that the disc that had lost its luster was lying quietly among a pile of stone fragments. The moonlight outside the window shone on it, emitting a cold glow. Only then did Freya notice that there was a moon in the sky outside the window. However, she did not know what had happened earlier. She only thought that it was a solar eclipse, and she was a little surprised that she had slept all the way to night. Could it be that everything that had happened before was real? She subconsciously thought about what had happened in the dream and suddenly got up. She suddenly found that there was some strange knowledge in her mind. It was as if she was born with this knowledge. Although some of it was still unfamiliar, it was as if she had systematically learned this knowledge at some point in the past. It was just that she had not used it for a long time, which caused her to be unfamiliar with it. It was not the kind of rote memorization that was poured into her mind. It was as if the knowledge became clear after a little recollection. She even had an illusion that as long as she found the opportunity to practice a few times, she would be able to master this knowledge. Most of the knowledge in her mind was about combat skills. It was as if she had been trained to be an elite warrior. These warriors belonged to an organization called the Goddess of War Guard, or Valkyrie Guard. But other than that, there was nothing else in this memory. Other than a variety of combat skills, the rest was the way to use various weapons and equipment. There was also a lot of extra information in her mind. Those were all information about monsters, but she had never seen or even heard of these monsters before. Something like Oracle Warrior, Raider, Blade Worm, Dream Walker, and other messy things. Most of them did not sound like monsters, but more like military ranks. Freya found that these things all had one thing in common. Most of them were labeled as No Race, and the rest were Dusk Race, Crystal Worm, and Blade Worm. Crystal Worm. Freya knew about it. Brando often mentioned this creature, No Race. She felt that she had heard of it somewhere before. She had a vague impression of it. She had a vague feeling in her heart that she had fought with these creatures at some point in the past. But she knew that this feeling was not a real memory, but came from these inherited knowledge. In her memory, the Valkyrie of War was a warrior of the Dragon of War, Tiamat. They had a special ability to summon the projection of ancient weapons on the earth through the Dragon of War. Freya stretched out her hand and chanted, Hercules. This strange spell seemed to suddenly appear in her mind. A white brilliance descended from mid-air, directly penetrating the roof and falling into her hand. Countless tiny light particles gathered in her hand and condensed into a long sword. The sword was very strange. Its blade seemed to be made of light, but it did not diverge, nor was it bound together. Instead, it formed a crystal-like sheet with a certain arc. On the guard of the long sword, for metal plates were folded back, blocking the long sword's hilt and grip. The overall style of this saber was completely different from the artistic style of the mainland. The saber did not have any embossed decorations, nor were there any commonly seen decorations such as ivy, dragons, or sun thorns. It gave people a feeling of simplicity and strength. Is this an ancient weapon? Freya had never seen such a long sword before, but she could feel that it was very beautiful. She raised the sword and glanced at it. Only then did she realize that there was another person in her room. This gave her a shock. She immediately got into a fighting posture, but then she found that the person standing silently in the dark was the Emerald Knight, who was covered in armor. Freya was slightly stunned. Mr. Knight, why are you here? The Emerald Knight was the guardian spirit of the Lionheart sword. Ever since she got the Lionheart sword, he had been by her side. However, he rarely appeared in her sight. Even in battle, he did not help her. It was as if he was purely protecting the sword. These days, she had not seen this knight for a long time. She almost forgot about his existence. However, she was still a little annoyed that the other party had barged into her room without saying a word. Since he was a knight, didn't he know that it was very impolite to barge into a lady's room without permission? But today, the Emerald Knight was obviously a little different. He raised his head, and the hollow flame of the soul under his helmet burned quietly. He glanced at Freya, then turned around, pushed the door open, and left. The Emerald Knight did not speak, but Freya had a faint feeling that he was going to leave. The night wind blew through the mountains of Tonajal. The ABs made a soft rustling sound, as if they were composing a song, chanting about the unknown future. On the first day of the month of autumn's twilight, the residents of Wonde witnessed a most unusual solar eclipse. Of course, most people thought that it was just a solar eclipse, because in less than a quarter of an hour, the sun and the sky reappeared. However, in many areas, such as Lawsel, White Mountain, the south of St. Tassol, the east of the Great Glacier, some areas of the 10 cities, the dark forest in the south of Erewhon, and some areas of the White Plains, the sun did not rise again after sunset. Soon, large-scale riots broke out in these places. Within a week, they became completely disordered areas. In these areas, where there was a lack of light, food, and even drinking water, the political entities quickly disappeared. After the order disappeared, the original civilization was replaced by barbarism. The residents became bandits, causing a large number of refugees to migrate out. But soon, in these dark areas, even the bandits could not survive. Waves of refugees poured out, flocking to the areas that still had light. However, the refugees did not go too far, so in most areas, people still did not know what was going on. In the Sea of Stars, a floating city floated above the sea. Lataji was the name of this city. It was one of the more famous floating cities in the Silver City state. Usually, it stayed in the outer sea of the Sea of Stars and was responsible for monitoring the movements of the monsters in the White Mountains and the Great Plains. However, at this time, this city, known as the Eye of Darkness, was quietly floating in the darkness. Wizards used magic to light up all kinds of lights and gathered in the brightly lit square in the center of the city. At this moment, there were wizards in robes floating above the square, but they all had one thing in common, which was that there were at least 7 silver stripes on their robes. Those who did not have more than 7 stripes stood on the square, and from afar, they looked like a black mass. In Byuga, wizards who could cast spells below the 5th circle were called apprentices, and those who could cast spells from the 5th circle to the 7th circle were called pseudo-wizards. Wizards who could cast spells from the 5th circle to the 7th circle were called pseudo-wizards, but wizards who could cast spells from the 7th circle and above were called grand wizards. But in this Silver City state, you were either a grand wizard or an apprentice. In other words, only when you became a grand wizard could you leave the status of apprentice. After leaving the status of apprentice, you could fly freely in the city, which was why there was such a black mass of people on the ground. Those who didn't know much about Byuga might have thought that the so-called Silver Union was just so. However, the truth was that most of the so-called apprentices on the ground were pseudo-wizards. Wizards who could only cast spells below the 5th circle were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. They might even be harder to find than those top-tier great wizards. Only those children under the age of 10 with poor aptitude for wizardry would have a chance of becoming one. In Byuga, if you could not cast a level 5 spell after the age of 15, then you were not a person with poor aptitude, but a freak. This was the strength of the silver folk. In fact, in terms of combat strength, the gap between the silver folk and the gold folk was not that big. It was just that in the era of the Twilight War, the gold folk were the real fighting race, while the silver folk rarely went directly to the battlefield. For example, the dragons were the best of the gold folk. In terms of individual strength, they were far superior to the craftsman wizards of Byuga. However, the dragons were rare. Even in the most powerful era of the gold folk, they were the least populous of the gold folk. In terms of one-on-one combat, the ordinary members of the dragons naturally crushed the average craftsman wizard, but at the level of the entire race, the Byuga people were not afraid of the dragons. However, it was these two races that, in the era of the divine people, the ancestors of the Byuga people, the scholars of Akkadu, were the librarians of Babel, responsible for organizing and collecting the knowledge and inheritance of the civilization. The dragons, on the other hand, were pure warriors, charging at the front line of the Twilight War. The division of labor between the two was clear at a glance. This was also the biggest difference between the silver folk and the gold folk. It was just that for thousands of years, since the end of the War of the Holy Saints, the Byuga people had not shown their strength in wound. They rarely intervened in disputes, let alone participate in a war. Because of this, even when Her Majesty the Queen of the Cruz Empire declared not long ago that she wanted to restore the Myurna dynasty, they only sponsored Brando's fleet for the first time. That was all. They did not even send half a person more. Even the fleet itself was just a part of the original deal between them and Tanajul. The Byuga people just added something extra, and it was not even considered a help. But at this moment, these wizards were unprecedentedly serious. A wizard in a red robe was giving a speech in midair. His voice was like rolling thunder, enveloping the entire city. According to our investigation, in the year 376, after the magic tide skyrocketed at noon on the first day of the month of autumn, meteor fragments fell from the sky above Wone to the ground. Most of them were part of the knowledge and inheritance that was claimed to have been lost to the earth after the destruction of Babel Fortress. They are also the most important part of the civilization inheritance of the tribunal. The rest is the Somir crystal. In Buga, the silver-robed wizards were the wand-wielding wizards of the White Tower. They held a silver staff in their hands and were also known as the Silver Staff Wizards. They were the guardians of knowledge and held a high position in the Silver Alliance, second only to the wizards of the Senate. The most common ones were the white-robed and gray-robed wizards. Here, the white-robed wizards were the common craftsman wizards, and the gray-robed wizards were generally from the Silver Alliance's battle order. Most of them were elementalists. The black-robed, red-robed, and blue-robed wizards were the rarest and most unique of the three types of wizards. The blue-robed wizards were unique to the city of Winged Lion. They were the personal guards of Rosadr, one of the 12 leaders of the Silver Alliance. Rosadr himself specialized in rune magic, so the blue-robed wizards were also the strongest rune wizards of the Buga people. The black-robed wizards were generally from the Hermit Order of the Silver Alliance. Most of the members of this organization were necromancers and warlocks who specialized in necromancy and magic formations. Of course, these people thought highly of themselves and looked down on the country bumpkins from Madara. The red-robed wizards, also known as the Insightful Ones, came from the Tower of All Things. They were the top group of astrologers in the whole of Wonde. They were proficient in astrology, but the most outstanding of them was the leader of the red-robed wizards, one of the 12 leaders of the wizards, Vladimir the Great Haryanov. He was also the mayor of Latakia. He had a divine artifact called the Sunspot. It was a unique black eye shape, so it was also known as the Eye of Darkness. This was how the city of Latakia got its name. Vladimir the Great appeared in the sky above the square in his familiar bald head. He had a thick beard and a black symbol on his forehead. It was the mark left behind by the Eye of Darkness. He looked down at the square from the sky and paused for a moment before continuing. As everyone knows, the Buga people are the descendants of the scholars of Akkadu. It is our duty to collect and manage the knowledge of the land. The precious knowledge in the library of Babel Fortress was once the most important wealth of the wizards, so we have the responsibility to retrieve it and take good care of it. The square was silent. However, Vladimir the Great did not care. He did not need these people's answers. At his height, he only needed to ask for the opinions of the 12 people. To be exact, there were 3 of them. The Silver Union wasn't as tightly knit as one might think. After the Second Holy War, the Silver Union sorcerers had split into 3 factions due to disagreements. William, the silver-robed sorcerer, was in charge of the 2 most important cities in Buga, Kanaki and the White Tower. The soldiers called themselves the Mithril Society. Next was the Hermit Order, the headquarters of the black-robed wizards. Their leader was Yogi. They left their floating city on top of the glacier. Although they were secretive, they were most enthusiastic about the affairs of the mainland. However, these black-robed wizards were not interested in fighting for power on the mainland. Instead, they were interested in eliminating the forces of chaos. In fact, they were the biggest enemies of all for one and tree herders. Finally, there was the so-called Red and Blue Alliance, also known as the Saucered Alliance. In fact, it was the Twin Cities Alliance of Rossard and Vladimir the Great. It was named because the 2 floating cities were located in the sky above the Saucered region. This alliance was the weakest in the Silver Alliance, so it was not well known. However, it had a great enmity with the Mithril Society led by William. Vladimir the Great himself had long coveted the position of the White Tower. He had always advocated that the guardian of the White Tower should be a more insightful astrologer, not a wizard of the law. Although in the Silver Alliance, the wizards of the law were often called scholars. However, Vladimir the Great also knew in his heart that among the 12 wizard leaders, Solomon of the Mithril Society was the leader, followed by William. Tulman was ranked 4th, and he was ranked 8th. Rossard was even worse than him. With the strength of the Twin Cities Alliance, challenging the Mithril Society was a bit of a fantasy. The reason he coveted the White Tower was because of the sacred status of the White Tower among the wizards. The White Tower of Buga was built to imitate the Tower of Law in the Elemental 5. Every floor of the White Tower was filled with documents and books from all over the Wond. It was the largest and proudest library of the Buga people. What was the most important thing to a wizard? Naturally, it was knowledge. And the White Tower was a symbol of knowledge, so it had always been regarded as the holy land of wizards. But now, he obviously had a better choice. The Buga people were the descendants of Scholar Aegido. Scholar Aegido used to be the tower guardian of Babel. At that time, they used to have all the civilizations of tens of thousands of years, the knowledge and inheritance of countless continents. The knowledge of the golden race, the silver race, and even the divine race and God was stored in the Tower of Babel. In that era, Babel was the center of civilization and the symbol of order. If one day he could take back this knowledge, then the White Tower was not worth mentioning. Vladimir the Great waited silently in mid-air, his red robe fluttering without wind. Soon, he heard a voice from the void. Chapter 1003. Vladimir the Great, do you intend to interfere with the history of the land? The voice in the air asked. This voice was as firm as steel, sonorous and powerful. Although it was only questioning, it gave people the feeling that it was denying it. Honorable Lord Otto, Summoner, Dragon Wizard, this depends on how we define what interference is. Interference? In my opinion, interference is interference in politics and disputes. We are just collecting precious knowledge and documents. For thousands of years, we have been collecting knowledge and documents on the land. This is not something out of the ordinary. Vladimir the Great recognized the owner of the voice. It was Lord Otto, Wond's most powerful magic circle wizard. His personality was just like his profession. He liked to be prepared in advance and always thought of the worst-case scenario. As an old friend of hundreds of years, Vladimir the Great knew this very well. He did not really oppose the idea. He was just waiting for a reason to convince him. Of course, if you lacked a reason, he would feel that you were offending his authority. Vladimir was not worried about this at all. In fact, we all know very well that what we really care about is the views of the Mithril Society. The Mithril Society is indeed powerful, but their views can only represent the views of some people. History has taught us many times that power does not necessarily mean right. The shortcut to the right is to be careful, to maintain a humble attitude, and to have the right goal. Without a doubt, I think we can do all of this. Mithril Society cannot say anything to us. I agree. Another person's voice came from the void. This voice was low and solemn, as if he was always interpreting history. It was the voice of the Winged Lion City Lord, Rosager. He was a man of few words, and after saying these 3 words, he fell silent again. I agree as well. The last voice belonged to a woman, and it was the only voice among the 3 that could be heard with emotion. Her owner was obviously very excited, and her voice was loud and clear, making one's blood boil. It was as if she was ready to set off at any time to carry out this plan. There were not many women among the 12 leaders of the Silver Alliance. There was only one woman who was so emotional. She was known as the Fairy King, the first elemental messenger of Wond, Storm Queen Elatras. Including Vladimir, 3 out of the 4 of them had already agreed. Thurantar also knew the personalities of these old friends, so he fell into silence and did not speak anymore. Those who were familiar with him understood that this was a sign of agreement for him. In the history of the Amber Sword, about 1/3 of the war slates that fell on Vont on the first day of the Eternal Night in the middle of the month of flowers were the slates that inherited the lost knowledge of Ebabel Fortress. Except for a small number of these fragments that fell directly on the surface and were coincidentally picked up by people, most of them directly penetrated the earth's crust and sank deep into the ground, ruins, or mountains. In the following 30 years, there were still war slates being excavated one after another. Among them, the ones who excavated the most war slates were the craftsmen wizards from Buga, followed by several mortal wizard organizations in Vont, and finally, the various national forces and players on the continent. But generally speaking, these war slates followed a pattern, and that was, the deeper they were buried and the later they were excavated, the more precious the knowledge they inherited. The rarity of war slate was similar to that of equipment. They were divided into iron, brass, silver, fantasy, ancient, and mythical. However, above mythical, there were no lesser divine artifacts or superior divine artifacts. There were only legendary and ancient slates. Among the war slates, the slates below the fantasy rank would mostly inherit the knowledge and skills of a single class. Only the slates above the fantasy rank would inherit the various hidden classes and even bloodline abilities. As far as Brando knew, most of the war tablets unearthed before 18 years ago were below the fantasy level. 18 years later, the unearthed slates began to appear as ancient and even mythical slates. Before his time travel, the wizards of Buga were said to have unearthed the first legendary slates. But there were exceptions. The exceptions were the war tablets that existed in Wonde before this day. This part of the slates came from the meteor showers that happened before the Evernight. In fact, it was the slates that had descended to the world earlier than expected. These slates were extremely rare, and their landing locations were not fixed. Unlike the war slates that descended on the Evernight continent, the magical reaction and the phenomenon of heaven and earth when these slates descended could only be seen by people within a few miles or even 10 miles of the area. It would be fine if there was a town nearby, but if it was in the wilderness or even in the dark forest, no one would know that there were slates that had fallen in that area. There were also more precious war tablets that were said to have been directly lost in the elemental border and the land when Babel Fortress was destroyed. These war tablets mostly contained the most precious knowledge, and the most famous one was the war tablet that Freya had inherited. The origin of this war tablet was a legend among the players in Erewhon and even Cruz. Some said that it was brought out by the late King Eric from the Hall of Kings in the Holy Cathedral of Fire and was a relic of the Flame King Gretel. Others said that it originally existed in Erewhon and was lost in the War of the Dusk. The argument supporting this theory was that Ekka's hibernation was also in Erewhon, and was not far from where this war tablet was hidden. But there was another theory that this war tablet was not a war tablet, because its appearance was very different from most war tablets. Since Freya had obtained this war tablet through other means in the game, most players would not be able to take a look at it from her. After the war tablet was sacrificed, this war tablet was also lost, and no one knew its whereabouts. In fact, Brando himself was not sure whether this war tablet was a war tablet or not, although he knew where this war tablet was buried. But he only knew one thing. If one were to talk about the knowledge inherited from this war tablet, compared to the other war tablets, it was at least mythical. He even suspected that it might be a legendary or even ancient war tablet. If not for the fact that he had never seen these two war tablets before. Because the knowledge inherited from this war tablet was far stronger than the other mythical war tablets. But there were far more types of war tablets than just knowledge tablets. In fact, among the war tablets that descended on the same day in history, there was another type of war tablet, and that was the fragment of law. This kind of fragment had another scientific name. It was called the Song of Martha. Its number was about 2/3 of the war tablets that descended on the first day of Evernight. These huge number of fragments were also called the artificial sun or sun fragments by the players. This was because this part of the fragments was completely activated the moment they fell to the ground. They rose from all over the world of Wonde, no matter how deep they fell when they fell. Their light slowly rose all the way to the sky, and about 30 kilometers away from Wonde, it was activated by a mysterious force, and each of them connected to each other, weaving a small, Tiamat law. Within the range of this law, the effect of Evernight was cancelled out. Martha's law and order that was pierced by the tide of mana stabilized again, albeit in a small area. So people could see the sun, the sky, and the clouds again. In fact, even in the game, the players only realized the function and effect of these fragments of law after a long time. Like most of the residents of Wonde now, most of the players at that time thought that there was a small solar eclipse in Wonde. The only thing they knew more than the natives was the cause of this solar eclipse, the great mana tide that happened once in 1,000 years. It was not until a long time later that the players who traveled far began to realize that the time of the sun's rise and set, and even the state of the seasons and weather were very different between different regions. This difference was different from the difference in the latitude and longitude of Earth, because it was known that Wond was a world where the sky was round and the Earth was round. The sun was just a function of the law. The sun god, Perkin, walked in the sky and the Earth day after day, which caused the alternation of day and night in Wond. So as long as it was in Wond, in the area covered by civilization and order, the alternation of day and night in any region should be the same. There was no such thing as Erewhon's day being equal to Fanzin's night on Earth. But after the Evernight came, this kind of thing happened. The most obvious situation was at the border between Fanzin and the Great Glacier, which happened to be between the intersection of two different small, Tiamat, laws. As a result, when people traveled from Fanzin to the Great Glacier, they would find that this kind of thing happened. It was just a few dozen miles away, but the time went from noon to midnight, and the season went from hot summer to cold winter. This kind of situation was quickly confirmed by players from all over the world, and was summarized into about 20 major areas: Central Cruise Law Zone, Cloak Bay Law Zone, Metz, Ludwig, Evergreen Corridor Law Zone, and Anzaruda Law Zone. The above four are collectively referred to as the Great Law Zone of Cruise: Northern Saint Tassol Law Zone, Southern Saint Tassol Law Zone, Eastern Madara Law Zone, Lonk 9 Phoenix Law Zone. This place is at the southern part of the Loop of Trade Winds, and is not part of the main civilization of Wond. Central Fanzin Law Zone, Grecius Law Zone, east of Fanzin, near the Great Glacier, 10 Cities Law Zone, North Sea Law Zone, between Erlanta, Erewhon and 10 Cities, Algash Mountains Law Zone, Erlanta Law Zone, White Plains Law Zone, Nazir Law Zone, Misty Mountains Law Zone, east of Saint Tassol, south of the Great Plains, near the Star Sea and White Mountains, Dragon Island Law Zone, far east, west of the Great Glacier, and far north Law Zone, north of Nazir. In addition, there were many fragmented law zones. These law zones were often very small and trivial, but there were many of them. Some only covered the size of a city, and some covered the size of a kingdom. These law zones of various sizes usually followed a common point, and that was that most of the laws in the areas close to the four great empires were similar, and the closer to the border of the original civilization, the greater the difference in the laws. Later, the players successively discovered areas that were not covered by the law zones, such as the White Mountains, the White Plains, the north and the west of the White Plains, and even many areas that were originally civilized had been completely engulfed by the darkness. The countries and civilizations in these areas were either destroyed or migrated, and a large number of monsters were born in the darkness, nibbling away at the areas that still maintained the law zones. This led to decades of unrest, and a large number of refugees. Brando had experienced such a thing in history, so after the Evernight came that day, he was the only one who knew what kind of situation the intelligent creatures and civilizations on the continent of Wond would face. The impact of the war slate and the Evernight's arrival would not affect the entire Wond in a short period of time, but soon, there would begin to be refugees everywhere, and the attacks of the monsters would greatly increase. In history, the first area that was not recovered from the darkness should be a small state in the south of Cruz. The refugees there were driven by the monsters to the east of Anzaruda, and today, they were discovered by the players, which led to the exposure of this matter. However, Brando did not know if history would repeat itself. Today, Anzaruda was still under the control of the Jorgandi Ridge, and the refugees who escaped might not be discovered immediately. Or this time, they might not escape to the north at all, and might enter the Manticore Dukedom. Coupled with the delayed news of the war in the south and other factors, it might take a longer time for the refugee wave to erupt. However, no matter how much it was delayed, what was to come would come. In fact, he was not very surprised by what was happening at the moment. As early as when he and Maynold got the first war slate in Greystone Town, he already knew that the demonic wave and the Evernight would come early, but he did not expect it to be so fast. He quickly ordered the people around Fathom Harbor to increase their vigilance to prevent the attacks of the monsters. At the same time, he actively arranged for people to go out of the city and look for the war slate fragments that fell around Fathom Harbor. These war slates, including the law fragments, could be controlled by humans. He was very sensitive about this. In history, people would quickly find out that the law fragments found from other areas could be used to improve the law of their own area and further expand it, just like the tinder. It was the same for those trivial law fragments and law regions. So, the turmoil that followed began because no one wanted to live in darkness, and they could not survive. Some of the ambitious people who had mastered the law fragments, and most of them were wizards, started to build their own independent countries. In the decades that followed, other than the four great empires, all kinds of countries were established on the continent. It was because of this. At that time, it triggered the most brutal war of the wizards. That war almost extinguished the fire of civilization in the whole of Wonde. As a person who had experienced it, Brando naturally did not want to go through it again. He planned to prepare in advance, and even put aside the war with the Silver Queen. Obviously, the nobles in Fathom Harbor, including the eldest prince, did not understand his behavior. However, for those exiled nobles in the south who did not know about the War of the Witches, as long as he did not go against Her Majesty, they were greatly relieved. Brando decided to first collect a few of the most important war slates in history near Fathom Harbor. But before he could carry out this plan, early the next morning, when he was about to leave the Baron's castle, he was stopped by someone. The inheritance of the Knight of the Silver Horse, the dragon skin spell, and the Orgal pattern. All these important things are around Fathom Harbor. Don't you have any thoughts? The black-haired female knight leaned against the door, one hand supporting the door frame, blocking Brando's way. She looked at Brando's face with a smile and a meaningful gaze. She said in a calm tone, "My dear little Brando. P.S. I'm a little bit stuck, but I still insisted on writing it. I really don't want to stop updating. No matter what, I'll write something. Yesterday, I accidentally wrote the leader of the 12 wizard leaders, Solomon, as William. It was mainly because I wrote William in the beginning. I didn't turn around and wrote it subconsciously. I've already changed it." Chapter 1004. Brando stared at Maynard, who suddenly appeared in front of him, stunned. He wondered if the female knight didn't take her medicine today, or had she taken too much. No, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart, and his eyes once again carefully stopped on Maynard's face. The other party's long and narrow eyes were slightly narrowed, and the corner of her mouth had a gentle smile. It was too familiar, so familiar that he recalled it countless times in his dreams, and now it really appeared in front of him. He blinked, as if to confirm whether he was mistaken, or the female knight was making fun of him, but that didn't seem to be Maynard's usual personality. He hesitated for a while before he finally dared to confirm. Who was standing in front of him? Senior. Senior? Well done, Maynard winked slyly. She squeezed Brando and walked into the room. Where's your little fiancé? Brando broke out in a cold sweat. He felt that his brain wasn't enough, but Allium Japonicum loved to make fun of him in The Amber Sword, and her words made him completely confirm the other party's identity. He was going to find someone to investigate the matter of the fallen war slate outside Fat Tan Harbor, but he had completely forgotten about it at the moment. Closing the door, he looked at the female knight's graceful back in confusion. Allium Japonicum looked around in the study, as if she was very interested in this place. She walked to the fireplace and picked up a photo frame from the mantelpiece. This room is Baron Metz's office. This guy is a stubborn old man. He will definitely let you use this place. It seems that he will let you use it. He must have given you a lot of face. He was just Count Erwin. How could Baron Ludwig Metz give him any face? He could use this place because of the face of the eldest prince and the fleet at the harbor. But Brando didn't want to talk about this now. He stared at Maynard for a long time before he realized what he wanted to ask. Senior. Maynard, she? The female knight turned around and smiled. Why, you're still worried about your little lover. What little lover, Brando thought. If it was Roman or Amandina, he could accept it. The former was his fiancée, and he could feel the latter's feelings for him. As for Scarlet, he always regarded her feelings for him as a kind of dependence. His feelings for Scarlet was more like a brother's protection for his sister. But Brando, when he thought about it this way, he suddenly realized that his emotional debt seemed to be a little complicated. He had been running around to change Erwin's fate, and had never thought about these things. Now that he suddenly thought about it, he suddenly felt a headache. He scratched his head and didn't want to talk about this topic. It was just that he hadn't heard his senior's usual teasing for a long time, and he was a little unused to it. Fortunately, Allium Japonicum only treated these words as a joke and didn't think too much about it. She was a very elegant and intelligent woman when she was the captain, so she could attract so many people to gather under the flag. She smiled slightly, and her eyes didn't leave Brando. She just went to the sofa and chose to sit down. She glanced at the furnishings on the coffee table. She picked up the teacup, looked at the orange liquid inside, and took a sip. Even though Brando wanted to tell her that he had drunk that cup of tea, it was too late. He could only watch as she finished the series of actions. The knight's observation skills were very strong. She saw Brando's actions and knew that there was something wrong with her actions. But since she had already drunk it, she only blushed a little. She then put down the teacup gracefully and said, "Actually, I'm Maynard." Huh? Brando was a little surprised. Which part of you resembles Maynard? He had known the knight for a long time, and he was already used to the woman who was more serious than Falerne. But even though Maynard was a famous ice beauty, her coldness was definitely not faked for people to see, and it wasn't the kind of cold that rejected people. It was just that she carried too much on her shoulders, so she couldn't smile even if she wanted to. Maynard was an extremely serious person. Even though he had the impression that Qin Yushan was also very serious, the seriousness of the two of them was different. Maynard was really meticulous. She didn't even let her guard down. But Qin Yushan's seriousness generally referred to her attitude. If she confirmed something, she would do her best to do it, and she would do her best. But usually, she was gentle and kind to everyone. She wouldn't be too harsh on herself, and she knew how to enjoy life. Brando could accept if the two of them had something in common, but if Qin Yushan or Maynard insisted that they were the other party, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. So at this moment, he stood by the door and looked at the woman sitting on the sofa suspiciously. "Senior, I'm discussing this with you very seriously," Brando said helplessly. He knew his own situation. When his soul first transmigrated to this world, he actually had many choices, but in the end, he chose to fuse with his soul. First, it was because he didn't want to kill another soul. Even if they didn't know each other, Sophie, who was a modern soul, would try her best to avoid killing her own kind. However, this was just an instinctive choice of a person in a civilized society. Second, at that time, he faintly felt that Brando's soul had an instinctive closeness to him, so he didn't reject the idea of fusing with his soul. In addition, the situation at that time was critical, so he didn't have time to think twice. After a short hesitation, he chose to fuse with Brando's soul. Their souls fused into one. In fact, this fusion of souls brought him great benefits. He not only retained the cognition of a modern person, but also retained the familiarity of this world. He didn't feel completely isolated from the world, which led to the feeling of being out of place. Although he could occasionally feel the loneliness in the depths of Sophie's soul, as long as the Roman people were still around, he would be able to feel it. Whenever he was around, Brando's feelings would silently comfort his soul. Brando cherished such feelings very much. However, Maynard's situation was different from his senior's. Although he didn't know what Maynard was thinking, she definitely wasn't willing to accept Allium Japonicum's memories and past. For example, she knew what Erwin's future would be, and she also knew that she couldn't change it. However, she wasn't even willing to accept the magic that his senior used to be the proudest of. She was also unwilling to use too much of his senior's knowledge. She would rather struggle bitterly on her own. From these details, it could be seen. And to say that Maynard had devoured his senior's soul, at least from the current situation, it didn't seem like it. The current Maynard was exactly the same as his senior from Allium Japonicum. Even her small expressions and subconscious movements were exactly the same. These things couldn't be deliberately changed. More importantly, the other party's temperament, the senior's confidence and approachability, as if she was a natural superior, was definitely not ordinary. people could learn it. At the very least, the black-haired female knight that Brando was familiar with, who had a cold face all day long, would never be able to learn it. This definitely couldn't be a soul fusion. Otherwise, it would be impossible not to retain even a little bit of Maynold's characteristics. After his own soul fused, many of Brando's habits and memories were left in his body. Otherwise, when he returned to Bragg's to meet his parents, with Brando's parents' familiarity with their son, it was impossible for them to not have a little bit of he couldn't even detect any abnormalities. He had vaguely guessed the answer to the question, but he couldn't believe it in his heart. First of all, he didn't believe that his senior was such a cold person. With Senior Allium Japonicum's personality, she would definitely make the same choice as him. In fact, it should be said that many of his understanding and values of this world originated from the scene in front of him. This excellent lady. In fact, he didn't want to see Maynold disappear just like that. Maynold and Her Highness had a deep relationship. Moreover, after being together for so long, they had experienced countless battles and difficulties together, and they had walked side by side together. Even if the female knight was a little cold, he had to pretend that this person had never existed. Brando admitted that he couldn't do it. Therefore, he urgently needed his senior to give him an answer. Allium Japonicum sighed, "I'm not joking with you, Brando. Maynold and I are indeed one. I'm Maynold, and Maynold is me." Sigh, that stubborn little girl refuses to admit this. She thinks that because of my existence, she's not a complete person. She subconsciously doesn't want to accept me. Everything, and she resists me, or is she afraid of me? You should be able to tell. You don't sound like the two of you are the same person at all. Brando frowned. This is also something that can't be helped, because the more she resists, the more clearly she separates her personality and memories from mine, and the more independent our personalities become. She even intends to change herself, to become a completely different person from me, as if this is the only way to prove that she is not affected by me. So in your opinion, I'm finished with her? It's completely different. Then, she forcefully accepted the inheritance of the war slate, and as a result, she can no longer control the memories about me. It's very awkward to say this, Brando. Allium Japonicum spread her hands helplessly. Let me put it simply. The situation is like this. She thinks that there are two personalities in her body, and she tries her best to show the appearance of the other personality. Because of the war slate, she now thinks that she can no longer suppress my personality, so she has become like me. But in fact, I'm still her. She has become independent and is now hiding in a small corner. I can't persuade her, so I can only let her calm down for a while. After listening to this long speech, Brando felt a headache coming on. He rubbed his forehead and said, "Why do you sound so much like schizophrenia?" Not exactly. Our souls have actually fused together, but now, because of this problem, I have a vague feeling that she may reject my memories and personality. At that time, I can't tell what will happen. Allium Japonicum shook her head, but she looked very open-minded. Okay. Brando was very awkward. He sat down opposite Allium Japonicum and asked, "Then what are you going to do? Stay like this?" Now we can only wait for her to either think it through or find the Mingus crystal. Allium Japonicum replied. The Mingus crystal, you want to recreate a body, but haven't your souls fused together? How are you going to transfer your memories and personality? Besides, there's such a thing in this world? Brando asked in surprise. The Mingus crystal was not a mystery to the players, and this crystal was placed in the Erlen Tower. In the Hall of Trees, opposite the Hall of Creation where the Pale Poem was stored. This crystal was of no use to the natives. It was said that the natives could see their past and future through it. Of course, no one had ever succeeded, but for the players, this stone was an important item for reincarnation. In The Amber Sword, the so-called reincarnation was actually deleting the account and starting over, and this process was through the Mingus water. The crystal molded a blank body. Other than knowledge, the player could not transfer any level, skills, or magic to the new body, and all the magic equipment on the original body would all be burned to ashes when reincarnated. As for the things in the warehouse, if you changed your body, would the warehouse manager still recognize you? Brando did not expect Senpai to have such an idea, but was this thing still useful to them? Not to mention that they were now considered aborigines. Even if they weren't aborigines, would such an unscientific existence really exist in a real world? Then wouldn't the world be a mess? I don't know, Allium Japonicum shook her head. But the chances are high. Why? Brando was stunned. He did not understand where his senior leader's confidence came from. When he asked this question, he suddenly realized that he used to like to ask this question in the game. At that time, Senpai was just as confident. Sometimes, almost everyone thought that they were in a desperate situation, but she was always full of confidence and always found a solution. And she would always find a solution in the end. This was also the reason why so many people worshipped her. But that was a long time ago. Ever since the destruction of Erewhon, Senpai had become a lot more depressed. At that time, she gradually left the game. Later, although she came back on and off several times, it did not last long. It was not until he came to the Grecius Knights nation that he saw Senpai for a long time. But today, he seemed to see the confident Allium Japonicum Sr. again. Brando could not help but feel a little suffocated, and his heart skipped a few beats. I can't do it, Allium Japonicum replied. She looked at Brando with a smile. But you can do it. Chapter 1005. Me? You, Senior Allium Japonicum gently placed the teacup on the coffee table. Can you still see the character attributes, lists, and menus in the game? Brando was a little restless, like a child whose thoughts had been guessed. He was often regarded as a genius because of this secret, but he knew what was actually going on. Although he had never admitted to it, he did not deny it either. This was because admitting to it would bring him benefits. As a nobleman without any foundation, he needed authority, whether in the kingdom or in front of his subordinates. A person with outstanding ability would often easily become a leader. But it was one thing to bury this in his heart, and another thing to be pointed out in front of his face. Senior Allium pursed her lips and smiled, like a big sister next door, and said softly, I guessed it. You don't have to be too nervous, outsiders shouldn't be able to tell. You don't have to be upset or embarrassed about it. In this world, you may be the only one who has this ability, because I don't have it either. You are unique. Having said that, Brando still felt that this power was not obtained through hard work, but was innate. It was as if he had been lucky, and it was not his personal ability. He often felt confused because of this, so he always acted humble and indecisive in front of his subordinates. Fortunately, his familiarity with the future allowed him to always find the right direction in front of the general trend. He was one step ahead of others in everything, and that was why he was able to get to where he was today. Allium Japonicum's dark eyes seemed to be filled with the light of wisdom. She seemed to have seen through Brando's thoughts. She smiled slightly and rubbed the edge of the white porcelain teacup with her fingertips, drawing circles on it. You have done a lot of things in Erewhon. These things can't be done by relying on power. Of course, power is a necessary factor, but the person who has power may not understand the true meaning of power. Only by controlling power and restraining it can you attract people to be close to you. This is the demeanor of a superior. I remember that I once said in the game that you have talent and potential in this area, and so does Brando. She raised her eyes and looked into Brando's eyes with a mature charm. You don't know this truth, but you know how to do it because you have a kind and magnanimous heart, and you have noble beliefs and ideals. I do it because I have a clear purpose and a utilitarian heart, so you are better than me. This is why I admire you so much among all the people. Do you know, Sophie, Brando? After hearing this, Brando fell into deep thought. He seemed to have understood something, but he didn't seem to have grasped the main point. But no matter what, this was the most meaningful thing he had heard since he transmigrated. At that moment, he felt that his previous actions had been recognized. He saw the direction of the road ahead and understood his advantages. It was as if the fog that had shrouded his heart for a long time had been lifted, allowing him to understand what he should do next and how to do it. "Senior, you want me to operate the Mingus crystal?" Brando suddenly asked. Allium Japonicum nodded. "You can see the character attributes and menu in the game, which means that the system of the past may still be effective for you. Maybe you can still operate the Mingus crystal. However, the Mingus crystal is far away in the ring of the world, so I'm not in a hurry. I'm not here for this matter, but for the matter at hand." The matter at hand? Brando suddenly remembered what she had said before. "Senior, are you talking about the inheritance of the Silver Horse Knight, the Dragonskin spell, and the Origel pattern? Well, you're not strong enough, so the most important thing for you now is to improve your strength as soon as possible. The Dragonskin spell tablet should have fallen in Sir John Lorison's tomb. There's also the Order of the Silver Horse inheritance scroll in that tomb. You've advanced into a Frost Soil Guard, so the inheritance of the Silver Horse Knight is not of much use to you, but it's very important to the White Lion Infantry. This inheritance is the most important legacy of Sir John Lorison when he was still alive. He was unwilling to leave this inheritance to his family because of his political defeat, so he brought it into his tomb. Only us players know about this. I won't explain about the Dragonskin spell tablet. The Frost Soil Guard has more than enough offense, but not enough defense. With it, the strength of this class can be raised to another level." The female knight spoke as if she was very familiar with it. She even sighed. "It's a pity that this tablet was obtained by a wizard in the previous life. If it fell into the hands of any knight class, you'll know how terrifying it is. Even so, that wizard used the Dragonskin spell to become the strongest melee mage in one fell swoop. You should know who that person is, right?" Brando nodded. "Battle Mage Kadishan. When he transmigrated, this guy was still at his peak. He was one of the 3 great mages among the players, and was also the best at dealing with physical classes. In fact, he had been thinking about how to get this war tablet for a long time. In his previous life, he knew that this tablet fell near Fathom Harbor, but he didn't know the exact location. At that time, he had already settled down in Grecia's Highland, the Knight's Nation. He knew the location of the war tablet that fell in Grecia's Highland, but he didn't know much about the Empire. He only remembered the Dragonskin spell tablet because it was very famous. As for the Origel pattern that Allium Japonica mentioned, he had never heard of it at all. As for the Order of the Silver Horse's inheritance scroll, he knew about it. Just as Allium Japonicum said, this thing was left behind by Sir John Lorison when he was alive. Later, it was found by a female player named Ella Fu. She re-established the Order of the Silver Horse and became the first leader. That was at the end of the First Era. In his memory, the Order of the Silver Horse only had a few hundred people. There were natives and players. The headquarters was in the human-faced lion fort today, which was not very far from Fathom Harbor. However, the Silver Horse Knight was only a mid-low level class change. It was not even an advanced class. The troop class that was trained was only level 4, which was not even as good as the complete White Lion Infantry. It could only be considered average at the moment, let alone a few decades later. However, he did not expect that the Dragonskin slate fell in Sir John Lorison's tomb. Brando could not help but look at Allium Japonicum in surprise. "Senior, have you always been paying attention to the game?" Of course, Allium Japonicum showed a slightly sad expression when the game was mentioned. It was obvious that she still could not forget the past. "How can I just let it go? I'll browse the forum when I have nothing to do and record a lot of interesting things." Brendel knew that she was a very purposeful person even though she looked friendly on the surface. When she said that she wanted to record a lot of interesting things, she was definitely not just referring to anecdotes. Most likely, it was something like the war slate for the dragon skin spell being placed in a particular area. He knew that his senior's memory was much better than his. The reason why he remembered so many things was because he missed out on even more memories. After all, he had been in the game for so many years. Most of the things that he could remember were the more important things. It was like looking back on the past a few years later, only the memories that left a strong impression on him were left in his heart. However, Allium Japonicum was different. She had a really good memory. When she said that she would record and not remember, she really meant that she would record bits and pieces of memories. If she had recorded something, then she would definitely not forget it. Brando could not help but feel excited when he thought of this. If that was the case, then he would be able to get a lot of benefits from various areas. "Senior, do you know where Lorison's tomb is?" he asked tentatively. Allium Japonicum rolled her eyes at him. "You don't even believe me?" "The tomb is in a valley outside of Fat Tan Port." "I have never been to the valley, but I know the approximate direction." Brando thought that it was indeed so. He could not help but stand up and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." "What's the hurry?" Allium Japonicum hooked the handle of the teacup with her finger and sat there quietly. "At least wait until I finish drinking this cup of tea. That is, I know that you have used this before." The female knight smiled mysteriously and gently lifted the teacup to take a sip, "but I don't care." Brando saw the smile in her eyes, and for some reason, his heart skipped a beat. It was said that the valley where Lorison's tomb was located was near Fat Tan Port. However, this was only a relative term. To the north of Fat Tan Port was the barrier to the west of the Evergreen Corridor. The Alcash Mountains and Ludwig Mountains intersected here, causing the area to be surrounded by mountains. It was also an important and dangerous place for military purposes. From Fat Tan Port, it took a whole day to reach the valley. Brando and Allium Japonicum stayed in the wild for a night. In fact, when they arrived at the destination, it was already the next morning. For this operation, other than Allium Japonicum, he did not bring many people with him. The Shire had to stay behind to deal with the mess left behind by the War of the Witches, and the White Mist was not willing to let them go. Therefore, even if the merchant lady wanted to take the risk, she could not leave. Medisha and Yuta were the military commanders in the port, so it was even more impossible for them to go out. The little princess's knight regiment naturally could not go out either. Brando did not want the Valkyries to be exposed too much to the world as his secret weapon. He entrusted the Silver Dragon Lady to stay behind to take care of Delphian and Erewin's diplomatic group. In the end, only Hippamra was part of the group. In the game, the three of them were not even enough to form a standard team of 6. Brando had no choice but to summon Anriga and Mephistopheles. After his strength increased, the Planeswalker's ability also increased. There were 5 additional card slots in his deck. He originally planned to use Mephistopheles as the main card to achieve the 4th authorization. However, he did not expect that there would be a small problem in the process. He originally planned to make this class a class that could control dark energy, similar to the Deathfire Warlock, Necromancer, or Necromancer. However, he did not expect that when he chose Mephistopheles as the vampire card, the Planeswalker system directly combined Mephistopheles and Andrique's cards into one, turning it into a card called the Twin of the Dead Moon. Now, this card displayed a class called the Knights of the Dead Moon. In fact, it was a class that combined the Dark Knight and Dark Sorcerer in the game. It was considered very strong, but it just happened to be the opposite of Medisha's Fran Knight. However, although the main card of this class was strong, there was only one skill card at the moment. It was transformed by Graveyard Resurrection, Glorious Resurrection Dark 5, spell. When the Fran Knight's encouragement is on the field, when the creature card that was affected by the encouragement dies, it will be transformed into a spiritual servant with the same name, anti-white protection, immunity to light-type magic and skills with light-type description, including beneficial effects, as well as protection and buff effects on opposing creatures. Maintained, Glorious Resurrection will be maintained until the next day's reset. The believer shall not die, the loyal shall not die. As for the other cards, Brando found that there was no way to put them into this deck. No matter how he chose to transform them, there was no reaction. This made him suspect that every class deck seemed to be color tolerant, which meant that it could only accept cards of a certain color. For example, the Silver-Robed Sorcerer's deck was blue, white, and gray, the Fran Knight's deck was white, and the Majestic Mountain Priest's deck could accommodate a lot of colors, including green, white, gray, green, and red. As for the Knights of the Dead Moon, so far, he had only tested one color, which was black. He swept away a clump of leaves with his hand, and the fresh morning dew flowed down his arm. He did not care about it at all as he looked around, and what came into view was a dreamlike valley of green and green. Dense vegetation grew along the hillsides on both sides, and the layers of treetops seemed to cover the valley with green moss. After entering the month of frost, the temperature in Wonde had begun to turn cold. Even in the Cruz Empire, the obvious signs of the change of seasons could be felt. To be able to see the lush scenery at this time of the year was enough to show that this valley was extraordinary. This valley is called the Valley of the Grey Deer. Not only is there Sir John Lorison's tomb in the valley, there should also be the ruins of a temple of the sun god Perkin. Lorison's tomb is located in these ruins. The senior's voice came from behind. I happen to know about Sir John Lorison's life. He was a noble in the East Metz, but after he died, he was buried in Fathom Port because he didn't want to return to his homeland. There are some good things in his tomb, but the most valuable thing is still the inheritance of the Silver Horse Knight. This inheritance is not only an inheritance, but also a will for his noble title and land. Otherwise, how do you think a nameless player could establish a knight's order with just an inheritance? This knight's order also has land, a castle, and a noble title in the empire. I see. Brando suddenly understood. However, he knew in his heart that the senior from Allium Japonicum definitely didn't know about this person's life by chance. She must have specifically investigated this person, this tomb, and this valley. It's a pity that this will is of no use to you. The nobles of Kurlutz will not let you stay in the empire. Although there are precedents in the empire of having a fief in the empire and being a noble of Awin, such as Count Yenbao, it is unlikely for you. She added with some regret. In fact, the reason was very simple. It was because Count Yenbao didn't have the strength. Although he had land in the empire, he couldn't pose a threat to the other nobles. However, Brando was different. The strength he had shown was already very terrifying. The nobles in Cruz wouldn't let such a vicious wolf enter their midst. At this moment, his identity had become his biggest obstacle. However, it wasn't entirely true that the will was useless. At least, Brando knew a way to extract the most benefits from this will. At this time, he suddenly pointed to a place in the valley and said, "Look over there." Chapter 1006. In the direction that Brando was pointing at, a pale golden light beam formed by light tassels rose from the center of the valley and pierced through the clouds. As the color of the light beam was extremely faint, it almost blended in with the sky from a few miles away, so they did not notice it at all. Now, with the help of the green background of the valley, they could clearly see the existence of the light beam. Brando and Allium Japonicum looked at each other and instantly understood what it was. The rule fragment. I didn't expect that the rule fragment near Fatten City would also fall here, Allium Japonicum whispered excitedly. Because the average player values the knowledge slate more than the rule fragment, only the big forces would care about this kind of thing, so very few people know the exact location of the first batch of rule fragments. What she meant was that they had hit the jackpot this time. In the game, the rule fragment was almost useless to the individual player, but it was extremely important to the forces of one party. Its most basic function was to raise an artificial sun in the eternal night. Having it meant that one could build a completely independent country, because in the coming era, there would be refugees who were forced to live and seek refuge from you. It was the dream of ambitious people. As the Count of Tonajol, Brando's importance to the rule fragment was self-evident. He originally planned to go to Mehodafen to look for the rule fragment, because he knew the exact location of one of the rule fragments there. He did not expect to be so lucky and get it without any effort. The location where the war slate fell was at the bottom of the valley. Between the dense oak forest stood clusters of white ruins. These buildings made of marble must have been majestic and magnificent palaces in the past. Now, only the broken walls remained in the dense forest, giving a glimpse of the past. Brando pushed away the clumps of aerial roots. All kinds of indescribable insects scattered from the disturbed tree trunks, making one's scalp tingle. However, Brando and Allium Japonicum did not care at all. The latter casually patted away a spider on her shoulder and looked at the two huge rocks that appeared after the dense aerial roots were separated. The two greenish-gray rocks were covered with mottled moss. Not far ahead, they overlapped each other like an arch. The bottom of the arch was dark and serene. An oak tree that had been growing for an unknown number of years was at the top of the rock. Its intricate roots hung down from the rock and firmly fixed the two rocks together. The forest was silent. The five of them left the forest one by one and came to the two huge rocks. Allium japonicum took out a rosin torch from his backpack and lit it up. The flickering flame immediately drew shadows of different depths on the uneven surface of the rocks. Two of the shadows formed a crisscrossed X shape because someone had left two deep marks there. She glanced there, took back the torch and replied, "Here it is." She took the lead and walked into the dark and serene area. Brando looked around and then followed closely behind. Behind them was Hipamra, who was holding a shepherd's staff. As a devout believer of Mother Earth, of course, she could not expose the god's token all the time. It was usually wrapped in cloth and carried on her back. Mephistopheles seemed to like this dark environment very much. He narrowed his eyes slightly in comfort. Andrique, who was at the back, wrinkled her nose and looked reluctant. She lifted her skirt for fear of staining it with something dirty. The flames moved forward with the sound of footsteps, and the darkness faded. Not long after, a wall reflected in front of them. Or rather, it was not a wall, but a thick stone arch. There were several symbols on the stone arch, all of which were ancient Cruz characters. From top to bottom, they represented sunshine, air, and life. These were the three powers of the sun god, Perkin. Sir John Lorison was a devout believer of Perkin and could even be regarded as a saint. Therefore, his bones could be stored in the crypt of the Perkin temple. Allium japonicum stopped in front of the door and fixed the torch on the torch rack next to the door. He turned to the others and said, "This is a magic door. It needs 3 believers of Perkin to inject magic into it to open it. We don't have any believers of the sun god here, but Perkin is Martha's follower, so the priests of other follower gods can be substituted. Miss Hipamra, you can be one of them. The Count, Andrique, and Mephistopheles will be one of us. Fortunately, everyone here can cast magic." "What should I do, Miss Maynard?" Hipamra asked. "All you need to do is place your hand on the door and chant the spell Magic Mark." Brando replied. The so-called infusion of magic in the game was all about this. Magic Mark was the most basic magic in all schools of magic. It was not part of the circle, but every school of magic had this basic spell. This spell could be used to identify magic items, just to identify whether there was a magic reaction. Although the magic mark of each school of magic worked in the same way, their functions were almost the same. Group by group, Allium japonicum reminded again, "Hipamra, you go first." Miss Priestess nodded, stepped forward, put her hand on the door, and recited a spell. Not long after, the rune at the top of the door, which represented the sun, lit up, flashing a pale golden light in the dim light. Brando and Allium japonicum looked at each other, and put their hands on the stone door together. When they injected magic, the blue air rune also lit up. Last was Andrique and Mephistopheles. After the siblings finished reciting the spell, the red rune of life lit up. The stone door creaked and shook, and then slowly sank to the ground. The dust on top of it fell straight down, and soon a dark space was revealed behind it. Before everyone could see clearly, suddenly a withered hand stretched out from the darkness and grabbed the stone door that was sinking. Behind it, 2 red flames lit up, and a skull with 2 red soulfires in its eye sockets appeared. The undead used the soulfire to distinguish the strength of their souls. In Madara, most of the low-level undead, including the newly resurrected skeletons and zombies, had a pale, almost transparent soulfire. As they gradually became stronger, the color of their soulfire would change from light to dark, and finally become orange, red, blue, and even purple. The soulfire in the eye sockets of the skeleton in front of them had turned dark red, indicating that it was at least at the level of the skeleton knight. The skeleton knight and the Great Lich. When Brando escaped from Butchie, even one of them was enough to make him tremble in fear. But now, it was far from enough. It was just a skeleton that was at the peak of the silver level. Before Brando could make a move, Mephistopheles suddenly pointed at it and said, "Eternal Death Domain." The skeleton and the dozen skeletons behind it that were about to rush out suddenly froze. The red light in their eye sockets flashed slightly, and then they stood there motionless. "Turn around," Mephistopheles said in a commanding tone. "Open a path." The skeletons turned around without hesitation and walked into the darkness. At this time, the stone door had completely sunk into the ground. Brando then saw that the skeletons were all covered in rusty armor. They were indeed the skeleton knight. He glanced at Mephistopheles. Mephistopheles' ability to control the undead did not come from the Knights of the Dead Moon, but it was the innate ability of a high-level undead creature. Of course, this ability was only effective on the weaker undead. Although the vampire had become much weaker after the reconstruction of the deck, it still had the strength of a lower gold. It was more than enough to control a few skeletons that were at the peak of the silver level. These undead have not been transformed for long. Allium Japonicum watched the skeletons leave and suddenly said, "It should be caused by the mana tide." Most of the corpses in this tomb were Perkin Knight and Saint when they were alive. They had a certain level of strength, so they could be transformed into such powerful undead. Brendel nodded. Even though these skeletal knights were not a threat to them, there were already so many powerful undead at the entrance of the tomb. Who knew what was inside? It was like a dungeon. If the minions at the entrance were level 30 to 50, then what were the levels of the elites in the dungeon, and what was the level of the boss? "Be careful," he said, "Mephistopheles, control the ribs and walk in front. Andrique, protect Hippamra. Senior. Miss Maynard, come to my side." Among the five of them, Mephistopheles and Andrique were undead, so they had a natural layer of protection in places where the undead were abundant. Hippamra, as a priestess, had the same problem as most of the other priestesses. Although the priests of Gaia were more inclined towards fighting among the priestesses, that was because there were many weak priestesses. They were still far inferior to professional knights, especially Knights of the Dead Moon, who were more inclined towards attacking. In terms of strength alone, Maynard was probably the weakest of the five. Although the female knight was close to elemental awakening, she was good at swordsmanship, while Senior was good at magic. There was a big difference between them, and it was impossible for them to get used to it in a short time. Sure enough, as Allium Japonicum expected, the storm caused by the mana tide in the sea of magic had profoundly changed this place. As the magic surrounding the elemental barrier began to become violent, the power of the dead moon had also been strengthened thousands of times. The first impact on the continent was that the magic that filled the whole world had become rich and dense, so a large number of animals and plants were attacked by magic and mutated into monsters. The same was true for corpses, and the chances of wild undead appearing had multiplied. In a place like the tomb, where dark magic surrounded, the impact was even more obvious. After entering the stone door, the first thing they saw was a long stone staircase that went deep into the ground. Then the five of them entered a dark and vast cellar. The walls, pillars, and ceiling of the cellar were carved in a style that vaguely resembled the ruins on the ground. It seemed to be a building of the same period, but the cellar was filled with a layer of white fog, and the air was full of the smell of decay. Allium Japonicum held a torch and walked through a cellar with a large number of coffins. The place where the torch's light shone was covered with thick cobwebs, and occasionally, fist-sized spiders could be seen flashing in the shadows of the stone slabs and wooden frames. They were first greeted by a dozen skeleton knights, but most of them were controlled by Andrique in an instant. Then, the vampire twins ordered their skeleton knights to turn around and chop their own kind into pieces. As they went deeper into the cellar, they began to see undead like mummies and ghouls. Brando even met a goblin lord, which was a gold pinnacle undead creature. Its strength was not inferior to the skeleton Lord Cabias that he had killed in Castle Abes. In the face of these powerful undead creatures, Andrique and the Mephistopheles underlings were quickly wiped out. However, the goblin lord was pierced through by Brando's Halran Gaia and nailed to a pillar. The Goblin Lord seemed to be a mini-boss. After it died, it left behind a dark crystal on the ground. Brando picked it up and looked at it with joy. It's this thing. Allium Japonicum's eyes lit up when he saw the crystal in Brando's hand. This is a magic crystal. It's very precious. Mephistopheles also praised, I wonder what kind of magic was injected into it. Brando raised the crystal under the light of the torch and nodded. This was indeed a magic crystal. In fact, it was also a kind of magic scroll, but it was made with the soul crystal of the undead. As everyone knew, most monsters would leave behind magic crystals after they died, and the undead were no exception. The crystals left behind by the undead were soul crystals. The gray soul crystals were useless to most wizards and alchemists, but priests and necromancers could use them. They could be used to store divine spells or to refine high-level undead such as specters. The soul crystal that stored divine spells was a magic crystal. Its appearance was different from the gray of ordinary soul crystals, but it was black. Although the magic crystal's effect was similar to that of a scroll, it was more powerful. It could greatly increase the strength and penetration of the stored spells, increase the caster's level, and make it easier to activate. It did not need to be as complicated as using a scroll. This kind of thing was very precious even in Madara, because not many people knew how to make it, and the success rate was even lower. In addition, the soul crystal was a precious material for refining high-level undead, so very few people would be so extravagant as to waste it to make this kind of one-time item. Because of this reason, the divine spells stored in the magic crystal would generally be of a high level. Brando quickly figured out what the magic crystal in his hand was through his system. Soul Spike Magic Crystal. Ninth Circle Divine Spell. Allium Japonicum was even more amazed. Brando, you're lucky. No, this is not a divine spell. She suddenly realized. This is black magic, necromancy. Brando continued. Soul Spike was a very vicious black magic. It could bypass most magical defenses and directly attack a person's soul. The most powerful part of this spell was that even if the person's will was strong enough to resist most of the magical effects, it would still leave a mark on the person's soul. As long as the person was slightly weakened, the soul spike would wait for the opportunity to launch a second attack, catching the person off guard. He subconsciously looked at the corpse of the Goblin Lord. Of course, the revenant here was not born out of thin air. It was transformed from the original corpse in the tomb. Judging from the strength of this revenant, the previous owner of this corpse should have been at least a temple knight. Allium Japonicum had already reacted. She walked to the dead revenant and tore a piece of cloth from its rotting body. This is the Holy Shroud. This person was at least a saint when he was alive. Strange, Perkin's followers are the nemesis of the revenants. Why would they have a soul crystal with black magic? Since this person is a follower of Perkin, and a saint at that, he must have fought with many undead in his lifetime. Perhaps this is a trophy from a necromancer he killed in his lifetime? Hippamela pondered for a moment before replying. It seemed that this was the only reason that made sense. Brando nodded and reluctantly accepted this explanation. However, he looked at the dark crystal in his hand and faintly felt that it was not very reliable. Would a Perkins follower carry such an evil thing with him and bring it into his tomb? He temporarily put this thought aside. The path in the tomb had come to an end. There was a closed door behind the corpse of the Goblin Lord. He motioned Mephistopheles and Andrique to open the door. With a dull creak, a small circular hall appeared in front of the five of them. A beam of sunlight shone from the top of the small hall. It was particularly eye-catching in the dark underground. Only then did they notice that there was a big hole in the arched ceiling of the small hall. It seemed that something had fallen from there and penetrated the ceiling. Brando immediately realized what had caused this scene. He looked around and found what he was looking for in the middle of the messy small hall. It was a square metal plate that shone with a faint silver light. It moved up and down under the sunlight and rotated slightly in mid-air as if quietly waiting for its first owner to arrive. The War Slate. Chapter 1007. Under the sunlight that seeped into the ground, a square slate was suspended on top of a pile of rubble. It slowly rotated, and the curved patterns on it exuded a metallic luster. There was no doubt that this was the war slate, and it was probably the fantasy slate that recorded the dragonskin skill in the amber sword. Brando didn't even think about it. He stepped into the round hall and wanted to take the slate down, but at that moment, there was a muffled creak. Brando then realized that there was a stone door at the other end of the round hall that was also slowly opening. Behind the stone door stood 5 or 6 guys in black cloaks, their faces hidden in the shadow of the hood. Although he couldn't see clearly whether they were humans or monsters, it was obvious that they didn't come with good intentions. Brando reacted immediately. He immediately exerted force under his feet and activated charge, shooting towards the tip of the pile of rubble like a shadow. However, Morpheus, who was behind him, reacted even faster. The moment the stone door opened, Morpheus, who was behind Morpheus, the moment the vampire opened his hand, a long black energy rope shot out from his hand and wrapped around the war slate in midair. Abyssal Touch, a Black Knight class skill. It used wild and unmodified mana to form energy tentacles to restrain the opponent's movements, and also to pull items or creatures in front of the user. The black energy tentacle whizzed past Brando, and just as the tip was about to reach the war slate, one of the 5 guys in long cloaks on the opposite side raised his hand, and a similar black energy tentacle wrapped around the Mephistopheles' Abyssal Touch. It was also a Knight of the Dead Moon, and of a higher level. Mephistopheles was anxious. He clenched his hand, and the energy tentacle curled inwards, trying to snatch the war slate back before the other party. But the other party obviously expected this move. The Abyssal Touch in his hand didn't reach for the slate, but directly whipped at the tentacles summoned by Mephistopheles. With a soft snap, the 2 tentacles collided in mid-air as if they were real, and then retreated like lightning. The mysterious Knights of the Dead Moon succeeded in one hit, and neutralized Mephistopheles' attack on the war slate. Mephistopheles didn't say a word. He stretched out his left hand, and 3 more tentacles shot out from his hand. But this time, his target wasn't the war slate in the middle of the round hall. 4 tentacles shot across the entire hall towards the 6 people on the opposite side. Beside Mephistopheles, Vampire Princess Andrique stepped forward, her hands crossed, and 4 tentacles also shot out. The tentacles shot out from behind her, and also shot across the hall towards the direction of the stone door on the opposite side. The Knights of the Dead Moon who attacked before was slightly stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect to meet his own kind here, and 2 of them at that. Knights of the Dead Moon could control an additional abyssal tentacle every 5 levels in battle. To be able to summon 4 tentacles meant that they were at least level 20 Knights of the Dead Moon. Including the base level, this meant that the 2 Knights of the Dead Moon were at least at the standard of a gold rank. He could still deal with 1 gold rank opponent, but 2 would be a little troublesome. Don't just stand there, do it. He roared, his voice hoarse with a hint of emptiness. Undead. Brando understood when he heard this voice. This was the voice of an undead without vocal cords. This was an undead with intelligence, different from those that were awakened and transformed by the corrosion of cold magic, and had no consciousness of their own. Just like the skeletons, mummies, and ghouls they had met before, no matter how strong they were. They were big, but they could only act on instinct. Once they met an undead that was of a higher level than them, they could only obediently be controlled. As soon as the Dead Moon Knight gave the order, the 4 people behind him took out their weapons from under their cloaks. The white bones under the cloaks and the soul fires burning fiercely in their empty chests appeared for a brief moment. The 4 soul fires were respectively orange, deep purple, and milky white. It really is an undead. How can there be so many high-level undead in this place? Brando thought. In Wonde, most of the undead with intelligence were gathered in Madara, because Madara was shrouded in a special law called the Dead Moon. It was a country of the dead, a pale country. Only a small number of liches and vampires that were transformed by wizards lived in seclusion in the human world. These reclusive undead rarely appeared in civilized society, let alone gathered together. Together, they appeared. In the instant that his thoughts flashed, the 4 undead had already taken out their weapons. 2 black swords, 2 bone staffs, and the remaining person in a long cloak standing at the back of everyone did not take out any weapons. He stood there motionless and looked on coldly, not even intending to make a move. Seeing this scene, Brando realized that the order he had given before was wrong. The Knights of the Dead Moon might not be the leader of this group of undead, and the center of the 6 skeletons should be the last person. He saw clearly that the Knights of the Dead Moon who had attacked before could easily suppress the Mephistopheles, which meant that he was at least at the peak of gold or even at the level of elemental awakening. The person who could command him was at least at the level of elemental activation, or even higher. Or even stronger. Seeing this scene, he immediately paid attention and focused all his attention on the last person. The Knights of the Dead Moon and the Mephistopheles fought for a moment, and then the tentacles of both sides retreated. Then, Andrique and the Mephistopheles attacked each other at the same time. At this time, there was another person in the center of the hall, and that was Brando. He was the first to move out of everyone, and at this time, he was already close to the pile of rubble in the center of the hall. Although his gaze fell on the last of the 6 undead, his hand did not hesitate to grab the floating slate in midair. At this time, only 2 people on the other side had a chance to stop Brando, and those were the 2 necromancers with bone staffs. These 2 necromancers were obviously experienced spellcasters. They immediately chanted a spell and cast a white bone spear, stabbing it directly at Brando in midair, while the other raised his bone staff, waiting for the other necromancers to cast a spell. When he cast a spell to target the bone spear, it would immediately counterattack. But what they did not expect was that the bone spear that they shot out did not receive any resistance and directly hit the human in midair. Then, like an illusion, the bone spear disintegrated into the most basic particles half a foot away from Brendel and turned back into the disordered mana in the air, dissipating into nothingness. The necromancer cast the spell. When it raised its head, the white skeletal face under the hood revealed a shocked expression. The 2 purple soul fires in its pitch-black eye sockets paused for a moment. Obviously, it didn't understand what was going on. At this time, Allium Japonicum finally made her move. Her movements were astonishingly fast, and her casting gestures were like a series of afterimages. Almost in an instant, a spell had been cast, Prohibition. This simple second circle spell was the dispel spell of string magic. Allium Japonicum pointed at the necromancer holding the bone staff, and before he could react, he was hit by a green beam of light. The magic it guided suddenly disappeared into nothingness, and for a moment, even the space around its body was confined, and it could not feel the flow of magic at all. At this moment, a gray shadow flew out, passing through the entire hall and accurately hitting the head of the necromancer who cast the bone spear. Crack! The necromancer's skull was like a delicate porcelain, and the huge impact caused his body to fly back and heavily hit a pillar behind the door. The shattered head tilted to one side, and the bones on its body completely fell apart, and the soul fire dimmed. Hippamra stopped throwing the spear. The gray shadow just now was the stone spear she had cast with the shepherd's staff. The follower of Gaia turned her head and looked at Allium Japonicum with some surprise. In her impression, this female knight was not a wizard, but Allium Japonicum did not seem to have any intention of explaining, and only smiled mysteriously at the little girl. In a split second, the 3 necromancers drew their swords to resist the black tentacles cast by the Mephistopheles and Andrique. At this time, Brando calmly passed through the bone spear and touched the war slate floating in the air. He was about to throw the slate directly into his dimensional space to avoid any unnecessary trouble. But it was at this moment that he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He subconsciously turned around, only to discover that 2 faint red lights had lit up in the darkness beside him at some unknown time. There was something hidden in this hall. Brando immediately reacted. He saw the 2 red lights move, and then a black line swept towards him at a frightening speed. He did not even need to judge to know that if he did not let go, his right hand would be taken away. Which was more important, his right hand or the war slate? Brando naturally knew the difference. He did not even think about it and retreated. With a soft whoosh, a black curtain of light swept across the center of the hall. It passed through the place where Brando was standing and split the towering pile of rubble into two. Then it continued to move forward, cutting off the black tentacles of Andrique, Mephistopheles, and the Knights of the Dead Moon. It then sank into the wall opposite the hall. With a muffled crack, everyone felt their feet sink. Half of the hall sank slightly under this attack. Brando rolled down the pile of rubble, clearly feeling the power of this attack. He could not help but break out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he had held back before, or this attack would not have been as simple as taking away an arm. This sudden attack completely interrupted the exchange of blows between the two sides. Everyone stopped and looked in that direction. They immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. At the side of the hall, a tall skeleton slowly walked out. This skeleton was about 4 feet tall. It wore a crown on its head, held a heavy sword in its hand, and wore a tattered cloak and black armor. It covered its bones, revealing its identity as a knight overlord when it was alive. It walked in front of everyone, turned its hands, and stopped the sword. It just stood there, a pair of black holes in its eye sockets, and a pale golden soulfire was dancing. Seeing this scene, even Allium Japonicum could not help but exclaim, "It's Sir John Lorison." Lorison was born 160 years ago in the Empire. He was the most famous sword saint of that era. He was the supreme sword saint when he was alive. The undead saint referred to those who stayed in the mortal world because of oaths or promises, such as the Emerald Knight and Sabers. Although their souls were dragged into the kingdom of darkness, they were not monsters because the oaths and promises they made when they were alive bound their souls, so that they would not be completely corroded by the dark magic. They would lose their minds. These undead looked more like heroic spirits, but the pain they endured was far more than the ancient ghosts because they had to endure the pain of sinking into the darkness on one hand, and on the other hand, they had to maintain their noble ideals and beliefs in their hearts. Generally speaking, those who became undead saints were great heroes when they were alive. Sir John Lorison was such a person. Although he was a loser in the political struggle, he was definitely worthy of the title of hero as the first leader and founder of the Order of the Silver Horse. After Lorison's undead slowly appeared in everyone's sight, it did not make any further moves. It did not continue to attack Brando, nor did it make a sound to ask the intruders to get out of its tomb. It just stood there motionless like a statue. At this time, the undead opposite Brando moved. The Knights of the Dead Moon seemed to have also recognized the identity of the undead. The soul fire in its eyes flickered, and then it greeted with a hollow voice. "Dear sir, we are guests from the Sea of the Dead Moon. We are your old friends. We know what you are after. Please leave with us." When Brando heard this sentence, a storm suddenly set off in his heart. The undead of Madara. These undead in front of him turned out to be the dark nobles from Madara. How did they appear here? But Lorison's undead did not seem to hear this sentence. It was still indifferent. It stood quietly in the same place, holding the sword with both hands. If it were not for the pale golden soul fire in its eye sockets that was still pulsating, people would almost think that it had completely disappeared. Brando did not understand the current situation and dared not act rashly. Allium Japonicum also frowned slightly. Without the order of the two, Mephistopheles, Andrique, and Hippamra naturally would not make a move. The hall was silent for a while. The undead did not seem to be surprised. The one standing at the back who had not made a move finally nodded at this time. After receiving his signal, the Knights of the Dead Moon stepped forward and took out a scroll from under its cloak. It raised the scroll to Lorison and muttered something. In just a moment, the scroll lit up with a light blue light. At this time, Brando finally recognized what kind of scroll it was: enchantment. This was a very high-level undead witchcraft, but it was one of the few black magic that did not have any destructive power. Its main purpose was to awaken the intelligence of low-level undead. As soon as Brando recognized the scroll, he immediately understood what they wanted to do. Enchantment was a black magic that the high-level undead lords of Madara used to develop their own high-level subordinates. The undead that were awakened by this spell would naturally listen to the orders of the caster. If these people were to control Lorison's undead here, it would definitely not be good news for them. Allium Japonicum, who was more familiar with magic, obviously saw this point long ago. The female knight did not hesitate and took out an item from her backpack. The item was gray and looked like a crystal, but it was not as clear as a crystal. It was Amandina's exclusive secret recipe, Magic Bomb. Senior Marshal's sister raised her hand, and the gray crystal flew toward the group of undead in an arc. Chapter 1008. The gray exploding crystal accurately fell at the feet of the 5 undead. The 5 undead lowered their heads at the same time, and a dazzling flash of light was reflected in the depths of their soul fire. After a loud bang, a shockwave swept across the round hall. Even Brando and the others who were far away on the other side of the round hall felt a strong gust of wind. The wind was mixed with a large amount of gravel and dust, and it hurt their faces and clothes. But Brando didn't care about these flying stones at all. Since he had already made his move, there was no need to think about anything else. He knew that an exploding crystal couldn't cause any real threat to the undead. He directly pulled out Frost Xianxia and raised the sword high in the air, and slashed towards the direction of the 5 undead. Smoke and dust rose up in the hall, and the 5 undead were faintly lit up with the light of a protective spell. It was at this time that a blue sword light split the dust in the air, and directly slashed towards the protective shield. There was a crisp cracking sound. The necromancer had just set up a protective barrier when it saw an extremely terrifying snowstorm rushing towards it. Before it could even open its mouth to make any sound, the bone-piercing cold had already penetrated the gray protective spell and passed through its body, turning it into an ice sculpture that had been frozen for 10,000 years. The power that Frost Xianxia could unleash in this narrow space was simply amazing. In almost an instant, it was as if 3 of the remaining 5 skeletons had turned into ice sculptures. The remaining power continued to move forward, freezing the gravel, the stone door, the pillars, and the corridor behind it. The underground temple had turned into a world of ice and snow in an instant. But this powerful attack could only be used once. Brando looked at the blue sword in his hand that was dimming little by little. He estimated that it would take a long time for it to be recharged. In fact, he had asked the giant craftsman, and it wasn't that this sword of sabers couldn't be repaired. It just needed a treasure with powerful water elemental energy to reactivate it. According to the giant craftsman, it would be best if it was the heart of the shallow sea, the most precious treasure of the water elemental realm, or at least the ice pearl. These 2 things were things that Brando didn't dare to think about at the moment. Brando's attack was successful, and the only ones left were the Knights of the Dead Moon and the undead that hadn't made a move yet. They were also the 2 most troublesome enemies that he had predicted, especially the undead at the back. He had long suspected that this guy was not simple, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. The Knights of the Dead Moon could only bitterly resist in the attack range of Frost Xianxia, but the undead with a long black cloak didn't seem to be affected at all. Frost Xianxia's icy wind didn't even move the edge of its cloak. Fortunately, Brando still had a backup plan. After seeing the undead block Frost Xianxia's glacier storm, he reached his hand into the cloak and pulled out his weapon. Without thinking, he took out the soul crystal that he had obtained before and aimed it at the undead. A black shadow shot out from the black crystal. This black shadow didn't seem to be flying at all. It directly jumped across the space in the center of the round hall and accurately hit the undead's head. Don't think that just because it was black magic that it couldn't do any damage to the undead. Spells like Soul Spike that directly hurt the soul were actually very effective against the undead. This was because the undead were creatures that were powered by the power of the soul and darkness. The power of the soul was the source of their power. Spells that hurt the soul not only had an effect on them, but also often dealt double the damage. Soul Spike was an extremely high level 9 spell in black magic. One could imagine how powerful it was. Even a powerful undead like the undead didn't have the slightest bit of luck. The moment it was hit, it tilted its head back slightly and revealed an expression of extreme pain. However, this slight tilting of its head revealed half of its face hidden under the shadow of the hood. Brando actually saw a white, pointed chin that belonged to a woman. Then, the undead let out a painful groan. This cold groan exposed its identity. It was clearly the voice of a cold woman. A woman? A vampire? A bloodline noble in the north of the Sea of the Dead Moon? Brando was slightly stunned, but his reaction wasn't slow. The countless battle experiences in the game had long formed his fighting instincts. Once he attacked, there was no reason for him to stop halfway unless the enemy was completely dead. Just as these thoughts flashed through his mind, his body had already moved. His first move was the flash strike sword art. The Halran Gaia in his right hand carried a black light as it slashed towards the high-grade undead that was still in a state of pain. He had long noticed that regardless of whether it was the gray crystal of his senior, the glacier storm, cast by the frost chant Cinna, or the black tentacles of the Mephistopheles and the Knights of the Dead Moon, none of them were attacked by Lorison's undead at all. The skeleton knights seemed to be guarding something in this hall. As long as it didn't touch that thing, it wouldn't move or react at all. After figuring this out, he no longer hesitated. He only left a trace of his attention on Lorison's undead. Most of his attention turned back to the female vampire. But he had no time to care about other things. Because of this sword, Brando's heart was slightly moved when he attacked. This sword seemed to be déjà vu. This sword was like a black lightning that instantly penetrated the shackles of space and time. The blade was still at the starting point, but the tip of the sword had already reached the front of the undead. At that moment, the scene produced was extremely strange. Two shadows of Brando appeared at the same time, as if the flow of time had been seriously disrupted. The former was withdrawing the sword, while the latter was attacking. At this moment, the Knights of the Dead Moon standing in front seemed to have realized that someone had passed through its line of defense. It turned its head back in shock and anger, and slowly turned around. Time seemed to have turned into a solid liquid, binding its hands and feet. This sword could almost be said to be the best sword technique that Brando had used since he crossed over to this world. Regarding his swordsmanship, before leaving, the Wind Empress had said that he could almost master it, and Greysword Saint Mephistopheles had also praised his attainments in swordsmanship, and even appreciated it. Because the moment before the sword attack, Brando was extremely afraid of the undead, so he used all his strength to kill the enemy. But at the moment of the sword attack, he finally remembered why he felt that it was so familiar. At that moment, he felt as if he had returned to the battlefield of Alkash. The sky was filled with flying ghosts, bone dragons, and skeletons and corpses that covered the mountains and plains. It was as if a black cloud was pressing down on them, covering the sky and covering the earth. That was the same sword strike, representing the peak of his era. He could faintly sense that he had once touched the peak of things. That kind of faintly discernible existence, the ultimate secret of the universe. The power of existence. When he swung his sword, time, space, and even pure energy all turned into nothingness. He seemed to have entered a wonderful world. This world had no concept in the ordinary sense, only endless silver lines. The silver lines seemed to constitute the whole world. The sun, the moon, the stars, the mountains, the earth, the surging rivers, and the breeze blowing through the forest were no longer solid scenes, but countless mysterious lines and runes. They seemed to be an ancient language, describing the true meaning of this world. At that moment, he saw the mystery of the world. The law restrained the elements and descended on the turbulent sea of magic. The cold moonlight shone from the sea, forming a huge mountain, that was the peak of the world. But all these illusions were shattered in an instant. The sword continued to move forward, and time continued to flow. The world of law became fragmented, and the fragments reorganized, forming the scene of the underground hall. It was as if he had stopped breathing for 1,000th of a second, and he had already seen the undead lady's face clearly. 1,000th of a second passed at this moment. Stop the Knights of the Dead Moon. Allium Japonicum decisively ordered. Mephistopheles and Andrique's abyss tentacles immediately entangled the hands and feet of the Knights of the Dead Moon. They did not expect to cause any damage to the undead, but they only wanted to delay the undead for a little while, so that the undead could not support the high-grade undead behind them. At this time, Hipamra finally opened the package in her hand and took out the full set of Chongshan. She raised the scepter high and chanted a word, Eem. She hit the ground heavily with the hammer, and visible cracks extended from the place where the hammer hit. In an instant, the cracks reached the feet of the Knights of the Dead Moon. The Knights of the Dead Moon were directly sent flying and hit the wall on the side. At this time, Brando finally slashed the sword at the vampire lady. A series of system prompts appeared. Your swordsmanship has broken through to level 16. Your swordsmanship has broken through to level 17. Your swordsmanship has broken through to level 18. Your swordsmanship has broken through to level 19. Your swordsmanship has broken through to level 19. Brando heavily slashed the head of the vampire lady. If it were anyone else, they would not have had time to react. Brando was even confident that at this moment, even if he had to fight Marietta the Lying Witch again, he would be able to take her head without the intervention of Ko Hua. But the vampire lady reacted at the last moment. She finally pulled out her weapon from under the cloak. It was a long black scythe. When Brando saw the scythe, he knew that the vampire lady also had a dimensional hole. At the same time, he also knew the identity of the vampire lady when he saw the scythe. Clang! There was a sharp sound of metal clashing that could pierce one's eardrums. The vampire lady let out a painful groan and was sent flying. With a bang, she crashed into the wall behind her. The wall collapsed and buried her under the rubble. But in an instant, the rubble that buried the vampire lady exploded. The hall was once again filled with smoke and dust. She coughed and climbed up from the rubble. She raised her head and looked at Brando in shock. The hood on her head had been torn to pieces by the impact, revealing her true face under the hood. In fact, it was not her true face. It was a mask that covered half of her face. The mask was extremely strange. Half was black and half was white. It was half crying and half laughing. A drop of black tear was drawn on the crying half of her face. When Brando saw the mask, he completely understood who the other party was. Black Knight, white. You recognize me? The woman was slightly stunned. She coughed twice and immediately reacted. I understand now. Medisha must have told you. Medisha? This time, it was Brando's turn to be stunned. He could naturally recognize this guy because he was a very famous guy in the game. He was the Black Knight of Madara's 4 Knights of the Apocalypse, white. In this world, the White Knight of the 4 Knights had been killed by him. But the remaining 3 were not easy to deal with. He calculated the time. At this time, this woman should have already obtained the inheritance of the Bone Dragon King, Connor. No wonder she had such strength. It was said that after the Black Knight obtained the inheritance of the Bone Dragon King, his strength jumped to the top of the 4 Knights. At this time, she should at least have the strength of an ultimate realm. Brando understood. Fortunately, he had used the soul spike to ambush the other party, and then inexplicably had an epiphany during the attack. He actually recalled his own swordsmanship realm in the game. Otherwise, this sword strike would have been very dangerous. A dangerous light flashed in his eyes because he had already seen a layer of almost imperceptible gray domain slowly spreading behind the Black Knight. It was different from Greysword Saint Mephistopheles' gray domain. Without a doubt, it was the power of soul essence. The highest level of soul essence, the Pale Wilderness. This guy was secretly spreading the ultimate flatlands. Brando thought to himself that it was fortunate that he had seen so many ultimate realm masters. Otherwise, he would have been fooled by this woman. However, he was secretly impressed by the Black Knight. She actually thought of using smoke to hide her ultimate flatlands. Presumably, she had also pretended to fall into the wall to deliberately create the current atmosphere. However, this also reflected that she was heavily injured. Otherwise, she would not have used these little tricks. After figuring this out, Brando's heart calmed down. He did not expose the other party's little trick. Instead, he pretended not to know and asked, "You know Medisha?" At this time, He glanced at the Knights of the Dead Moon from the corner of his eye and saw that they were getting up from the ground. Haku also looked in that direction as if he had no intention to fight. He smiled and said in a hollow voice, "Of course, Medisa is my only sister. If you dare to disappoint her, I won't forgive you." "Wait. You said Medisa is?" "You are." Brando did not pretend to be surprised. He looked at the woman with some shock, thinking that Medisa was the little princess of the Silver Elven Empire and the last princess of the War of the Holy Saints. Then, wouldn't her sister be? Sure enough, Haku nodded and said, "That is indeed my past identity. However, the War of the Holy Saints has been too long ago. I don't want to talk about this identity anymore. I did wrong to Medisa when I was alive, and I don't have the face to see her again. I hope you can treat her well." Although she is a princess, she is a kind and simple girl. Hearing this, Brando was completely sure of Haku's identity. Even if she was not the princess of the Silver Elven Empire, she was at least someone who was very close to Medisa. Otherwise, she would not know these secrets. His expression became slightly serious. However, as if seeing Brando's expression, Haku smiled and said, "My lord, you are interested in these slates. My goal is Sir John Lorison's undead. Since you are Medisa's lord, there is no need for us to fight. How about we each take what we need?" Brando heard this and sneered, "In that case, why don't Miss Haku put away her domain first?" Haku's expression changed drastically when she heard this sentence. She jumped up like a frightened cat. Instead of immediately putting away her ultimate power, she sped up and tried to pull Brando into her domain. But before she could complete this masterpiece, her expression had changed again, because she even saw with some fear that Brando suddenly took out a long cone-shaped object from the void. At that moment, she finally understood why Brando was so fearless. She was fooled. "No!" Haku screamed, "I am Medisa's sister, you can't, ah!" Her scream finally turned into a miserable wail. Brando would not listen to any of her explanations. It did not matter if she was Medisa's sister or not, he would just stick the god-slaying magic all into her. Anyway, although this thing would greatly damage a person's power system, and even completely destroy her understanding of the law, it was still very difficult to directly kill a person. Of course, the arrogant and unlucky Williams was an exception. Haku's extreme planes shattered in an instant. She trembled and knelt down as if she was severely injured. She even rolled her eyes. She looked at Brando with trembling eyes and pointed at him, You actually have this thing, this dimensional hole. I understand now. Amon died in your hands. I see." Before the poor Black Knight could finish her words, she suddenly let out a muffled groan. This was the second attack of the soul spike hidden in her soul mark. She, who was already severely injured, could no longer hold on and directly fainted. P.S. This update should have been done on the last day of last month to the 21st. It should have been done on 22 chapters without a break. No matter how jammed I am, I still insist on updating the code of the day. Sometimes, I start writing from dawn the day before and spend a few hours thinking about it. After all, I still hope to finish writing all the chapters in one go, and at least finish writing one of my own works. 2/3 of this month has passed. Now, I am shamelessly asking for monthly votes. I hope everyone can support my efforts. Thank you very much. Chapter 1009. The gray fragments of the law dissipated behind Brando like withered petals. He glanced at Haku, who was lying unconscious on the ground, and silently sheathed Halran Gaia. At the same time, another battle ended. Andrique and Mephistopheles each held a black rapier and pointed it at the soulfire burning in the hollow chest cavity of the Knights of the Dead Moon. Although Haku was much stronger than either Andrique or Mephistopheles, he was still no match for the two of them together. Besides, there was also Hipamra, who had the power of the mountains and rivers. Brando turned around and walked towards the Knights of the Dead Moon. He knew that Haku would wake up soon. The undead would not really fall into a coma. Haku's current state was just a state of suspended animation due to his soul fire being too weak. This state would not last long. He would either recover quickly or perish completely. He had interacted with this Black Knight of Madara more than once, and knew how difficult it was to deal with her. She had said a lot of things to attract his attention, and he had played along with it. Out of 10 sentences, he might not even believe a single sentence. But at least he could confirm that Haku should be a silver elf and was familiar with Metisha. Although Metisha had mentioned that this woman had once used mind reading on her, it could only read the surface of her thoughts. The memories deep in her heart could not be stolen. That was the domain of the gods. As for whether she was the princess of the Silver Elf Empire, it had yet to be verified. After all, this woman was very good at bewitching and swaying people's minds. She would make people fall into anger or confusion before making a move. She especially liked to use spells like mind reading. Her nickname other than the Black Knight, the Fair Judge, was also very clear about this. The impartial judge. Whether she was impartial or not was another matter. But she called herself a judge. She interrogated people about their inner sins, shook people's weak beliefs, and was good at exploiting people's weaknesses. He had to get useful information from the Knights of the Dead Moon as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would not be able to get any information from this woman, unless he was prepared to interrogate them separately. But he did not have the time nor the means to do so. Lorison's undead was still standing in the hall, motionless like a stone statue. Brando came to the Knights of the Dead Moon and quickly found that it was an old acquaintance, the Rotten Knight Krot, one of the 3 Knights of Decay. She and her subordinates, the Skeleton Knight, had invaded Erewhon during the First and Second War of the Black Rose. At the end of the Second War of the Black Rose, Freya. In the middle of the Second War of the Black Roses, he had done a mission, but at that time it was surrounded by armies, so he could only see it from afar. Krot was a dark noble of the Sea of the Dead Moon. She used to be a mercenary and was different from Kabia's. She was a more combative undead lord, but she was not loyal to the undead lord with the Mercury Staff. At best, she could only be regarded as a fence-sitter. He thought about it and was immediately relieved. Which undead lord of Madara was not familiar with him? Thinking of this, he looked back and saw a few skeletons lying on the ground. He knew all of them. Grey Staff Trassa, the commander of the Grey Castle of Lifit. Most of his subordinates were liches, who were good at blood rain. His political stance was a fence-sitter. Bone Eye Karen, the lord of the Dead Forest. She had an army of pale hunters, who were good at undead cavalry tactics. Trassa was a famous fence-sitter. Barkin, a fence-sitter. All of them were fence-sitters. Although the Rotten Knight Krot had died once, she was still very afraid of death. In other words, she was afraid of true eternal sleep. In other words, she was not very tight-lipped. When Brando threatened her, she revealed the truth. Tiamas Chiou, or White. Tiamas Chiou was the real name of the Black Knight. This name sounded like an elf's name. In his previous life, there were players who guessed that she might have been a wind elf or a wild elf when she was alive, but they never thought that she was a silver elf because the difference in age was too great. Sure enough, she lied. Their purpose here was not to kill Lorison's undead, but for the war slate. However, it was not easy for the undead to enter human territory, let alone pass through several lines of defense without alerting the army. According to Krot, they went out to sea from the Eternal Darkness Harbor and landed at Silver Sand Bay. As soon as they got off the ship, there were humans who arranged their itinerary. They arrived at the wilderness of 4-leaf clover in a carriage. Brando immediately guessed that these people were from the Cruz Empire. According to Krot's description, they were from the White Legion, or even one step closer, they were from one of the White Legion's high-ranking knights. The White Legion had 3 direct knight regiments, the Grey-Winged Knights who rode Grey Griffins, the White Dragon Knights who rode Ground Dragons, and the Silver Pegasus Knights. The ones who received these undead should be from the White Dragon Knight Regiment because Krot had seen the insignia under the human's cloak. It was the typical insignia of the White Dragon Regiment. Although the possibility of framing could not be ruled out, it was not very likely. After all, the crew's empire did not know that Krot and the others had fallen into his hands. The White Legion was Constance's staunchest supporter, and the Four Knights of the Apocalypse were also the most loyal supporters of the Mercury staff and the backbone of the reformists. In other words, these undead had entered the empire to seek the war slate. It was very likely that they had been instructed by both Constance and the Dark Lord. Brando immediately felt that there was a strong smell of conspiracy in the air. He looked at Allium Japonicum, who was listening quietly. She had the same look in her eyes. It wasn't strange for the Mercury Scepter Overlord to know about the war slate's existence. It was an overlord that appeared once in 1,000 years in that world. The Mercury Scepter in its hand had the supreme ability to foresee the future. Through the Mercury Scepter, it could have foreseen the day the war slate would descend into the world. As for the Silver Queen, as the dark dragon of this era who had obtained most of Odin's inheritance, the dark prophecy had mentioned that the dark dragon had an almost omniscient and omnipotent ability. Through some ancient knowledge and inheritance, it was not strange that she knew about the war slate. What was strange was that the two of them were now together. Throughout history, the opportunity to turn a country from an enemy to a friend was none other than a common interest or an enemy. Speaking of Her Majesty's enemies, other than the Twilight Army and the monsters, it seemed that he was the only one who could be considered an enemy of the Queen. However, Brando did not think that he was worthy of the two empires joining hands to deal with him. Then, the only thing left was interests. Madara's interests were foreseeable. Being able to seize the war slate from the Empire was naturally beneficial to them. However, what benefits could the Silver Queen gain from this? Inviting a wolf into the house? Just in exchange for Madara's support? It seemed that there was no need. Not to mention that Madara was still not in the right position, and the four holy cathedrals, except for a few people in the Holy Cathedral of Fire, did not seem to have any objections to Constance's actions. She did not need to find trouble and get involved with these skeletons. Brando firmly believed that the more ridiculous and illogical something seemed on the surface, the more it was true, then there must be an unknown truth behind the incident. He suddenly thought of a terrible possibility. Historically, the Empire had allowed and even encouraged Madara to attack Saint Tassol and Erewhon. Would such a thing happen again today? Although it happened at the end of the First Era, in this world, even the great demonic wave had been brought forward by so much. Queen Constance was also completely unconventional. There was no reason that this incident could not happen or appear in advance. What are you looking for this thing for? Brando suddenly asked, pointing to the war slate floating at the top of the pile of rubble. Sure enough, the undead knight showed a blank look. Nothing could be seen from the soul fire in its eye sockets. Krot obviously knew nothing about this. This was not beyond Brando's expectations. The war slate had only begun to descend on this world half a month ago, and the fragment of law had only appeared a day ago. These undead did not know what it was, but the existence with the Mercury staff might have described the appearance of this thing to them and asked them to come and get it. The world knew the power of the Mercury staff, so even such a request would not arouse any suspicion. The undead had long been used to their monarch being one step ahead of others. Are you thinking of the war in 422? Allium Japonicum suddenly asked in a whisper. Brando nodded. Great minds think alike. The war in 422 happened before the Battle of Cipher Forest. In that year, the Empire and Madara's envoys signed a secret agreement. This agreement was essentially an agreement to divert the disaster. In the agreement, the Empire would not send more troops to the Cedar area, and even withdraw their troops. In fact, it was allowing Madara to attack Erewhon and Saint Tassol. Not long after that, Madara entered its heyday, which was also the prelude to the destruction of Erewhon. Even the wind elves of Saint Tassol were greatly damaged in the war, so there was the Battle of Algash later. He did not expect history to be so similar. Although the Emperor of the Empire was no longer the taciturn Lenoret, Constance also made a shocking decision. At this moment, Brando could not help but think that they were really mother and son. However, Brando still did not understand why Constance would let the undead enter the Met's area to obtain the war slate. What was the deeper meaning of her doing so? The Empire's territory was so vast, and there were so many fragments of law and war slate in this land. Why did it have to be Fulton Port? Was it the request of the existence with the Mercury staff, or was it Her Majesty's idea? Could it be that the woman could foresee that he would come to this place? This sounded a little too creepy. A weak voice interrupted his thoughts. Do you remember what I said to you before, human lord? Brando turned around and found that Haku had woken up earlier than he thought. The metal mask on the Black Knight's face had long been shattered by the impact, revealing half of her beautiful face. Her silver hair proved that she was a pure silver elf, but her eyes were no longer as beautiful as Medicia's eyes. Instead, they were replaced by a pair of eyes that were dancing with golden flames. However, this pair of eyes had lost the liveliness that she had when she was trying to coax him, and had returned to an indifferent and emotionless look. Her voice was no longer fluctuating, but filled with a hollow metallic echo. It did not even sound like a woman's voice. In fact, this was the Haku that Brando was familiar with. The origin of Tiama's Chiu Yu in Madara was a mystery. She appeared in Madara about 150 years ago, the first sighting recorded in the literature, or perhaps earlier, but no one knew. No one knew where she came from, and no one knew why she appeared in Madara. However, when she appeared in Madara, she was already a powerful undead lord. By the time the players were familiar with this undead lord, she had already obtained the evil dragon's blood of the bone dragon, Alhan, and was conferred as one of the 4 Knights of the Apocalypse by the Mercury staff. In history, Haku always appeared in a thick robe like this. Although the style and pattern of the robe could change, most of the time, there were decorations such as crosses and scales on it, unless she wanted to hide her identity. But no matter what, she would always wear her trademark, the half-crying, half-laughing metal mask. The players, including the players in Madara, had never seen the true face of this knight, and could not tell her gender. Although it did not make any difference to the undead, the players were still interested in guessing this point. Of course, judging from the name, the players were more inclined to the latter guess. And the facts proved to be so. Brando listened to the Black Knight's words and asked, "This is not the first time I've dealt with you, Miss Tiama's Chiu Yu. You've obviously said more than one sentence to me. May I know which sentence you're referring to?" "Ancestors, you're an ancestor, a human. You and I both know this deeply." "What's an ancestor?" Brando frowned. This was indeed the second time this woman had mentioned this word, and it was also referring to him. But he was very puzzled. Brando's origin was very clear. Neither he nor his grandfather were ancestors. Although the sword Saint Darius was famous, the ancestors of this family were just ordinary Erewhon people. Your understanding of us is beyond the limits of human knowledge, just like how you know my real name and my origin. Even if I didn't tell you when we first met, I know that you already know everything. 2 months ago, I was secretly conferred a title in the Holy Temple of the Dying Moon. This secret has never grown a foot out of Madara, but you already know. I believe that you even know why I was conferred a title, and that my power comes from Spider Mother the Rice. Spider Mother the Rice? Your power doesn't come from the Bone Dragon. Brando was stunned and suddenly realized that something was wrong. He saw the woman looking at him with a sneer and mouthing, "The Master of Darkness will return. It can see through people's hearts and understand all things. Put away your tricks of playing with people's hearts." Allium Japonicum coldly interrupted her. "I will kill you at any time if you dare to do this again." Brando patted his senior's hand and stopped her from continuing. He revealed an "I knew it" expression and asked in return, "So you said that Medicia told me before. This was also to deceive me?" This time, Haku did not answer. But Brando did not care and continued to ask in return, "You still think that I'm the Darkness Dragon?" But things have changed with the passage of time. Now, others may not necessarily think so. In the Empire, there's someone more worthy of this title than me, isn't there? Darkness will be born from the inhuman, and the honorable people will disappear from the flames. These were the original words of the Dark Prophecy. Allium Japonicum shook his head. Can a person whose age is forever fixed at 15 years old still be considered a human? Only a human can be an inhuman. The Silver Queen Constance is obviously more satisfied with this. She saw some secret on the final battlefield and inherited the power and will of the Darkness Dragon. With the blessing of these powers, she has long become an inhuman existence. No progress, Haku replied, the wisdom of mortals is always limited to this. I never said that you are the Darkness Dragon. That's just a misunderstanding by that little girl Medisha. Brando had lost interest in continuing to listen to her deliberately mystifying words. He asked, what's your relationship with Medisha? I have nothing to do with that bastard. This time, Bai Leng replied coldly. Hearing this, Brando was slightly stunned. Then, he looked at the woman with a sullen expression. Hearing this, he confirmed the woman's identity. She was indeed Medisha's sister, just as Medisha described in the dream. He turned his head and no longer looked at the woman. He had obtained enough information. He looked at Krot. Krot, as far as I know, you are not the most trusted subjects of the Darkness Dragon. Why would it send you to carry out this mission? This was just a euphemism. In fact, it was not as simple as not being close to the Darkness Dragon. The so-called fence-sitters, to put it bluntly, were the dark nobles who were forced by the power of the Mercury Staff to submit to the Darkness Dragon. These old nobles were the least powerful group in this new empire. For an important mission like going to the Cruz Empire, it was absolutely impossible for them to be given to them. In fact, Krot was at a loss about this point. However, she looked at Haku with some fear and was unwilling to answer. Just from this simple glance, Brando and Allium Japonicum had already obtained what they wanted. If I'm not wrong, she took the initiative to ask the Darkness Dragon to allow you to join, right? Brando asked. Krot's soulfire was clearly filled with astonishment. Brando thought to himself that this was indeed the case. This woman's followers were all fence-sitters, and she herself was the most loyal knight of the Darkness Dragon with the Mercury Staff. It would be too much of a coincidence to say that there was nothing fishy about this. Generally speaking, birds of a feather flock together. If he were to carry out this mission, he would definitely choose a few like-minded and trustworthy helpers. Or rather, these people were personally appointed by the Darkness Dragon, and Haku had no right to say anything. However, this was obviously not possible. Why would the Darkness Dragon offend its most reliable subordinates for a few fence-sitters? This was obviously not logical. And after he asked, he found out that there was indeed something unusual about this. Why would Haku choose a few fence-sitters who had no loyalty to the Mercury Staff as his teammates? Others might think that she was trying to cultivate her own circle and buy people's hearts, but Brando was very familiar with this woman. In her life, other than those unintelligent skeletons under her command, she was alone. She did not have any followers at all. Although the world had changed, Brando had never seen a historical figure whose temperament changed drastically because of the changes in the future. He believed that Haku was no exception. He wanted to ask more, but the Black Knight interrupted him angrily. Don't ask any more. What do you want to know, human lord? Let's make a deal. There's definitely something fishy going on. Brendel could not help but take a long look at Lorison's undead. This tall skeleton knight was still motionless, like a stone statue. Chapter 10:10. The cryptic clock tower was located at the top of Fatten City. The 12th generation of the Empire's architecture was filled with a religious and solemn style unique to that era. Looking out from the long and narrow window on one side of the clock tower, one could see the seaside scenery of Fakus. The blue horizon was level with the sky, and long headlands and lighthouses were deep in the sea. Yida chose this place as her temporary office because she could overlook the whole city and its surroundings. However, Medisha always felt that she preferred the narrow space to give her a sense of security. It was said that her room in Abes was such a small room that it looked like a fortress from the outside. There were many inconveniences in working in such a place, but Medisha had always been a resigned person, so she agreed. Eugenie, the daughter of Duke Viro, was a little dissatisfied, but she did not insist on objecting. At this moment, the sun had just risen, and a thin light shone into the room. The long shadow extended along the corner of the table, embellishing the decorative crystal on the table. Medisha frowned slightly and reached out to move it to the side. The crystal was slightly transparent under the sunlight, casting a faint yellow shadow on the sheepskin on the table. It was a letter filled with ciphertext. This ancient language was passed down from generation to generation by the Silver Elves. Now, it was taught by Medisha and was only used by the White Lion Guards. Eugenie, Vero and Marjorie stood behind her, waiting for the fairy princess to read the letter. After a moment, Medisha sighed and put down the letter. The sunlight made a silhouette of her. On her side, the dragon rock wooden window frame was used as a picture frame for the view of the harbor. However, Fatin had already closed the harbor, and the harbor was as calm as a mirror. "What's wrong, Miss Medisha?" Eugenie asked after a while. She thought that Medisha would always speak according to the usual opening, but this time, the fairy princess fell into an unsettling silence. Medisha put down the letter and shook her head. "There's no news. The White Legion is still biding their time. I asked the scouts to approach the Lavea Valley and the Golden Needle Forest, but they are still silent. This silence makes me uneasy." "What about the villagers?" In the corner of the room, Delphine sat in a wheelchair. The place she was in was completely dark, leaving only a calm eye emitting a faint light in the darkness. The silver dragon lady stood behind Delphine. Ever since Mithril saved this little human girl, she admired Delphine's wisdom more and more. She often stayed by Delphine's side in the name of observing the patients. Perhaps Delphine was grateful to Mithril for saving her life, so she did not object. "That's what I'm worried about." Medisha gently folded the paper and handed it to the two people behind her. Then, Eugenie and Marjorie passed it to Mithril and finally to Delphine. The Prime Minister's daughter pinched the sheepskin between her thumb and forefinger without saying a word. The scar on her face seemed to have been carved with a knife, bright and dark, and the words on the sheepskin were written in golden lines. The villagers did not make any move. The White Legion, the villagers of the Latch of Wa, this is the military force that Constance can mobilize in the Metz area. Now, they are biding their time. What's so strange about this? The Duke's daughter's eyebrows were full of annoyance, just like her complaining tone. Is Her Majesty still planning to target Ludwig first? Marjorie asked tentatively. That's impossible, Delphine interrupted him firmly. Her gaze fell on the sheepskin again. She hesitated silently and said, maybe she's waiting for an opportunity. Waiting for what opportunity? Eugenie asked. That's possible. Medisha rubbed her forehead, thought for a while, and explained, I also think that Miss Delphine's guess is right. The eldest prince is at Fat Han Port. As long as he is alive, he will become the remaining pillar of faith for the northern nobles in the Holy Cathedral. Once Fat Han is conquered, the North's dilemma will be solved. This is also the reason why Duke Vina has repeatedly sent letters asking us to go to Yuma City in the Favor Forest. Constance can't see this. His Majesty is unwilling to move because he wants to set up a battlefield in Fat Han, but Fat Han is not a good battlefield. Although the east side is a long and narrow mountain path, the northwest side is flat and open. The hills are also good for hiding troops. It's easy to attack but hard to defend. Marjorie was quite opposed to this plan. This was not the first time that he had questioned it. Delphine was quite disdainful. His Majesty has already arranged the plan. What we need to do is to execute this plan to the best of its ability, not to discuss whether the plan is feasible or not. She sneered, my time is limited. I'm here to listen to Miss Medisha's constructive ideas. As for the others, please keep your mouth shut. Marjorie's face was quite unpleasant, but he did not want to argue with a woman. He looked at the ugly woman coldly and did not speak anymore. Delphine's words angered Eugenie, who was beside her. The eldest daughter of the Duke sneered, the word, His Majesty, is really catchy. Medisha saw that the Prime Minister's daughter had revealed her true nature. She was a little helpless. Okay, stop arguing. She gently interrupted Delphian's next words. She knew that if this woman continued to speak, the situation would get out of hand, just like the previous few times. Back to the topic. Do you have any other ideas? Delphian saw that Medisha had spoken, so she did not fight back. However, she did not speak easily either. The silver dragon lady behind her suddenly said, "Are they waiting for the army at the Evergreen Corridor?" The army of Georgandy Ridge and the Lion Men. Except for Delphian, everyone's eyes lit up slightly. However, the light in Medisha's eyes quickly dimmed. She shook her head and said, "The army of the Dukes is also gathering. Constance must seize every second, if she does not want this civil war to drag on for years. His Majesty thinks so too. He knows that woman will not wait for years. She will definitely seize this opportunity. How can she wait for the army of Georgandy Ridge and the Lion Men to arrive on the battlefield? She must have other plans," Delphian replied with certainty. "That's why she can be so fearless. We have to find a way to make that woman show her tail." "What good ideas do you have?" Eugenie retorted. The eyes of the Prime Minister's daughter glowed, like a leopard showing its fangs and claws on the hunt. "It's very simple. Constance's commander is not moving, which means that the best time for them has not yet come. We don't want to give them this opportunity, so that this opportunity will never come. We will take the initiative to attack Ovchin, the Olivia Valley and the Golden Needle Forest." "You're crazy." The Duke's daughter was shocked. Marjorie was also shocked, but the professional sergeant quickly reacted and showed a thoughtful look. Medisha was slightly startled. She bent her head and gently tapped the tip of her smooth jade-like chin. "This plan seems to be feasible," she said thoughtfully. "As long as we modify the details a little." Eugenie saw that the three of them seemed to be serious. She was not proficient in military affairs, so she could not help but hesitate. "Do we need to inform the Count?" Of course, the fairy princess at this moment was the commander of the Imperial Guards. She immediately made a decision. "We also need to inform Yuta. Without her warrant, you can't mobilize the White Lion Guards." She seemed to have just realized that one person was missing. She could not help but ask, "By the way, where is Madame Yuta?" She seems to have gone to patrol in person because she was worried that the information was wrong. Medisha smiled bitterly and shook her head. This lady, the Golden Needle Valley was like a gray sea. The tall shining silver trees were like soldiers in gray armor. The snow-white trunks stood upright, and the branches twisted and climbed up. After midsummer, autumn arrived in the forest. The ground was covered with a thick layer of gray leaves. Several knights rode their horses to the side of an ancient tree. They were fully equipped and armed. On their shoulder armor was a white lion with shining fur. The female knight in the lead lifted her mask. Her fiery red hair flowed down from under the metal mask, revealing a beautiful face that made people drool. Her emerald eyes swept across the tree trunk. She raised the spear in her hand and pointed at one of the branches. "What is this?" Where the tip of her spear pointed, the tree trunk was crisscrossed by sharp weapons. It was strange and winding, as if it was wriggling and coming back to life. It was unpleasant. "This is a secret mark left by the mountain people, my lady." One of the knight glanced at the tree and replied in a low muffled voice. "The survivors of the Latch of Wa have been using this set of secret marks for thousands of years. Only they know what it means." Yuta looked around. The forest was as silent as a ghost. The cold wind swept through the treetops, and then whispers sounded in the forest. She was not afraid. She raised the spear and drew a circle around herself. This used to be the mountain people's territory. Here, and the north of the Golden Needle Forest, including the Olivia Valley. The knight replied respectfully, "The mountain people have been hiding here for thousands of years. It is precisely because they are in the north that the White Legion dares to station their troops in Ahin, a place surrounded by valleys on three sides. But with this forest, Ahin is the most important strategic location in the south of Kamixin." "Then where are they now?" The knight was speechless. This. He hesitated. Someone saw them go north. The local hunters said that as early as a week ago, the mountain people here began a mass migration. There is no one left in the forest now. Jana turned around, her emerald green eyes flashing with dissatisfaction at this answer. Why did they go north? She asked. The mountains of the Latch of Wa are the homeland of the mountain people. Why did they leave after getting this land? Mare, you are also a mountain person. Would you leave your homeland? I know the mountain people very well because the blood of the mountain people flows in my veins. They will not leave their homeland easily. She frowned uneasily. There must be a conspiracy behind this. But the question is, where did they go? The knight muttered softly. They went on a pilgrimage. The Latch appeared in Wonde again. The Latch was the Holy One of the mountain people. The legend of him was passed down from generation to generation. It was said that he saved the mountain people from the claws of the evil god Tardasian in the present-day Varaka. The mountain winds in the Latch of Wa still carried his name. Occasionally, the forest would whisper about this legend. The Latch of Wa meant the homeland of the Holy One in the language of the mountain people. Therefore, it was regarded as a sacred land by the mountain people. Yuta spat softly. That pretentious woman. She was talking about Constance. Her tone was full of disdain. When did the dark dragon become the Holy One of the mountain people? Although the Myernas once ruled the mountain people for a period of time, they were not better off than now. The knight shook his head. I am not too sure about this, my lord. He looked ahead. The shadows of the trees overlapped and made him uneasy. He hesitated. Should we continue? The female knight, however, raised a finger. Her face was suddenly covered in a pale white that had lost all its color. Shoo, Yuta replied solemnly. Did you hear something? The forest was whispering. The rustling of footsteps was like insects crawling on the ground. Haku's words finally had a miraculous effect. There was a moment of silence in the underground round hall. A beam of light shone down from the dome. Specks of light danced in the bright light and dust floated up and down. In the intertwining light and darkness, Lorison's undead statue was like a stone statue. Only the soul fire in his rib cavity was burning vigorously. A stone rolled down from the broken pillar, making a hollow echo. It rolled to the feet of the Allium Japonicum. The female knight bent down and picked it up. Brando turned around. He looked at Haku condescendingly and narrowed his dark brown eyes. Before we talk about the conditions, take out the thing first. Haku's expression changed. What thing? You know. Haku's expression changed several times. In the end, he nodded hesitantly. Take it. She took out a gemstone that shone like an agate and threw it to Brando. Brando reached out and caught it firmly in his hand. It was cold to the touch, but there was a warm feeling inside. There was no doubt that this gemstone was the extremely precious item from his previous life, the fragment of the natural order. At least you know what's good for you, Brando replied. You can tell me now. What do you want to hear? Everything. But the key is the deal between Her Majesty the Queen and that person. Haku's expression gradually darkened. If I tell you everything, then what other trump cards do I have? Human, this is not the way to negotiate a deal. Brando smiled. If he was not familiar with this woman, he might have been fooled. He shook his head and did not mind. If you really think so, Madame Tiamas, he said, dragging his voice, Mr. Crot, enough. Haku was almost roaring. The dead had long lost the right to breathe, but her chest rose and fell rapidly, as if she recalled her instincts when she was alive. The key to the deal is in your hands. Brando glanced at the fragment of the natural order in his hand. In my hands? Of course I know it's in my hands. But what benefit does Constance get from it? He said in surprise. I don't think the Silver Queen is a philanthropist who only wants to give without asking for anything in return. You're asking the wrong question, Bai Leng said with a smile. You should ask, What benefit does Madara get from it? Brando opened his hand. The agate-like gemstone shone in the center of his palm. The soft light shone in all directions, reflecting on his pale cheeks. But he immediately retracted his hand and frowned. He realized that this question might not be so simple. "What does this mean?" he asked. "Don't keep me in suspense. You should know that my patience is limited. There are a few places in the White Mountain where the sun never rises again. A new kind of order has been formed there, and the undead can be greatly strengthened in that land. The land of the dead moon." A voice in Brando's head buzzed. He suddenly thought of a possibility. "P.S. I'm a little late because I'm thinking of the plot. Don't worry." Chapter 10-11. Brendel's eyebrows turned gloomy. How many troops did Madara send this time? He suddenly asked. 6, as you can see. Haku showed a very disdainful expression, but he had to answer. "They are all here, human." 6. Bai Ling snorted, and her eyes fell on Krot. "You will know whether I am lying or not when you ask." Brando looked at the woman suspiciously. He knew that she was not lying, and there was no need for her to lie about this kind of thing. He had already thought of the possibilities, but he was curious about why the woman pretended to be angry. She had been creating this illusion from the beginning, but the real Tiamas was not like this. The Black Knight would never be angry, and he rarely got angry. How could a person who despised emotional thinking let anger control his thinking? Haku must not know how familiar Brando and Allium Japonicum knew her. If she knew that Brando and Allium Japonicum were treating her like a clown, she might really be angry. Brando felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. Some of the memories of the land of the dead moon were still vivid in his mind. The dark mountains of the Arghash region, the mountains were full of undead, and the land was full of corpses. Madara was not the only undead. In the mountains to the east of Mihodafen, there were countless souls of the dead. It was not only the Holy War decades ago, but also the previous wars and the Great War more than 1,000 years ago. Countless crews, Fanzan, elves, and warriors of other races were buried here. Some necromancers who had lived in seclusion since ancient times operated their own secret lairs in the depths of the mountains. Even these people would respond to the call of the Mercury Staff. If the Silver Queen gave up the area to the east of Metz, and let Madara turn it into the land of the dead moon, then the one with the Mercury Staff would be able to summon an army and wreak havoc in this area. But from Mihodafen to the wilderness of 4 realms, that was a full 1/3 of the empire. Unless that woman was really crazy, she wouldn't dare to do such a crazy thing. But perhaps Constance had really fallen into hysteria. All the speculations seemed to point to this possibility. Even if Brando didn't want to believe it, he had to plant a seed of doubt. He stared at Bai with a gloomy expression. Originally, he did not expect this woman to speak, but he did not expect Bai to smile coldly. They have reached an agreement. No one knows what it is about. She stared into Brando's eyes and said, "But other than me, Kalafen, Yalvit, and Greta have all gone to Alkash." Even in Madara, only a few people know about this secret. The decaying Night Krot wriggled on the ground uneasily, her jaw cracking. No one knew if she was uneasy because it was the first time she heard this news, or because Bai dared to reveal that person's secret. Brando didn't care at all. He didn't have the mind to pay attention to other things. His mind was almost completely attracted by this sentence. Kalafen, Yalvit, and Greta had all gone to Alkash. Kalafen, the lord of the Duchy of Griffin, was the most powerful traditional dark noble in Madara. He was also one of the most powerful lords in Madara in this era. His strength was above Bai, who had obtained the blood of the evil dragon. But although this person was an old noble, he was loyal to the Mercury Staff and was that person's true confidant. Yalvit. Hearing this name, Brando even asked, "Has the Queen of the White Demonesses submitted to that person?" This was earlier than he expected, but in any case, this did not stop the name from being dazzling. Yalvit, the queen of the white demonesses, was the most powerful of the few forces that resisted the Mercury Staff. After she submitted to the Mercury Staff, the Empire of Madara began to move towards true unification. Finally, there was Greta, the death-praying sword, the sword of the Empire, and the greatest sword saint of the next era. Some people called the era before 375 the era of the Earth Sword Saint Darius, and the era after 375 the era of the death-praying sword Saint Greta. In this half a century, there was only one grey sword Saint Mephistopheles, but the two sword saints before and after that were truly powerful figures that made the whole continent bow down to. At present, Greta should only be Motherwell's apprentice. The latter was the father of the famous one-eyed dragon Tarkus. He was also a very famous dark sword saint. It was said that his strength was on par with Mephisto, but that was before Mephisto entered the ultimate realm. Brando estimated that this person's strength would not surpass Veronica's at most. Not to mention that Motherwell had met Greta, a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. Greta was born in the Boneyard Forest on the coast of the Sea of the Dying Moon. According to the player's investigation, he should have been a human living nearby. He was only 16 years old when he died. Later, he was awakened as a lesser blood descendant. Originally, there were thousands of undead in Madara who were awakened by necromancers or superior vampires every day. In theory, Greta should have become one of those thousands of low-level undead cannon fodder and died in an inconspicuous battle in the Sea of the Dying Moon. But history was such a coincidence. The person who awakened him was Motherwell. Not only was he a sword saint, but he was also the patriarch of the Manlian family. Greta quickly attracted Motherwell's attention with his unique soul fire and became the latter's apprentice. After that, he embarked on the path of a brilliant genius and became the most dazzling star in Madara's history. The Sword of the Empire, Greta, died together with Ekis in the final battle of the Evernight. He pierced the right eye of the Alpha Wolf with his sword. Some people said that if he did not die, Madara's expansion might not stop at the Wilderness of Four Realms. Brando also agreed with this statement. Such a person's strength at this time might not be as strong as White, but he was that person's trusted aide. He, Colifen, and Yalvit. The fact that the three of them went to Algash was enough to explain a lot of things. Brando thought of many things at that moment, but he really could not understand why Constance would make such a choice. He could imagine what would happen next. It would definitely subvert everyone's understanding of this world. Hypothetically, a third of the Empire suddenly fell into Madara's hands. A vacuum would suddenly appear between Cruz, Saint Tassol, and Fanzan. This land of the dead moon would completely change the structure of the continent. It was equivalent to the crazy queen bringing the dead moon empire into the course of history in advance. This was definitely a method that was much crazier than the empire in history. Brando, Allium Japonicum suddenly reminded him, although Constance is crazy, she is definitely not crazy. She must have a deeper reason for doing this. Brendel's eyes lit up. This was a negotiation between the two empires, not a game between children. Such a large-scale handover was definitely not something that could be completed in a short period of time. But what exactly made the existence with the Mercury Staff and the Silver Queen trust each other so much? For a plan of this scale, Madara and Cruz must have a considerable degree of mutual trust to complete it. But how did these two gain each other's trust? The Dark Dragon. White seemed to have seen through his doubts and answered with a devilish voice. That's impossible. Brando growled. Although the world knew that the undead of Madara were once loyal to the Dark Dragon, thousands of years later, they had already become independent. Could it be that Constance, with the title of the Dark Dragon, could convince the existence with the Mercury Staff to bow down to her? This was a little too unimaginable. How could the existence of the Dark Kingdom, a king that appeared once in 1,000 years, be willing to bow down to someone with his ambition? Not to mention that he was now fully fledged. After Yalvit submitted to him, the empire was on the fast track. The next 100 years would be Madara's era. Would that person bow down to Constance just based on a rumor? This was simply a joke. Not to mention that Constance only had a part of the Dark Dragon's inheritance in her hands. Even if she really obtained the entire inheritance, she was still not Odin. Brando even thought that the woman in front of him was insulting his intelligence and making fun of him, but White looked very serious. She looked at the human in front of her with contempt, as if she already knew that the other party would have such an expression. She replied coldly, "But that's the truth. I even know that Constance and that person met in private before, on the final battlefield." Few people know the details of that meeting, but at least I'm sure that they reached an agreement. I even know that after this plan is completed, Madara will definitely be merged into the Cruz Empire. Of course, at that time, Cruz will no longer be called Cruz. The new country will be called Mardos. The new country will be called Mardos, a voice echoed on the ground. The Azure Knight held the holy lance in his hand and made a promise to the people on the ground. For the next 10,000 years, this country thrived on the ruins of the past. It was the Myrna Empire, the country that had been destroyed for 1,000 years. Brando felt that the world had gone crazy, or rather, he had gone crazy. He felt someone gently supporting his back. It was the gentleness of his senior. He turned around and saw Allium Japonicum standing firmly by his side. He immediately understood the other party's thoughts and was slightly touched. Ever since he heard White's words, although he still couldn't tell if it was true or false, there was still a dark cloud shrouding his heart. The future of this world was completely out of his control. The tide of the world was blowing in his face. In the face of the storm, no one dared to say that they knew what their fate was going to be. Even he was the same. He originally thought that he could finally control the fate of Erewhon, but in the current situation, Erewhon was like a lonely boat in a tsunami that could capsize at any time. In front of these giants, Erewhon people still couldn't control their own fate. For a moment, Brando suddenly felt that his heart was very tired. But with Allium Japonicum standing by his side, he suddenly felt that he had returned to the past. The future of the kingdom was gloomy. The fate of the entire kingdom and its people, the faith and hope of thousands of Erewhon players, were all floating on the stormy sea. Although everyone knew that they could fail, or even that they had failed, they still stayed. At least I did it before, and I won't regret it. They had failed before, and it left a deep impression on him that was enough to affect his life. But this time, they might not fail. Besides, with the same person standing by his side, how could he not have the courage to fight again? No matter what it was, as long as it stood in his way, he would make it pay the price. Mardos had been destroyed by the hands of the four wise ones 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years later, the result would not change. I understand, Senpai, Brando replied softly. Allium Japonicum showed a gratified look and nodded. But Brando knew that now was not the time to comfort each other. The most important thing now was to solve the problem at hand. He looked at White and asked coldly, "How far has this plan gone?" He paused for a moment, and a complicated light flashed in his eyes as if he had understood something. "The White Legion is not moving in Ovchin. Is it waiting for you? Do you believe it now?" White asked. Brando looked at this woman, and he was a little disgusted. "I'll take what you said as the truth, Miss Tiamas." But he still answered patiently, "Actually, I'm very clear about your little tricks and what you want to do. But now, you should know which side you should be on. I hope that you can show me your true sincerity to cooperate with me." "I'm on your side." Baileng laughed and said, "Human, are you mistaken?" Although I brought these trash with me, she looked at Krot, and did not hide her contempt for these trash. This only shows that I have my own thoughts. That person's subordinates, Yalvit, the queen of banshees, and Califen, the king of griffins, do not have their own plans. This is nothing. Don't beat around the bush, Brando interrupted her coldly. I've always been suspicious of your attitude, but your words later revealed the truth. You brought these fence-sitters out, not because you have your own plans, or indeed because you have your own plans, because you know that they won't dare to question your decision. Compared to them, you are far closer to that person, and in front of them, you have supreme authority. White's expression changed slightly, but he did not say anything. Instead, he quietly waited for Brando to continue. Actually, you didn't lie before, Tiamas, Brando replied. Your real goal is Lorison's undead, right? I don't understand what you mean, human. White smiled. Brando pondered for a moment, then raised his head. I didn't want to say it, but in order to not deceive each other in the future, I think it's better to be honest. He said, White, or Miss Tiama's Chiu, in this world, there is an organization called the Hydra's 12 Heads. May I ask which head you are? He asked word by word. Patriarch Tiamas, can you answer me? The smile on the undead lady's face froze. Chapter 10-12. The golden flame in Bai's eyes split into layers of flame patterns, like flowing lava. She squeezed out a few words from her throat. What are you talking about? Because of this. Brando raised his hand, and a crystal drew a beautiful arc in the air, making a crisp sound as it hit the ground, and then rolled to Bai's feet. Bai hesitated for a moment, then leaned over to pick up the thing with difficulty. It was a dark crystal without any luster, exuding a cold aura in her palm. The color in the center of the crystal had been removed, revealing an ugly blank space. Bai carefully observed for a moment, and finally recognized that the crystal was one of the culprits who had plotted against her. Her brows furrowed deeply. This is a soul crystal. This is a soul crystal. Brando replied, it once stored a spell called Soul Spike, which is a black magic. What does this have to do with me? Brando raised his head and looked at the empty round hall. The towering vault was engraved with thorns, light and shadow, and gargoyles stood gloomily on the stone pillars. It was said that the top of each stone pillar was engraved with prayers like Achsvan, the glory of the kings, praising the Lord of Light, the sun god Perkin. The building could show the time of the era it belonged to, and this hall was filled with the history of the past hundreds of years. It should have nothing to do with me. He said, but how could a believer of the sun god perform black magic and hide such an evil thing in his sanctuary? Bai's eyes showed a thoughtful look, and she saw Allium Japonicum behind Brando walk out. Allium Japonicum smiled at her politely, and in a gentle tone, he continued Brando's words. Sir John Lorison was a true devout believer when he was alive. He was an upright and noble knight, but he also had his own story. Many people may not believe that this upright knight had never broken his connection with the word cultist in his life, but it was the truth. He was also exiled because of this stain, and could not return to his homeland and family. Of course, this was a deeply buried secret. Outsiders thought that the knight had left because he was tired of fighting for power. Naturally, the family he came from would do everything possible to cover up the truth that shamed the family. Thus, the real history was forgotten day after day, just like this hall, where everything in the past was covered in dust. But history is silent, and time will tell everything. No matter how deeply the secret is buried, it will inadvertently reveal itself. A long time later, a ranger named Verdant found a diary in the ruins of a castle in Grano. He opened the diary that was covered in crimson goatskin. On the first page, the name of the owner of the diary was written in elegant handwriting. Her name was Gladys Petty. Her real identity was Lorison's wife. She was a tree shepherd. At this point, she stopped and did not intend to continue. Brando continued, I've been thinking about this question before. No matter how the tide of magic roared and set off waves on the sea, how could Perkin tolerate so many undead running rampant in his sanctuary? But when I saw this round hall, I understood that this hall was not Perkin's chanting hall, but the holy cellar, the altar used by Perkin's followers to seal the evil monsters underground. So the reason why the undead exist here is so simple. It's because they have been here for a long time. Even so, it doesn't mean anything. Indeed, but the problem is that you gave yourself away. Don't forget that you used the awakening witchcraft on Lorison. That's not strange, Baileng said coldly, I'm the Dark Lord of Madara. It's normal for me to search for powerful undead as my subordinates. Then you can use it to command the undead. Why did you awaken Lorison's wisdom? That's because the high-grade undead with wisdom are more powerful. Brando shook his head. In theory, that's true. But Lorison's undead still retains the heart of a saint. It's a real saint's soul. Even if it wakes up and can't attack you because of the powerful magic of the awakening witchcraft, it will still choose to self-destruct. What you will get is not a powerful follower, but a pile of bones. The awakening witchcraft scroll is expensive. The Empire of Madara is not powerful enough to squander it. You dared to do this because you need Lorison to recover his memories. Only as the designer and builder of this holy cellar, he is qualified to provide you with what you want, the way to unlock the seal of this holy cellar and release Glacé Petty's soul. I'm almost amazed by your wonderful hypothesis. Human, I didn't expect you to know about the undead. Your understanding of the world of the undead is deeper than I thought. I'm curious. You're only about 20 years old. What made you understand the secrets of the undead? If you say that you're a wizard who specializes in undead witchcraft and black magic, I'll believe it. But you're just a swordsman, and the youngest swordsman in 1,000 years. Haku said lightly, unfortunately, a hypothesis is still a hypothesis. It may have many coincidences with reality, but it's still just a subjective speculation. You still don't have any evidence to support what you said. Since when do human nobles need evidence to convict people? Andrea suddenly opened her mouth and said impatiently, in my opinion, this is all nonsense. You can't resist anyway. If this human wants you to be hanged or on a bed, it's just a matter of words. Why do you have to be so pretentious and waste your time? That's why I say that your understanding of humans is not as good as mine. Brando was almost choked to death by this sentence. He really didn't know if this sentence was praising him or taking the opportunity to speak ill of him. But the vampire princess looked serious. It seemed like she agreed with his words. Haku smiled and sneered, others may do this, but I know that your lord won't. Brando knew that Haku was deliberately provoking him, but he didn't care. He shook his head, I have reservations about your opinion. Under certain circumstances, I don't care about the means. Otherwise, I won't listen to a cultist like you. But right now, I won't lower myself to the same level as you. If I say that you're a tree herder, I will naturally have accurate evidence. Speaking of which, this evidence was actually given to me by you. Haku's face was a little ugly. Anyone who was described in such a vulgar way would feel angry, let alone a proud person like her. But she wasn't angry, at most she was a little dissatisfied. Brando continued, Miss Tiamas, do you still remember what you said to me before? This question sounds very familiar, Haku replied, and my answer is similar. I have said many things to you before, I wonder which one your excellency is asking. That sentence itself isn't important, but when I took out the god-slaying magic breaking all, you mentioned Amon. Haku's face changed. So what? Speaking of which, you killed a high-ranking priest of the Holy Cathedral, and you still dare to appear in the Empire openly. You're really bold. Why beat around the bush, Miss Tiamas? Since I mentioned this name, you should know that I already know Amon's other identity. He is a high-ranking member of All for One. I dare say that in this world, there are no more than 10 people who know of this person's dual identity, including me. But you were able to call out his name immediately, which means that you already knew that he died in the loop of trade winds and what he was doing there. The Black Knight of Madara's face was as cold as water. That idiot. She cursed under her breath, and at the same time admitted to everything Brando had hypothesized. Her pride didn't allow her to continue denying because she knew that it was meaningless. Some things could be said to be coincidences, but coincidences couldn't explain everything. Haku looked at Brando with his golden eyes and asked curiously, I have another question that I'm curious about. Amon is a member of All for One. Why do you insist that I'm a tree herder and one of the 12 patriarchs? Brando hesitated for a moment, but still answered, actually, the reason is relatively simple. It's because All for One doesn't accept the undead. All for One members have always looked down on the undead and the necromancy. They think that it's just a path that's corrupted by dark magic. What they pursue is the truth of chaos, the true eternity. It's not something that the skeletons of Madara can compare to. At that time, Amon's state made me suspicious. Although it could only mean that he was secretly practicing the forbidden necromancy and turning himself into an undead before he died, it was enough to attract my attention. After that, I always thought that Amon went to the loop of trade winds for the inheritance of the Dark Dragon. It wasn't until you called out his name that I realized something. His goal is the same as Endesha's. He's going for the blood of God in the Dark Dragon. That's the blood of a true descendant of the gods. It's completely different from the trash blood of God you've cultivated. Brando didn't say anything, and that was that he had experienced it firsthand. He was definitely more qualified than anyone else to speak about it. As for why Haku was a patriarch, that was another story. A person could hide a secret for a while, but it was difficult to hide it forever. In fact, many players in The Amber Sword suspected that Haku was one of the tree herders, death god Choka of the 12 patriarchs. He was the patriarch who controlled the power of life and death. Although Haku was Madara's Black Knight and displayed her exquisite skills in the field of the undead most of the time, including her ability to manipulate people's minds, everyone knew that she had many trump cards that she had never revealed. As a lone knight, her strength was the weakest among the 4 knights of the apocalypse, and yet she was able to retain her position. That was why Brando said that Haku was the patriarch. His guess seemed to have been confirmed. He could imagine that this title must have been inherited from the evil dragon's blood. From the name of this inheritance, it could be deduced that it was also a type of blood of God. Bai was completely silent. It was probably because she was at a loss when her trump card was completely exposed. She was silent for a while before slowly asking, "Since you already know my identity and I've chosen to work with you, can you set me free again?" "Of course not." Brando replied frankly, "But you told me so much before because you wanted me to create some trouble for Constance and that person. Because you don't want to see civilization and order reunited under the name of an empire. Only chaos meets your demands. You are paving the way for the Twilight Dragon, and All for One is doing the same. In that case, why don't you be more straightforward? You want me to be a stumbling block for the revival of the Mardos Empire. Why don't you expect me to do more?" Haku looked at him with a complicated expression. "Do you think you can compete with those 2 people? One of them is the incarnation of the Dark Dragon resurrected on this earth, the ruler in the prophecy. The other is the king that Madara has been waiting for 1,000 years. She will bring an era that belongs to the dead moon. The 2 of them are the echoes of the order of this era. This is the general trend of civilization. Except for the Twilight Dragon, no one can be an enemy. Don't you think you are too arrogant, human?" "The more arrogant I am, the better it is for you," Brando replied. "That's true. So, if you want me to create enough trouble for Constance, please tell me more details." "Very well," Bai Ling said with a smile. "What do you want to know?" I said, "Everything." "Well, you can breathe a sigh of relief for the time being, human. The Silver Queen did not intend to mobilize the undead in the Alkash Mountains. She did not have the ability to do so for the time being, but the eastern part of Metz has been the traditional sphere of influence of the tree herders for hundreds of years. There are huge dark forces hiding here. Lori-san is just a victim of the struggle between the dark forces and the church in the past 100 years. The relationship is too complicated, so I won't repeat it one by one. You just need to know one thing. There is more than one person like Lorisan's wife in this place. They have many identities, such as dark sorcerers, cultists, or something else. 100 years ago, the church suddenly launched a great purge, and the end result was that our forces here were uprooted, and All for One was also hit hard. However, we did not let the Holy Cathedral get away with it. The disputes that lasted for decades and the subsequent holy war between the 3 empires were all caused by us, Haku said proudly. But the audience next to her felt a chill down their spine. The dispute between the light and the dark forces eventually led to rivers of blood on the continent, and behind this was only the ambition and revenge of a few people. Brando had secretly made up his mind that he must not let this woman and the tree herders exist anymore. Even if she was really related to Medisha. Haku might have seen through his plan, or she might not have noticed it at all, but she did not care. She continued, back to the Great Purge 100 years ago, among the dark forces that were uprooted at that time, a small number of people were executed, but most of them were secretly imprisoned or sealed. For example, the tainted blood lord, Rockwell, was caught and imprisoned at that time. The reason for this is very complicated, but the main reason is that the dark forces have completely eroded the noble class of the empire. If this scar is completely uncovered, not only will the empire be bruised and bruised, it may even bleed to death. As a result, the church's stubbornness caused a backlash from the nobles. At that time, the empire was fighting both openly and secretly, and the truth and lies were intertwined, causing very few people to really understand what happened in the empire during this period. In short, the final result was that the influence of the church plummeted, and the imperial power returned to the religious power under the support of the nobles. Only then did Brando understand the truth behind the struggle between the religious power and the imperial power. Perhaps from that time onwards, the Cruz Empire began to unavoidably go downhill, and All for One was able to infiltrate the nobles and even the church unscrupulously. Everything in this world must have a cause and a result, and there was no exception. In short, the final result is that most of the dark creatures are buried deep underground, together with the secrets of the nobles, just like this holy cellar. And these people who have been eroded by the dark, as well as those who have fallen in the struggle, are a group of people who are most likely to be turned into undead by the dark magic after they die. The Silver Queen obviously knew this, and I came here on the order of that person to help her get back her authority. Authority? Brando did not quite understand this word. Chapter 10:13. Beneath the rolling hills of East Metz, under the low clouds and forest mist, there were intricate caves buried deep in the ground. There were countless ruins in the darkness, and many living creatures and the dead were entangled in them. They came out at night and rested during the day. There were folk songs and stories about them that were passed down from generation to generation in Metz, and the old people would occasionally mention these creepy stories. However, according to the legends, husbands used to teach their wives, and mothers used to scare their sons. The horror under the night sky and the whispers in the forest were scattered by the wind of summer and autumn, lingering for hundreds of years. This dark power was only in the hands of a few of the most powerful dark lords. They were called Grand Dukes. In history, there were 3 Grand Dukes in Metz. The first one was Baron Snorway of Ochin. He controlled the world of darkness for 30 years before his death and 30 years after his death. He was once canonized as a saint, and at the same time, he was also a necromancer. One of them was a profound necromancer. He deceived the world until 60 years after his death before he was dug out from his grave and burned to ashes. His authority was sealed in a crown by the Holy Cathedral and stored under the prison of Thorn Island. Later, it was stolen during the Age of Chaos and was completely lost. The second one was the famous witch Ludwig. She spread her followers in the forest of the Silver Valley, attracting wizards, bandits, and mercenaries who were inclined to the dark to join her cult. In that era, everyone knew that Ludwig's day belonged to the Duke, and the night belonged to the Witch Queen. Even the whispers of the wind through the forest did not dare to mention her name. Travelers kept their mouths shut. Merchants and knights did not even dare to approach the forest at night. In the end, the witch died at the hands of Paladin Luther. Her heart was nailed to the Perkins Shrine in Sweetwater Harbor by a wooden spike. The holy flame burned on it all year round, and it was said that mournful screams could still be heard from it. Cold winds blew around the shrine all year round, causing passers-by to take a detour. Until today, the statue of the Holy Knight still existed in the 3 harbors of East Metz. In the golden square of Fatten Port, travelers could still see the face of the heroic knight. The third one was the Master of Balia, the Duke of Golden Flames. His power in the mortal world was equal to his status in the dark world. He lived an extremely extravagant and decadent life, selfish and narrow-minded, and extremely greedy for beauty. He was cursed by passers-by as the Duke of Demons. The favored minister, Victor, was actually the lord of the tree herders, Roger. He had challenged the majesty of the Holy Cathedral of Fire many times in public and preached heresy, and finally died on the stake. After his fall, his close ministers could not escape death. Victor Crollaire was still imprisoned in the Empire's most secure dungeons. And his authority was stored in the underground holy cellar of the Wuxia Cathedral. It was sealed by the joint efforts of 4 saints, and a flame knight swore on his life to guard it for life. The so-called authority is actually the power of the black orb. The underground world was silent. The light beam hanging from above seemed to be the only source of light in the darkness. The flashing spots of light danced in the darkness, and a layer of floating fog was dense. Bai's voice echoed in the empty hall. A layer of sand fell from above from time to time, but no one cared. An explorer found this treasure in a labyrinth under the Fawn Grove and brought it out. The treasure then fell into the hands of a merchant named Rodrigo. He later murdered a high-ranking sorcerer of All for One, and the black orb fell into the hands of the sorcerer. The sorcerer then borrowed the power of the ancient evil, the Book of Mavecart. The power of the black orb was extracted and made into a skeletal scepter, a ring, and a crown. These 3 treasures have the power to command the undead, and are the most precious treasures of the undead world. They were later obtained by the 3 people mentioned above. Among them, the skeletal crown has long been lost, and the amethyst ring was destroyed by the holy knight, Luther. The skeletal scepter was sealed under the holy cellar of Wuxia. So it was the black orb. Brando suddenly understood. Like the ice orb, the black orb was a holy object of the dark element. It was the source of all negative magic, so it could command the undead that were infected by negative magic. However, the high-grade wizard of All for One was actually able to borrow the power of the ancient evil, the Book of Mavecart. The person who extracted the power from the black orb was obviously not an ordinary person. It was likely to be a famous figure in the history of this organization. You're here for this? To be exact, we came for the skeletal scepter. I killed the Flame family knight, and the skeletal scepter is now in the hands of Duke Embuner, the commander of the White Legion. Bai nodded. Brando suddenly remembered something. By the way, did Amon turn himself into an undead have something to do with you? He asked. Amon can come into contact with the ancient evil, the Book of Mavecart, so he should be a genuine high-ranking member of All for One. However, the high-ranking members of All for One would never accept an undead. He should have been an undead after that. At this point, he couldn't help but take a deep look at Bai. Your tree herders can actually infiltrate All for One. All for One's method of infiltration was one of the best in the Amber Sword. An organization with such a strong infiltration ability would naturally have a strong anti-infiltration ability, and it might even be stronger, so it was hard for him not to be surprised. Infiltration? Not really, Bai replied very self-consciously. Bewitching Amon was just my personal action. That person wanted to pursue immortality, and I saw his ambition, so I was able to persuade him to join us. A cold smile appeared on her pale face. Immortality, only a lunatic can be immortal. A rational person would never chase after such an illusory thing. The Black Rose of Roman Tuath was known to be immortal and eternal. To be able to hear such words from the mouth of a dark noble of Madara, Brando felt that it was somewhat interesting. I see, no wonder Andesha could recognize him. However, they didn't seem to be very close at the beginning. Amon didn't join tree herders? He has no interest in tree herders. That person is the kind of person who is truly selfish. Everything he does is for his own benefit, and he only lives for himself. He can't understand our pursuit at all, and we won't accept such a person. Bai said lightly. What about you? You bewitched him for the ancient evil, the Book of Mavecart, right? Yes, I used the secret of immortality to exchange with him, hoping to get the fake Book of Mavecart from him. Haku raised his eyelids and looked at him with his golden eyes. As far as I know, the high-grade magus from All for One used a fake copy of Mavecart's book as a medium to extract the power of the Black Orb. You seem to be very obsessed with the power of the Black Pearl, Brando asked doubtfully. Wait, You said that the high-grade magus from All for One used the fake book of Mavakart as a medium to extract the power of the Black Pearl, and you want to get the fake book of Mavakart from Amon. Could it be that you have already found the Black Pearl? You found it? The golden flames in Bai's eyes flickered slightly, but she did not answer the question. It seems like you guessed correctly, Brando. Not only did she find the Black Pearl, it is very likely to be in this place, in this hall. Allium Japonicum said with a faint smile. Bai suddenly turned her head and glared at the female knight, but she knew that it was useless. She could not help but sigh softly. Yes, I believe that I have found the Black Pearl. Brando and Allium Japonicum looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The Black Pearl disappeared without a trace after the high-grade magus from All for One. Even the 3 treasures that were created by extracting the power of the Black Pearl had been passed around for hundreds of years and landed in the hands of 3 different people. The bone crown was nowhere to be found, and even the amethyst ring was completely destroyed. He did not expect this woman to be so ambitious. She did not even care for the 3 treasures and directly turned her attention to the Black Pearl. And from what she said, she had been planning for this for a long time. From what Brando knew, she had at least transmigrated earlier than him. This woman's schemes were too deep and calm. If they were not so familiar with her, she might not have suffered such a great loss. If I'm not wrong, the black orb should have been obtained by Lorison's wife, Haku continued. But at that time, the power of the black orb somehow left the orb and was injected into her body, just like the blood of God. This can only be the work of tree herders. Your guesses that Glacé is a tree herder are similar to mine. I believe that one of the higher-ups of the tree shepherds extracted the energy from the black pearl and made it into pure God's blood. Lorison's wife is most likely a lower-middle believer of the tree shepherds. She's an oracle and an experimental subject. The blood of the dark god. Brando suddenly said. Bai looked at him and asked, You saw it from Andesha? Brando did not say that the blood of the dark god was with him, and he only nodded silently. Then it should be related to the black pearl, but it's not pure. It should be a secondary product derived from Glacé's experiment. There is only one true oracle of darkness in this world, and that is her. Bai scoffed, her power is so pure and powerful. Otherwise, with the usual style of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, how could they seal her? I can only seal her up. Burning her at the stake is her only fate. Is this your true purpose for coming here? Brando looked at Lorison, who was standing at the side. The pale light shone on his white bones, and the golden flames in his eyes burned brightly. He did not respond to their words. He did not know if he could hear their conversation. This knight must have loved his wife deeply when he was alive. Otherwise, he would not have sacrificed his reputation and everything else. He did not even hesitate to endure endless pain after death to protect her. This was a true and noble love that surpassed life and death. It was above everything in this world. But beautiful things were often easily used by evil, just like what was happening now. Brando stared at the undead knight for a long time, then turned to Bai and asked, You intend to make a deal with him and take the power of the black pearl from his wife's body? Are you going to stop me? Shouldn't I stop you? Brando asked. Bai Ling sneered. But if I don't take the blood of the dark god, that poor woman's soul will be sealed here forever, enduring pain and suffering. And Sir John Lorison, a righteous and noble knight, will have to live in this dark underground in the form of the thing he hated most when he was alive. He will silently protect her all day, but he will never see his lover. The face of darkness, 2 pure souls, forever bound here, day after day, year after year, only darkness lasts forever. What does this have to do with us? Mephistopheles was very confused. He could not understand the feelings of mortals. To him, there was only the difference between hunter and prey, master and servant. To him, other than food, there was only master. He dedicated all the beauty in his life to death and loyalty. Randolph only needed one look, and he would be willing to die. However, Brando and Allium Japonicum fell into silence. My lord, there are many powers in this world. As long as you give up your principles, they will be at your fingertips. For people like me, the power of the Black Pearl, the power of the Book of Mavakart, or any other power, makes no difference. I will eventually obtain power and do evil to the world. It does not matter what method I use to obtain power. Right now, Sutra is the best result, so why stick to tradition? Moreover, only if I convince Lori-san, can you safely take the slate from here. This is a win-win deal. You can punish me at any time, can't you? Haku's voice echoed in the dark underground, like the whispers of the devil, full of charm. Since you know that I will kill you, why do you still pursue these? Brando asked coldly. Bai Luochu's eyes were burning with golden flames. She smiled, revealing her white sharp teeth. I don't believe in certainty. As long as there is a chance, it is worth it for me to use all my strength. If that's the case, why should I give you the chance to turn defeat into victory? Brando asked again. Unlike you, I am a cautious person. I want to control everything in my own hands. Haku did not speak, as if she believed that Brando would change his mind in the end. However, at this moment, a deep and old voice sounded in the dark. Let her come, young man. The three of them turned around at the same time. The golden fire in the tall and pale skeleton knight's eye sockets flickered. It turned around and looked at Haku. A hollow and vicissitude voice seemed to come from its chest. You said that you can lift the curse on Grace and free her from this endless suffering? This was not an undead without intelligence, Sir John Lori-san. Brando was the first to react. He quickly stopped Haku. This woman was too scary. Although she did not look like she was lying, who could guarantee that she was telling the truth? However, the skeleton knight only waved his hand and interrupted him. I have been listening for a long time. The three of you know my life very well. So, are you willing to sit down and listen to this old man's words? Brando and Allium Japonicum looked at each other in surprise. Haku did not answer. Her eyes flickered, and no one knew what she was thinking. In the end, Brando nodded and answered, Please go ahead. The undead knight was silent for a moment, and then its deep voice echoed in the darkness. I was born in the countryside of Granu. I've seen many people and many things in my life. I still remember some of those memories, but I can't remember some of them. But to me now, all that's left is endless pain and suffering. My love for Glacé is now only an oath and a bond. The feelings that belong to human beings are long gone. However, in the darkness, a thought often flashed in my mind. I want to see her again. Once this thought appeared in my mind, it took root and sprouted. I can't suppress it. I don't know if this is love, but I just want to see her again. Young man, I may have experienced more than you, but I don't dare to brag in front of you. I just want to ask you, can you fulfill the wish of an old man? I have dedicated my life to Martha, but I have never seen the light of day. The sigh in the dark was like the sand in the wind. After the sand and dust dispersed, only the endless vicissitudes of life was left. Brando and Allium Japonicum were speechless for a long time. I have dedicated my life to Martha, but I have never seen the light of day. But will they also end up like me one day? Is it true that one's efforts will be rewarded in this world? Or is it just a white lie? Is it just a whisper of comfort in the dark? What if there has never been light in this darkness? Then let me light this fire. Brando silently raised this irresistible thought in his mind. Bai was hiding in the shadows of the two people. She still didn't say a word, but Brando knew that she had succeeded. He sighed. There are some things in this world that you know are wrong, but you have to do it. Because the power called human nature shines in the darkness together with the light of reason. Maybe what we need is not coldly right, senpai. He whispered to Allium Japonicum. Allium Japonicum was silent. At that moment, she suddenly thought of the empire called Mardos. P.S. I recommend a new book, Return from the End of the World. From the end of the world until now, is it lucky or unlucky? 30 years later, the end of mankind will inevitably come. Is it to escape or to fight? The demons quietly infiltrate, and mankind stands on the edge of extinction without knowing it. The future warriors return, stirring up their souls, swearing to seize fate by the throat and save mankind from the abyss of destruction. In the depths of the soul, reality and fantasy intertwine, and the history changes. The young man stays true to his heart, sorting out a transparent path that leads to the future. Rodin says, starting from me, the future is bound to be different. City plus end of the world plus infinity, it should be a little different from the other books. Previous book update record, this book started writing on August 21, 2013. The last update was on August 13, 2014. Period hiatus, 0 days. Hiatus rate, 0%. Average daily updates, 95 chapters. Trustworthy. Chapter 10:14. It was the turn of summer and autumn. The ground of the Golden Needle Valley was covered with silver dust. Vulture tails and autumn leaves were everywhere in the forest. The sun shone through the forest like a golden curtain. However, under this beautiful and enchanting scenery, there were many distorted and unclean things. An army of white skeletons traversed through the forest. These pale skeletons seemed to have been dug out from the soil. Their movements were slow, and every step they took caused the rusty ring armor on their bodies to rustle. The black swords on their waists were returned to their scabbards. As their snow-white hip bones swayed back and forth, the swords constantly hit the metal buckles, producing a strange but uniform sound. These sounds gathered together like waves and waves, sweeping through the valley. As far as the eye could see, the place was densely packed with pitch-black flat-topped iron helmets and flickering phosphorescent flames. It was endless, like a gray and white ocean. The seawater came from the east of the valley and gradually filled up the valley. It was pervasive and swallowed all living things. Wherever the seawater passed, the white bark of the shining silver trees would dry up. Even the leaves curled up and withered as if their vitality was being sucked out. A small group of human knights followed behind them. The knights were fully equipped with armor. They wore winged helmets and held long spears in their hands. The edges of their magnificent battle robes were like tassels that hung down close to the saddles of their ground dragons. These giant semi-dragons were also fully equipped. Not only were they wearing helmets with metal horns, they were also wearing thick cotton armor that would only be equipped during wartime. The cotton armor was 1 inch thick and was lined with a layer of metal rings and rivets. Its defensive power was even higher than normal armor. The outer surface of the armor was decorated beautifully. It hung down to the knees of the giant dragons and had a large white dragon head emblem on it. The relationship between the heavy cavalry and the undead army seemed to be very special. The reborn skeletons that covered the entire mountain seemed to treat them as nothing. The heavy cavalry did not seem to want to get too close to these creatures of distorted nature. The two kept their distance and each had their own path. On the other side of the valley, Yuta and her knight subordinates put down their war horses and hid in a depression in the ground. They stuck their heads out and saw the entire scene clearly. The female mercenary group leader's face was solemn, and her emerald green eyes were filled with a layer of cold light. It was not that she had never seen such a scene before. In Chablis and Tonajol, she had seen an undead army marching, covering the entire mountain range and covering the sun. She placed a hand on her warhorse's neck and gently stroked the elegant creature to calm it down. She turned to the others and asked, "Is that a knight of the White Legion?" "From the looks of it, he should be a white dragon knight," Mare replied. He had already lifted his helmet, revealing the face of a young man. Brando's White Lion guards were generally young. Compared to the old lion in the north, they were almost a new army. Yuta grabbed a handful of soil and rubbed it with her chainmail gloves. She put her hand to her nose, and a strong smell of grass and trees assailed her nostrils. This land was full of vitality, and it was definitely not contaminated by negative magic. These undead were not summoned from this place, but where did they come from? Most importantly, why were they here, together with the Kurlutzian White Dragon Knights. Crew, you tell her. Aren't you a wizard? You've been learning from the Shire for so long, you should have improved a little. Yuta looked at another young man. The young man was wearing a cotton-padded armor that looked like a coat, but there were diamond-shaped protrusions on the surface of the armor. His collar was raised high, and he wore a thick felt hat. His face was red as he muttered helplessly, "I'm a wizard of the law, Lady Yuta. I've never learned black magic. If you want me to explain the principles of psychic magic to you, I can explain it to you. But what do you want me to say? I'm not a worm in the stomach of those Crew's people. How would I know what they're doing here? But in my opinion, it's probably nothing good. If you dare to learn black magic, I'll be the first to kill you," Yuta replied. The young man was scared and shrank his neck. He looked over there as if he had thought of something. But it's not like I didn't find anything. Those knight regiment behind them didn't look like they were monitoring the skeletons, but more like they were protecting someone, he muttered to himself. Come to think of it, the skeletons controlled by necromancy don't need to be monitored. They will naturally listen to the orders of their master. You're saying that the person who's controlling these skeletons is among the knights? Jana interrupted his long speech and focused on the main point. Not necessarily. My lady, you know that in Madara's establishment, the necromancers are usually relied on to control the low-level undead without intelligence. A mid-level necromancer can only command a dozen skeleton warriors. So, the undead army in Madara is not as endless as the rumors say. In fact, it is limited by the number of mid-level and high-level necromancers in the army. But their combat power is indeed very strong. First, the undead army is not affected by morale. Second, the necromancers can command the skeletons and zombies like they are their own arms. Their role is similar to the knight regiment in our human army, but they are better than us. Get to the point, Yuta interrupted him again. What I mean is, there are at least a few thousand undead army here. If they were in Madara, they would need at least a necromancer regiment to control them. The knight regiment doesn't seem to be able to protect so many people. Of course, there's also another possibility, and that's that someone used an undead treasure to control so many undead, or that there's a high-ranked undead lord among the knight that personally controls this army. The female knight waved her hand. Why would a high-level undead lord need the protection of knights? Don't think that I've never seen an undead lord before. There must be an undead treasure inside. Where did these Crew's people find such a thing? Is Her Majesty the Queen working with the undead? The few young knights were cautious and did not say anything. Under the influence of Brando and the others, Yuta was used to not taking the Crew's emperor seriously. She always called him by his name, but they did not dare to do so. The Wonde Empire had lasted for thousands of years, and the majesty of the royal family had long been deeply ingrained in the people's hearts. Not to mention the royal family, even a noble lord was superior in their eyes. How could the emperor of the Crew's people allow people like them to criticize him? Therefore, they could only turn a blind eye and turn a deaf ear to the female mercenary commander's nonsense. Yuta did not care. Her gaze passed through a few swaying dandelions and stared in the direction of the valley. Her eyes flashed a few times. They don't look like they're going to Faust. This direction is going to the north. It's the same as the mountain people, Mare added. Crew, she suddenly asked, let me ask you something. If we kill our way in and take the undead treasure, do you think we can control this army? The hollow suddenly became quiet. Yuta could not help but frown and turn her head to look at the few followers. What's wrong with you? Are you mute? The few young men were not mute, but they were shocked by her strange idea. My lady, if you want me to be honest, I don't think this idea is very good. Crew's face was pale. Let's not talk about whether we can control this undead army. Those white dragon knights are all gold-ranked masters. It's hard to say whether we can defeat them. Alright, this is actually a euphemism. I think we have no chance of winning at all. Yuta glared at him. You're as timid as a mouse. Do you deserve to be called a knight? I'm a wizard, Crew replied, feeling wronged. You're the best student of the Shires. But my teacher also said that as a wizard, the first thing to do on the battlefield is to protect yourself. Enough, I don't want to hear your nonsense anymore. Shut up, the young man shrunk his neck and did not say a word. As a top graduate of the Royal Knight Academy in Freya's first year, Mare seriously considered the feasibility of this plan. Although he was a mountain man, he was one of the few nobles born in the mountains. His father was a retainer under Duke Vero, so he was considered to have quite a high status. He was not the eldest son, so he was sent to the royal family to become a knight. But he still shook his head and replied, "It's too risky, my lady." "Do you have other plans?" Yuta glanced over there. "There's definitely something wrong with these undead. It's not normal for the crew's people to mix with the undead. As scouts, how can we just let them slip by under our eyes without doing anything?" She waved her hand and interrupted the young knight's words. "Don't worry, I'm not that reckless. When I was the leader of the mercenaries, you were still in the arms of wet nurses drinking milk. My lady, when you were the leader, I was your subordinate." Cruz said weakly. But the mercenary leader ignored him and continued, "We can't, but we have reinforcements." She took out a light blue crystal. A rune was suspended in the middle of the crystal. The rune suddenly lit up, and Yuta spoke to it in a low voice, "My lord, I'm Yuta. My subordinates and I are now in the Golden Needle Valley." In the dark underground, a magic circle was gradually taking shape in a round hall. The center of the magic circle was surrounded by a pile of rubble. Sunlight shone through the holes in the dome and shrouded the magic circle. Brando silently watched Haku set up the magic circle not far away. He put down the crystal in his hand, and the light blue on the crystal gradually dimmed. "It's a message from Yuta," he whispered to Allium Japonicum behind him. "That woman didn't lie to us. Cruz's people have already made their move. She found an undead army in the Golden Needle Valley moving north." Allium Japonicum retracted her gaze from Haku's direction. Her dark eyes emitted a dim light in the dark environment. With her magic attainments, she could tell that Haku was setting up a typical magic circle, and it was related to psychic magic. She was not very worried that Haku would do something to the magic circle, so she stopped thinking and said, "The mountain people and the undead army that disappeared a few weeks ago went to the border of Mihodafen. They want to trap us in Fathan. They should be waiting for Haku to make his move. As long as Fathan falls into eternal darkness, the undead army and the White Legion will attack. We have to speed up. Fortunately, Haku is still under our control." Brando could not help but feel lucky. If it were not for this coincidental encounter, and if Her Majesty the Queen's plan was suddenly activated, they might really be caught off guard. Yuta is in the Golden Needle Valley. It's not far from here. Are you thinking of stopping the undead army? Allium Japonicum asked sharply. Brando glanced at her and nodded. The undead army in front of them was very different from the undead army in Madara. The undead army in Madara was controlled by the necromancer group. Although he was not afraid of a few thousand undead army, it was impossible for him to kill all of them. Even if the necromancers lined up for him to kill, it would take him a long time to kill them, not to mention that they were hiding in the undead army that covered the mountains. However, the undead army in East Metz was controlled by a few people using undead treasures. This gave him a chance. When Yuta explained the situation over there, he was immediately tempted. Thinking of this, he raised his head and looked in the direction of Lorison's undead soul. Although it was Haku who freed his wife, the soul of the knight should know who it should be grateful to. If Haku dared to do anything strange, it would definitely be the first to attack. Moreover, when it was alive, it hated evil. And it was at this time that Haku finally completed her magic circle. The Black Knight clapped her hands and looked at Brando with a meaningful gaze. "I'm done. According to the agreement, I only want the blood of the Dark God. My lord, you can get the slate and more secrets about Constance and that person. If you don't mind, I'm ready to start." Brando looked at her and nodded. "Sir John Lorison." Haku raised her voice and asked. Her voice was as hollow and hoarse as usual. The undead knight nodded. The golden flames in its eye sockets burned brightly. Haku slowly walked to the side of the magic circle. She used the swords of several knights of the dead moon to draw the magic circle on the ground. It was half an inch deep into the ground, forming a deep groove. It looked like a pact formed by two opposing moons overlapping each other. The curved lines intertwined with each other, forming a thick shadow under the light. Haku raised her wrist and was stunned for a moment before she remembered that she was already an undead. She frowned and looked at Allium Japonicum. Brando naturally knew what she meant. He grabbed his senior who was about to step forward and said, "I'll do it." "Thank you," Haku replied. Her voice was so calm that there was no trace of gratitude. Brando was not worried that Haku would plot against him at this stage. Haku's main class was the physical class. Although she was a silver elf who had been in contact with magic for a long time, she was far from Allium Japonicum who was well versed in magic. He pulled out Halran Gaia and made a cut on his hand. Bright red blood flowed out like the most beautiful wine. It flowed down the blade and formed a string of blood-red beads that dripped into the magic circle. Brando calculated that he had deducted about 21 HP. He then wrapped the wound with a thick cloth to stop the bleeding. When he removed the cloth, the wound had completely healed. There was only a shallow white mark left. Haku looked at him deeply when she saw this. She did not know if it was because of his strong self-healing ability or because of his precise calculation of the amount of blood he donated. Brando did this to warn the woman that the magic circle required a ritual of blood sacrifice. The amount of blood needed for each circle was fixed. Whether it was more or less, the effect of the spell would be affected. The amount of blood needed for this magic circle was exactly 21 HP for a warrior. When Haku saw this, she naturally understood that Brendel knew the basics of her magic, and her heart skipped a beat. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.